Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. Your boy is bringing the heat with today's video. Next.js 15 literally just got released next week, and your boy's coming back with an e-commerce full stack build, and I'm talking game changer content in this one. We've got Sanity's new powerful live content. Oh my god, it's just, guys, I'm so excited for this one. Usually I'm excited for builds, but you're gonna see why in just a moment when we go through this demo, how crazy and powerful this really is. I think it's changed the way that I'm gonna build apps forever now. It's just like, it's an exciting space to be in right now. Next.js. Let me know where you're watching from right now. The channel is blowing up lately. We just dropped a video and it's almost at 100,000 views in 4 days. Like crazy stuff. I appreciate you guys. Let's jump into the e-commerce full stack Next.js 15. I said it. React 19 build. Let's go, guys. Hey, boom. Check this out. Shopper. Clean build. Now, this is not just your average build. I'm gonna break this one down. First, I'm gonna shout out everyone who's tuning in the chat right now. I see and appreciate all of you. Make sure you just smash that like button. Let's go. And guys, I wanna mention right now, this is not your average build, right? So this is a tech demo in many ways, because let's go ahead and just purchase a couple of things right now. Firstly, blazing fast website. Look at this. I can go through, everything's mobile responsive. And remember, it's perfectly responsive, right? Your boy doesn't do cut corners. We've got the basket functionality, so we can go ahead, check out the basket. Nice little loaders, everything beautiful as it is. Now, you might be wondering, well, Sonny, this is cool and all. And remember, I've got Stripe checkout as well. So if I was gonna pay for that right now, I could even go ahead and pay for that. So I've just given you a quick little intro into what we can do here. And I'm just gonna process it, screw it, I'll show you the whole flow. Let's go ahead and do a quick checkout flow, because there's so much more that I wanna show you. This is like become standard normal stuff right now, right? So let's go ahead, apply our discount code. I'm gonna go ahead and pay for it. So let's go ahead and pay right now. Don't worry, that's a dead card, so it's all good. I'm gonna pay for it, and then it's gonna say success order, and then order's gonna be placed. But the game changer stuff is the backend, and I'm gonna show you just why in a second. Like, this is crazy. Look, firstly, you can place your orders. You can go ahead and view all of your order details. This is the one that we just purchased right now. Everything fully functional. We have search, we have categories, we have everything that you can imagine. We can go ahead and filter by t-shirts. I can go ahead and say, give me the hoodies. You'll go ahead and search for the hoodies. So yeah, I ran through all of that. But the crazy part, guys, and also I have Passkeys, so Clerk Authentication in the house today. But check this out, the backend. This is where things get crazy, guys. So what if I told you that we could modify this page in a visual way, and we could do it in a live way as well? So this is where it gets nuts, right? I'm going to do a live tech demo right now on the screen. This is crazy. I know this is insane. Jay's going to tell me off for doing this. I'm dropping a link in the chat right now. I want you to go to this link, and in real time, I'm going to update it. And this is because Sanity now is live by default. Guys, I don't think you understand how game changer this really is. Like, this is gonna make building apps at just a different level. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you, for example, I've got all of my orders here, so you guys can see for yourself right now, the order I just placed. If we go into my orders, we can see right now, the last order was 536. It's this one right here. All the products, you see the products getting pulled in. So we have a full CMS backend here, right? But here's the insane part. Let's go ahead and say, I have a sale I'm running right now. Let's go to the front page. Cool. Now, typically the way it used to work is we would have to go ahead and redeploy or do some fancy thing behind the scenes where we invalidate the cache. Now, it's just live by default. Sanity have absolutely came in to crush it with this one. Let's go ahead and just toggle this. Now, I want to show you. I guarantee some of you are on the page right now. Now, bear in mind, I'm not going to refresh. I'm not going to do anything to the left-hand side of the page. Let's say I'm a product manager. I've come into the store, and I want to deactivate the is active toggle. Cool. Let's go ahead and publish the changes. Now, just pay attention to the left-hand side of the screen. Just look at that. Look at that. In real time, I didn't even have to do anything. It just changed. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Oh, it's asking you for access. I gave you not the right link. 1 second. I'm going to drop the actual correct link in the chat right now. Bear with me, guys. I want you to see this as I do it, because I have that much faith in it. Okay, go there now. Right, go there. So that's the official link I just dropped in the chat. So you guys can see for yourself right now. Look at that. Absolutely incredible. I'm going to toggle it active. I'm going to publish it. Now, that's not only where it gets great, guys. If I want to change your product details, we can do that. So for example, I want to change, let's just say 25% off. I want to make it 30% off, right? I can go ahead and publish the changes. Now pay attention to this bit right there. Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. In real time, boom. All of your visitors, even if you had 1 million visitors or 1 million concurrent users, Sanity can handle that, right? So I'm not only showing you this, I'm changing it back to 25 because I've set it up in Stripe. But here's the insane part. Your boy took it even further. I enabled visual editing. Guys, look at this. This is going to blow your minds when this works, right? So let's wait for it to load. I'm going to go ahead and just give it a second. I have something working here. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now, guys, I want you to pay attention to just look at that. If I click on the page, I can directly edit it in a visual editor. This is insane. This is crazy. This is something I've never seen before at this level, and it's powered by the latest and greatest in Next.js 15 and Sanity, right? So let's go ahead and push like Black Friday 1, 2, 3, for example. If I did 1, 2, 3, and I don't even have to publish it yet because I can even see it preview mode preview. So I can actually see how it would look on the site before you guys see it in real time. That is absolutely incredible. Right? So absolutely insane stuff. Let me know if you guys are seeing this right now. I'm going to go ahead and change this to Black Friday with 3 exclamation marks. And I'm going to publish the changes. And now you'll see if I publish the changes on the left-hand side in production, you'll see the changes. So this is phenomenal. Now, if I go back over here and I hit the refresh button, I can go ahead and you'll even see that. Let me go ahead and actually get the correct link. So I want to actually get this link. I'm going to go ahead and paste it now inside of here. So let's go ahead and paste this link in. I've got my studio, of course, open. So I want to go ahead and get rid of that one. Let's go ahead and go to the production website. And I'm going to show you, it should say Black Friday. And look at this, guys. Even on the website, I have the ability to open in studio. And I have this disable draft mode button down here. This is insane. I'm sorry, but this is nuts. This is actually insane. Sonny, but what does it work on the other pages? Look for yourself. Look for yourself. Absolutely crazy stuff. This is all a real-time editor. You can just click open in studio. It will pop open a view like this and you can go ahead and edit it. Like if that doesn't blow your mind, it's actually insane. I've never seen this before. I've never done this before. This is huge. And you can go ahead and even test for mobile responsiveness on the site here. Absolutely cool stuff. And you can even schedule posts. So it's really gone to a whole nother level with Sanity. This is the definition of honestly taking things to the next gen level. Combining Sanity CMS with Next.js 15 is truly game changer. And of course, we have a full CMS backend that you can deploy. And this is available at the URL. So if, for example, if I was to go to my website, all I have to do is to go to /studio and I can go ahead, provided you're allowed to log in, you can go ahead and get access to it. Of course, you guys can't get access to it, which is great, right? I don't want everyone to have access to the backend. This is a full stack build. No cutting corners, no nothing. This is what we're going to be building today. I hope you're excited for that. I'm going to go ahead and shout out a lot of people where you're watching from right now. We've got Amsterdam, Czech Republic, Sri Lanka, Brazil, Manchester, Macedonia, Pakistan, Berlin, Bulgaria, India, UK, Jerusalem. Yo, what's good, guys? Welcome to the chat right now. I can see you all here. And this is absolutely huge. We've got Serum. We've got some OGs in the house. I see you, Sohail. Do we have inventory tracking? So hell, of course we have inventory tracking. I'm going to go to the product right now and we can go ahead and see this. And I'll even show you how you can deduct one from your inventory every time it goes through. So look, we have the stock count here as well, categorized and everything included. This is also fully responsive as well on this page. So yeah, no cutting corners here. This is going to be absolutely huge. Let's dive into the tech stack. And I can see you guys are shouting out. This is crazy, right? This is crazy. And guys, we just dropped a 37-hour video on the channel. This is boom. This is insane. There's a 200 people plus watching right now. Like the comment, like this video if you are enjoying what you're seeing on the channel. And I'm going to keep on bringing the fire. Now, how do we power all of this? Well, Sanity is our friend, our honestly amazing friend in this one, because not only have they worked together with Next.js and Vercel to go ahead and combine loads of new features, like, for example, I think it's called Stegna or Stegma, or whatever it's called, but it's just crazy what they've been able to do here. And I'm going to show you all of this in incredible, easy detail. We even have things like the Sanity Studio. So I'm going to show you how to do this. This is the deeply customizable space. For example, this is what you saw earlier on. So everything, and not only that, I didn't even show you that teams can work together, communicate, real-time collaboration. You can have different, block edits and things like that. And in the past, it would have been a pain to go ahead and update data like this, right? How do you go ahead and get the headers looking right? And for example, and that kind of thing. Well, in this case, let's go ahead and make that a block 1, right? So heading 1. I'm also going to make it italics. And for example, look at that already. On the side, I can see it being changed, right? This is absolutely phenomenal right now. And let's go ahead and just make it a bit smaller. I don't like how that's looking. And let's go ahead and just give it, I don't know, I'm going to give it a line, a dash for whatever reason, right? Let's go ahead and pop that in. And as you can see, in real time, my site is changing. This is insane. This is honestly incredible stuff. And I really believe you're going to love this. Sanity also offer a bunch of different APIs, so you can connect pretty much to anything that you need to, whether it's a backend like AWS, Gatsby, whatever you're working with, you can go ahead and bring it to the table and Sanity is going to connect to it, I can assure you. And this is the craziest part, is the content lake. The content lake, this is where all of the magic is happening, right? I do recommend you watch this. My friend Simeon from the team over there did an incredible job with Kat and a few others to go ahead and demonstrate all of these new features on stage at Next.js Conf. And you guys can feel free for yourself to watch that over there, the keynote above, or you can watch this build today for absolutely free. Thank you already for the donation. I appreciate you. Guys, this is like literally changing the way that we do websites. And this is just, honestly, I cannot wait to show you how we're going to build this today, right? Now, that is, of course, Sanity. And I mentioned, I wouldn't leave it there, right? I wouldn't leave you with just hanging like that. So you can just maybe get their normal trial. I went ahead and worked with Sanity to go ahead and get you guys a boom trial. So if you head over to sanity.io, I doubled your trial. So all you got to do is head over to the link in the description and you'll see this page where you can see welcome Papa Fan subscriber, and you can go ahead and get started with the coupon and you'll get an extended 60-day trial. That is double the free trial in the original one. So you can go ahead and sign up with that through this. I please, as you follow along with today's build, go through this link. It shows Sanity that we work to get well together. It shows Sanity that we have an amazing audience to Papa Fam and we're here to stay. I mean, I can keep bringing these videos to you, provided you go through links like this. So I really appreciate it, guys. And this is what we're going to be building today, right? Not only that, I didn't even show you the authentication. So we've got Clerk powering it all. This is absolutely, obviously, you guys know Clerk. They need no introduction. But what you may have not seen on this channel before is Passkeys. So in this case, we're going to sign up. We've got this beautiful modal, all powered through Clerk. And of course, we've got our Google sign up and our email address. However, I'm even showing us today how to do something called Passkeys. Now, Passkeys, really cool because you can go ahead and use something like your phone. So here I have a iPhone 16. That was a little flex. It's very cool, the device. I'm going to go ahead and open my camera right now. And I'm going to go ahead and scan this. So it goes ahead and prompts on my device. So I'm going to show you right now on my device, I get a little pop-up saying, do I want to sign in with my passkey? And I can simply go ahead and on my device, click continue. I'm going to go ahead and let it scan my face. And now, as you can see, okay, so I timed that one out. Oops. I think I actually changed this one. Oh yeah, I did this in localhost, so it's not going to work. But anyway, the point is that, yeah, we have a passkey functionality fully working with this, and I can demo it soon in the localhost. Right now, I created a different one. Let's try it one more time. But I definitely did get this working yesterday, and I can show you what the problem is. I keep changing my Vercel deployment to my local deployment and a couple of other things. So that is probably what happened. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So I will show you how to get it working in perfect form in the build. Do not worry. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and break down what Clerk has to offer. So they have tons of different authentication methods. Today, you guys can see, for example, we're going to be building this nice little sign-in flow. But we've added that little passkey button in at the bottom. And of course, you have to go ahead and create your passkey. Now, passkeys are a very secure method of authentication. I highly recommend you follow along with this because it's going to be the next gen of authentication, quite frankly, right? So I recommend you get used to using some of these cool, more secure methods of authentication, like multi-factor authentication, biometric, and of course, we've got passwords and passkeys, right? You also have magic links, very cool method of sign-in as well. But I'm going to show you all of this. Now, speaking of webhooks, I did mention that we had Stripe in today's build, right? So not only are we going to be using Clerk to power up all of our authentication, we also have the amazing guys over at Stripe involved in the mix as well. So I'm going to show you right here. I think it's over here. we have Stripe working. Now, what's cool about this, if we head over to the developers portal, you're going to learn all of this today, right? You go to webhooks. I have a webhook working right now, guys. And as you can see, it shows the checkout, it processes the checkout, and everything is firing off accordingly. Now, behind the scenes, what is happening is every time I place an order, so when I click sign into checkout, what's happening behind the scenes is it will go into my Sanity backend, and it will go ahead and actually add a mutation, which will create a brand new order. It does all of this in real time the second the payment is made, and then it will go ahead and relay us to a success page. This is a full production ready build. I'm not cutting corners here. I'm not doing anything like that. This is absolutely ready to go. Now, if you want to get started with any of this, simply follow along. And if you do want to get started with Clerk, then please, again, we're going to be covering Clerk's Next.js package version 6, which now supports Next.js 15. So I'm going to show you all of the latest and greatest with this. Just make sure you go through the link in the description, right? That's all I ask. Get signed up with our special affiliate link down below in the description. It really does help us. If you've already got an account, just click through it as well, because it then attributes it to this session. So they know that we bring the fire with our audience, okay? So it's got a lot of stuff to look forward to, guys. And yeah, we're going to be building all of this inside of today's build. Now, of course, this could be quite intimidating. I understand. What I'm going to be doing today to really break this one down, let's just go ahead and sign in on this demo, is I'm going to be drafting it all out in front of you with a whiteboard approach. So hopefully all of this makes sense. But if it doesn't make sense and you still feel like you're in the dark, then of course I've taken it a step further, guys. I'm even helping you out with Zero to Full Stack Hero being on sale for 48 hours only because of Halloween, Diwali, tons of reasons to celebrate and be happy right now. But we have a massive sale on at Zero to Full Stack Hero. So if you are interested in this, all you need to do is head over to papareact.com/course. The link is in the description. We have a huge sale on right now. You can go ahead and get everything that I'm talking about. We have weekly coaching calls, everything in the mix. So if you ever get stuck and you need a community to be a part of, to solve your questions, to get direct mentorship, then that's where you need to go, right? So head over to papareact.com/course and get started. Now, of course, we are going to be coding all of this with a brand new Next.js 15. Of course, this hasn't even been out for very long, and your boy's already built an entire app with it. So we're going to be jumping into it right now. But let's go ahead and break this app down, and then we're going to go ahead and start off the build. So I want to show you our tech stack currently. So let's go ahead and get everything up and running quickly. Let's go ahead and pull this open. So it's not on that one. Sorry, it was, I believe. Here we go. Okay, so here we have our app. Awesome stuff. Now let's go ahead and draw on the screen. So I use Screen Brush. I always get the comment, Screen Brush, what is it? What are you using? We are using Screen Brush. So in fact, I need to open Screen Brush. That will help. And then let's go ahead and draft out today's build. So what is the tech stack for today's build? Well, in fact, I want to open up this new easel feature. I believe we can do it like this. Nice. And we're going to say tech stack. Okay, now this is it. We've got OGs in the house. Siren in the comments right now saying Zero to Full Stack Hero is legit. You will not be disappointed in this. Absolute gold as far as resources go. The community is incredible too. Jay, screenshot that. Thank you so much, Sharon. That's it. We've got real members in the chat right now. And I want to also shout out, we've got Vienna, Austria, Greece, Birmingham, South Africa, Bosnia, India, Ghana, Morocco, UK, Pakistan, Madrid. Oh, all of you in the chat. I love this. Cameroon. I see all of you guys and I appreciate all of you as well, right? Let's break down today's tech stack. And I'm going to also break down the approach that we're going to take. Now, if the music's too loud or anything like that, just shout me out and I can sort it out. But let's go ahead and see if this is right. So Next.js 15. Okay, so I need to freeze it, right? So we've got Next.js 15, of course. Amazing stuff, right? I've been literally chatting to the guys over at Vercel, including Lee Rob, awesome team over there. And I've worked together to go ahead and break it all down so I can bring it in today's build, right? So we've got Next.js 15 in the mix. This includes the brand new caching mechanisms. So of course there's tons of videos out right now. Literally all my YouTuber friends have created videos on this stuff. I didn't want to be the same thing and create another YouTube video explaining the same differences. So I'm just going to build an entire app and show you for yourself so you can go ahead and play with it yourself. I think it's better to learn that way. So So I'm going to show you yourself. Now, of course, server components have been around for a while, but it doesn't hurt to always have some more practice with it. And we're even going to tap into the new form component, right? So there's a bunch of new things. Here's just a couple that we're going to be tapping into today. That's not even mentioning everything, okay? So lots and lots of things to look forward to in the mix. Now, of course, if we are using this is running on React 19's Canary version. Now, why am I mentioning this? Well, firstly, React 19, pretty damn cool, okay? Now, not only this, but when you're working with Next.js 15 and React 19, you'll come across a couple of issues because this is on something called a Canary release edition, right? Now, the problem with that is a lot of your dependencies when you're installing stuff, including Shadcn, will fail. So I'm going to teach you how to handle during this short interim, how to handle dependencies correctly, right? Or conflicts, let's say, correctly. No one talks about this on YouTube, but it happens all the time, especially when you're dealing with brand new bits of tech. So as we go through this tutorial, you're going to find tons of bits where our dependencies are just going to break because, put it this way, a lot of node modules are depending on React 18. Whereas Next.js 15 uses React 19, so there's going to be a mismatch. So I'm going to show you how we can use peer legacy dependency management to go ahead and fix that. So we're going to go ahead and show you how to do that. Now, in order to make the application look absolutely beautiful, so here's our app right now. To style this bad boy, to style this thing right here, we're going to be using Shadcn, right? So we've got Shadcn in the mix. I'm going to show you how to install it using, the latest and greatest and all that stuff. Lots of people asking what my browser is. It is the Arc browser as well, right? So don't worry, I got you covered. Right now, of course, for the backend, we have Sanity. Now, Sanity is a huge part of this build, right? Not only are we going to be using the live content lake, so the live content lake inside of this build right now, this is absolutely going to power off pretty much all of our backend. But we're also going to be introducing a bunch of other stuff. We're going to also be introducing TypeGen for our GROQ queries. Now, if you've ever worked in any of my builds or used Sanity in the past, a big problem area that was noticed was if you use something like a GROQ query, which is basically how we pull data from the backend, what can seem to happen is we can basically get weak typings. And we're using TypeScript. We want things to be type protected, right? We want to make sure that I'm only pulling fields that exist. And that way I never run into any unexpected bugs. So today I'm going to show you how you can set up the TypeGen facility with Sanity to make sure that everything is type safe. This is absolutely huge. It's really, really going to be massive. Now, someone goes, yeah, exactly. The React 19 mismatch dependencies. I'm going to fix everything. Do not worry. I'll teach you how to do it all today, right? We're also going to integrate the visual editor, right? So this is a huge build today, the visual editor. I hope everyone's got their coffee. I definitely have. Because this is going to be a massive one. We've got the visual editor, which was that amazing demo that I showed you earlier on. Now, just drop it in the comments right now to Sanity if you want more builds on this channel with Sanity. I showed you the power of them today, and we're going to literally break it down and how easy it is to get working. But let me know in the chat right now. Tell them we want Sonny and Sanity together more, and then that's it. We're gonna make that happen, right? Let's keep on crushing, guys. Right, so we got this, the music is low for now because I want to focus, right? But I'm going to bring it up a little bit. Look at this, Jay. Go ahead and do the screenshots. You know what to do. All right, so we've got Sanity in the mix. Then, of course, to power up our authentication, we're going to be using Clerk, right? Yo, Frank is in the house. Member for 26 months. Let's go, bro. Only the best e-commerce app builds for the Pop Fam. Amen. That's how we do it on this channel, man. We've got Clerk for authentication. Now, this is going to be using, we're going to set up some Gmail auth, which is very simple. It's going to be very, very quick to get up and running. I'm going to show you how to use Next.js 15 support. And most importantly, we're going to introduce a new concept today, which is Passkeys. Passkeys are a very secure, efficient way of logging into things. We're going to go ahead and do that as well. Right? Somebody says, will you have search? Yes, I even have a search functionality in today's build. We have search, we have categories, everything you can imagine, right? Of course, when we're using Shadcn, we're also going to be using Tailwind CSS, right? So Tailwind CSS, right? So I'm going to go ahead and drop it in like here. Tailwind CSS, bunch of cool stuff going on in the mix, right? What else have we got, guys? We've got Stripe in the mix as well. So on top of all of this, we've got Stripe processing the payments. In order for us to tap into the payment completion, we're going to create our own custom webhooks. The next time someone says to me, this ain't full stack, just leave. This is full stack as can get, right? We've got full stack involved in the mix. Even with our Next.js setup, we've even got some route.ts files in the mix, right? And of course, this was going to be powering up our webhooks, right? So our routes are going to be powering up our webhooks. I'm going to show you how to test them locally with the Stripe CLI, and go ahead and deploy it and get all of your configurations set up as well, including your cores set up as well, right? Now, when we have apps like this, we need state management for a lot of reasons, right? You don't necessarily always need it, but for basket functionality and everything else, we're going to be using Zustand. And I'm even going to show you how to use a local storage in the mix as well. This is a damn huge build if you can't tell already, right? To make sure no errors are being cut into this mix, we're going to also be using TypeScript. So let me know, just hit the like button right now if you think this is a lot of content, or did I not do enough? I don't know, guys. Did I cover enough tech in this build? Right, we've got a lot of stuff in the mix, right? But I'm going to go ahead and make sure we cover all of it today. So here is your tech stack in the building today, right? Zod, I didn't actually include Zod in this one because we've got so much to include here already. So let's go ahead and dive into today's build, right? Again, breaking it down was fairly nice and simple, but I want to go ahead and just get us in the mix already. So the couple of first things. Now, if you are already using a Next.js project, you can use their no code mon to go ahead and upgrade and do everything that you need to. We're going to be starting from absolutely scratch. Another thing I want to mention as well is that we're going to be using Clerk version 6. I want to mention all of this up front in case you start bumping into any issues or upgrades. They have some breaking changes, for example, about how to use things. And you're also going to notice that this is all very, very new stuff, right? So naturally, dependencies need to catch up. So we're going to face a couple of these issues and debug them together today. And I'm going to hold your hand through the entire process. All I ask is that you destroy that like button right now. Jathal says, is this live or premiered? It's live. You can tell right now. I want 1,000 likes on this video and I'll keep them coming. And then we can go ahead and just keep it coming. It's going to be huge. Okay, let's go ahead and dive into it. So head over to your terminal. So this is where we're going to start off everything. And what I want you to do is go ahead and type in npx create next app. Now, in this case, I've gone ahead and I'm going to rename my build. So npx create next app at latest. Okay. And then I want you to name it something. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and name it. Let's go ahead and just say my e-commerce YouTube build. Okay. And let's go ahead and hit enter. Name it whatever you want, completely cool. And then after that, it's going to prompt us. Typically, sometimes it prompts us saying, are you okay to install? Yes, we are. And you can see it's 15.0.2. So it's using the latest. Now we want to use TypeScript. Yes, lint, yes. Tailwind CSS, all of the defaults I'm cool with. We can actually use TurboPack, guys, for this one. So if you want to, we can click on yes, right? So I'm actually going to turn that on. And then would you like to customize the import alias? We're just going to leave it all by default, okay? Let that do its magic. And in the meantime, we can actually go ahead and set up our Sanity backend, right? So what I want you to do, head over to the link in the description right now, and we're going to go into our Sanity setup, right? So I want you to go over to www.sanity.io. So I want you to go www.sanity.io/Sonny. The link is also in the description. Head over here and we're going to click on get started with coupon. Okay. Now I've already got started. I've already created an account and everything like that. So I'm actually going to go ahead and create a brand new project. So here you can see create new project. Let's call this our e-commerce build. Okay. Organization, we can do Sonny and create project. Now it's worth mentioning that every single trial period is per project. So not only have they absolutely smashed it in that regard, but you actually can go ahead and, use several projects, test out what you like and all that stuff. The same goes for Clerk. All of the pro features are available during your trial period. So you really can go ahead and take this as far as you actively need to. Now, Simeon has done an amazing job of including some setup documentation over here. So you can actually feel free to go ahead and set this up as well. But before we do that, let's head back over to our build. Now, as you can see, we successfully created the e-commerce build. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab that, cd into that directory, and we have it here. Now, typically I would run code and then I would do dot, and this would open up VS Code in my editor. I want to be completely transparent with you guys though. I have been playing with some new tech, a couple of new things. Firstly, Visual Studio Code is the holy grail, in my opinion. I always use Visual Studio Code. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it mixed up. GitHub Copilot is amazing. However, I have been playing with Cursor. And today I'm just going to play with Cursor to show you. Now, it's the same. It's basically a fork off of VS Code, and it's a priced fork, so it's basically a monthly fee. However, I'm not sponsored by them, but I'm gonna just show you them because I think it's cool to do something a little bit different today. But you do not have to use Cursor. You can use VS Code for absolutely free. It's completely fine. You just click download here and you can go ahead and get started. But I just wanted to show you, in case you're wondering, his screen looks a little bit different and so forth, right? So instead of doing code dot, I'm gonna do cursor dot to open up in Cursor. That's all the differences. And I basically get some AI prompting. I get, a bit of Claude and a few other things as well in the mix. And there's just a couple of differences. It looks pretty similar to VS Code, but I just want to be absolutely clear with you guys that that's all that's happening here, okay? So while that's down, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead into app, into my page.tsx, and I just want to simply start off by just running my app. So I'm going to do npm run dev. Right, very, very straightforward, very, very simple. Okay, so in this case, you can see Next.js turbo pack, right? So it'll be a little bit quicker on the launch. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pull open. I'm actually going to bring open a brand new window into the mix over here. Let's go ahead and do that. And actually, you know what? I'm going to keep it in my developer area right now. So let's go ahead and pull that over here. Where's my code? What did I do there? Yeah, I got it mixed up. And I'm going to go to my localhost 3000. So let's just go to localhost 3000. And what we should see is the Next.js starter pack, right? So here you go. This should be your absolutely starting point. Somebody goes, why are you always using Clerk? Because they make authentication just as easy as it should be. They're my favorite by far. I highly recommend you use them and you focus on building your app, not your authentication experience, right? So in this case, we just passed 200 likes. Let's keep going, guys. Absolutely killer stuff with the pushes. And remember, if you want all of the code inside of today's build that you saw it during the demo, everything is available in the Papa GitHub repo. The link for that is in the description. So go ahead and check it out for yourself, right? Let's jump into it. Right, so in this case, we're just going to go ahead and get started by simply deleting everything inside of main and footer. Make it very straightforward. I just want to say h1 and we're going to say hello world, as simple as, right? So hello world, like so. And we're centering things off to begin with, but in this case, I just want to keep it fairly straightforward. Everything by default in Next.js 15 is a server component. So you should be at this point right now. Now let's go ahead and begin our Sanity backend setup. So we can go ahead and step by step get through this build, right? So beginning, you can see getting started. So what I highly recommend you do is you simply just follow this right here. We've got npm create sanity, latest, and so forth. So what we're going to do now is we've already gone ahead and actually, well, no, we can do this right now. Yeah, we can do this right here. So we're going to go ahead and create the studio here. So what I want you to do is type in the following. So just go ahead and copy that top path right there. Okay, copy that, and then head over to your code. And I'm just going to split my terminal. In fact, to make things simpler, I'm going to open up in separate terminal because we haven't got that much screen real estate. I'm going to paste in the command, and this will go ahead and start setting up Sanity in my project. You're going to click on OK to proceed, yes. And let's just go ahead and let this do its magic shortly, okay? So while this happens, it will go ahead and create a Sanity project for us. So let's let it do its thing. And a couple of prompts will pop up at this point as well. Now, what's really nice about this is it automatically will configure a bunch of stuff. For example, our core setup in a couple of areas like that as well. Right now, if you are doing this, remember, if you go through that trial period, you'll have 60 days in your trial. I've already gone ahead and created my account and everything like that, but you'll get 60 days in your trial. So make sure you go ahead and do that. Now, as you can see, guys, look, here we go. Would you like to add configuration files for a Sanity project in this folder? Yes. We're going to simply go ahead and hit enter. Do you want to use TypeScript? Yes, we do. Do you want embedded Sanity Studio? Yes, we definitely do. Which route do you want to use for Studio? /studio is absolutely perfect. And then you've got this. You've got a blog schema or a clean project with no predefined schema. Now, what I recommend is you take the blog schema just so you can play around with it to begin with. And then we will rewrite and fix a couple of areas, right? Is Clerk free? Yes, it is. Right, so we're going to start off with the blog schema right now. Would you like to add the project ID and dataset to your environment local file? Yes, we would. Right, so that's great. It's already setting things up for us. And as you can see, it's running npm install. And I want you to pay attention to that. Legacy peer dependencies. So because Sanity and Next.js are so new, a lot of the old node modules are getting confused and they basically depend on React 18, like I mentioned. So this is why we essentially do this, right? Now, while this is happening, in the background, I want you to click on the link in the description for Clerk. Okay, so we're going to set up Clerk in the background now while this is happening. All you need to do is go to the link in the description to go to Clerk. And I'm going to bring it on my screen right now so you can see. This is the link in the description. And what you'll see is this here, right? Click on Get Started. And we're going to go ahead and create a project right now. So we're going to go ahead and log into our project. So I'm just going to log into a Google account here. Let's see for ourselves. Super easy, by the way, to get this set up. And in the background, Sanity is getting set up. So we're doing multitasking right now. We're going to click on Sonny.Sangha@Gmail. You know, whatever account you're setting up with, all good for you. Now, while that's done, you can see here, we've got our apps, right? So I've got a bunch of apps. So I'm going to go ahead and create another application. And also I can see a couple of you guys in the mix over there. I just wanted to shout that one out. Oh, that's fine. That's okay. I saw a lot of you signing up, right? We're going to go ahead and create a new application. Let's go ahead and call this one e-commerce app, right? And what I actually do want to do is I'm going to bring this over to my correct developer portals because I don't want to make a mistake here of making that. So we're going to say e-commerce build YouTube. Okay, and here you can do email, Google, and the following stuff. Now you can't see Passkeys here because we can set that up separately. Okay, so I now want you to click on create application. Pretty easy, right? We're going to go ahead and show you guys what's going on. Guys, you don't have to pay for stuff. This is all free to follow this tutorial. It's free. No worries. All right, and even afterwards it's free for a certain limit, which I'm pretty sure you're not going to hit. Okay, so now you can see, look, this is how we set up our Clerk. So pause here. You've created your Clerk account. We're going to go back to Sanity now and check out a couple of things. Okay, so we've got a little issue here where it says it was struggled to install our dependency tree. Okay, so next Sanity seemed to fail. Now what I'd recommend here is firstly just check if it created our Sanity folder. It did. The problem is that I don't believe it installed Next Sanity correctly. Okay, so here is where we messed up, right? Next Sanity. So what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and type in npm I next sanity, okay, at latest. And what I want you to do is type in --peer legacy -peer -deps, right? Now we go ahead and install Next Sanity manually. This is okay. It happens. It's all good. The main thing is you don't panic during these moments. You simply go ahead and fix it like so. That's it. It's fixed. Okay. Now what we can do is we can test it to see if it's working. So I'm going to close that for a second and we can see Sanity here, right, with a bunch of things. Now, if we did it all correctly, what we should notice is at our localhost /studio, if I refresh now at the /studio, so let me go ahead and do that again. Sorry, localhost /studio. What we should see now is a Sanity studio being set up for us, right? So it should be our blank studio that we log into for the first time. I just want to check my, here we go. Let's say it's compiling the studio like so, and it will take a little second in the first setup. And then here we have it, next public Sanity dataset. Okay, so a couple of errors here that we're going to fix, right? Very easy to fix. I did find that the environment variable did not get added correctly in the beginning, which was a little issue with the CLI command, but it's cool. They'll get it fixed very shortly. To fix that ourselves, all we can do is we can go over here and we can actually do it ourselves, right? I'll show you how to do it. So go over to our files and we're going to create a .env.local. Okay, and what I want you to do is we need to simply add in our public data set. Okay, so I'm just going to check what we did for this one as well. So what I want you to do is notice this next public, so it can be public. So next public Sanity data set, right? And this is going to start off by default to be production. Now what does that mean? It means that we're essentially pushing it to this data set right here, the production data set. Now look at this, guys, you got a free upgrade. Awesome stuff. Nice. Sanity, you're very generous, guys. So after that, we're going to go over to, we need our project ID. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that in right now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this value. I'm going to go ahead and simply paste that in, and I'm going to say next public Sanity project ID equals, okay, hit save. And the final one that I want to do, and this is more for us later on, is we're going to go ahead and do the following: next public base URL. We're going to use that later on. Okay, now a couple of things that we need for Sanity Studio to read correctly is we actually need the same dependencies over here. Now it's worth mentioning when we deploy this to Sanity, they cannot read next public variables from my understanding. So we actually need to declare a Sanity Studio variable, which they can declare, okay? And this essentially is the same thing, right? So essentially it's going to be Sanity Studio project equals this, and the same thing over here, Sanity Studio data set, okay? So these are the two that we're going to need. This is more so for when we deploy it, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just comment that here so you guys can see yourself, right? This is for the Sanity Studio read once we deploy it, okay? I'm trying to explain it as much as possible. Now you can see, aha, localhost, we have our studio. This is great. So let's check out our login. So let's go ahead and log in right now. Let's log into sonny.sangha@gmail.com. And let's go ahead and see if we get access to this. I believe it should all be set up correctly, and we should have access to our backend. And just like that, guys, easy as that, we have an entire CMS backend plugged in and ready to go. And here you can see we've already got an example schema where we've got post categories and authors, and you can go ahead and create an example post here just to test that things are good. So let's just say test. We can create a dummy slug. We need an author. You can actually create the author inline, so we can say Sonny Sangha. Give the author a generation image. We can leave blank for now and just say test bio. Go ahead and publish the author. Down here you can give an image, categories, and so forth. And then we can go ahead and say hello world in the body. Just trying to showcase something for you guys so you guys can see for yourself that is as simple as it gets to go ahead and post a post, right? So let's go ahead and do that. I don't think I published it correctly. Yeah, I didn't publish that correctly. I think I exited it. Okay. Anyway, that's how you would input a normal demonstration for the schema, right? But of course, we're not going to be doing things according to their schema. I'm going to rewrite a schema. The one that you saw, for example, is going to be this one right here, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and close that middle window. I don't actually know why I've got that one open. It's a bit annoying, to be honest with you. So I'm going to close that right here. So eventually ours is going to look like this: categories, order, product, and sale. So I'm going to show you how we're going to implement all of that, okay? So before we do any of that, let's go ahead and finish off setting up our initial dependencies. So the next thing we want to set up is we correctly set up Sanity to begin with, which is amazing. The second thing we want to set up is actually Clerk for authentication. Now we were started to do that. So let's go ahead and actually get that fixed up right now. So heading back over to Clerk, let's go over to our Clerk dashboard. Where is it? I believe it was here. Yep. And as you can see, we can start installing. So npm install Clerk Next.js. And this is where I need you to pay a bit of attention, because we've got that dependency management situation with using such new tech, right? So npm install Clerk Next.js. Now I want you to do that, and I want to check something, right? I want to see, because at the point that you're watching this, you may not need to use legacy peer dependencies, okay? If you're watching this in the future, you probably don't have to worry about that. But in this case, you see, if you run into this command, I wanted to show you why it's happening. You see here, a lot of old libraries are relying on React 18. And that's because Next.js is now relying on React 19. And you can see this inside of package.json. And I can prove it to you here, because inside of Next.js, we actually have 15. And then React is on version 19, a canary version of it right here. So that's why we're running into these. But for now, it's completely okay to go ahead and do the following. We can actually just copy legacy peer dependencies and install it like so, okay? Now, in this case, I see you, Jay. We can go ahead and do that. And as you can see, added 22 packages, and now it's all good, right? We've got Clerk installed in the mix as well. So in this case, my package.json just needed a second to update. But what you'll see now is Clerk is installed in the mix. Now, this is version 6. Great. That's exactly what I wanted. So we can continue on proceeding with the build, okay? So that's great. We've installed it. The next bit is our environment variables. I simply need my Clerk secret key and my next public Clerk publishable key, okay? So the next step is I need to copy these variables. I'm going to go back over here to my env, and here I'm going to simply paste it in. Now I am going to go ahead and hide a couple of these right now, so I'm going to go ahead and just paste it in like so. But as you can see, I've gone ahead and pasted those two values in. I obviously don't want to expose my secret key, because that's a secret key for a reason. So I'm going to click on save. That was some cool camera wizardry that I did live, right? But I'm going to go ahead and hit save, and then I'm going to go back into my code editor, right? So now I've gone ahead and pasted in my environment variables. Next step is middleware. Okay, so middleware, fairly straightforward step. All we do is we copy this file, and this is going to introduce some Next.js middleware to get everything configured. Command B to open up the sidebar. I'm going to pull this out so you can see what we're doing. I'm going to minimize everything, and at the top level, make sure you click into package.json. I'm going to create a new middleware.ts file. Paste in the value, and just like that, we have our middleware set up. Okay. The next step is we have to wrap our entire app in a special provider, which will help us do what we need to do. Right, so notice how this one is not saying anything like dynamic. So what I recommend is you do this, but with the Clerk Next.js documentation as well here. Now, how do you get to this? Simply Google this value. So I would recommend is you just Google Clerk Next.js v6. And as you can see here, we've got Clerk v6, right? So this is going to help you out because during that setup period, you now have to add in this dynamic value inside of our Clerk provider. So it's worth mentioning because I don't want you to slip up and be frustrated there. Okay, so let's go back over to our app and let's do that again. So head back over to the dashboard, and as you can see, we simply want to wrap our app in the Clerk provider. So go into layout, which is over here, and this is where our app essentially has its main layout. And what we want to do is we want to wrap the entire app. So we're going to say Clerk provider. So here, Clerk provider. And here I'm going to go ahead and simply pop it in like so. Now that's good. However, for Next.js 15, we have to actually use dynamic headers. And this is what this new dynamic tag is. So if I hit save on that, what I want you to check before you proceed on anything now is I want you to go into your app, refresh, and make sure you see your hello world. Okay. And to prove that it's all working, go back to your page and just type in like hello world 123. If you see this, you've done an amazing job at setting things up. Okay, so this is really, really nice. Christian Kobo, the content link is absolutely crazy good. Trust me, it's now live. So I recommend you stick around and see why I'm using it so well, because it's honestly so powerful. Right, so we've got hello world 123. There we go. Now we're back to normal. So this is a great starting point. We now have Clerk set up and we have Sanity set up. If you're enjoying this, all I ask is you subscribe to this channel right now, hit the thumbs up button and get the numbers up so we can keep this value going for absolutely free. Okay, that's all I ask for these free builds is you just hit that thumbs up button. That's it. Okay, let's clone Safari booking. Nice. Maybe we'll see. Right, so at this point now, we want to go ahead and we want to start building, I think, right? This is the ultimate point where we start building. Now, I do want to mention as well, because I did that, right? If I do layout.tsx, Clerk provider is actually going to be wrapping everything, including the studio. That's not an issue as such. However, I don't think it's the most optimal way because it's going to probably handle a couple of caching things a bit differently, possibly slow down my app a little bit extra than I would like. And especially when I want to do some custom configurations such as adding headers, I don't want this to have the headers. So we're going to use the special group syntax here to separate our top level layout to everything else. Now, how do we do that? Well, essentially it's quite easy and I'll break it down for you. What we're going to do is we're going to go into our app folder, create a new folder with parentheses, okay? And you can read the Next.js documentation to see what I'm doing here, but everything related to the store, which is essentially the front end that the users are going to see, is going to go inside this folder. Now, what can we do here? I'm going to put the layout.tsx inside of there. What this means now is that Studio does no longer has to actually do anything regarding its own. Studio will have a separate layout, okay? And what I can do for this is inside of here, I can just create its own separate layout. So you want to make sure you actually do this at the top level for Studio. So click on this, then create a new file called layout.tsx, okay? So it should be side by side with tool. Now here, I want you to go ahead and include the following file. We've got the metadata, we've got export function, root layout, children is our argument here. So again, just putting it in line so you can see, this is essentially what we're doing, right? Very, very straightforward. All it's doing is rendering the children end. But notice how this one hasn't got Clerk. This will separate the two so we can have a separate layout for anything related to our store and anything related to our studio, right? So it's the store, we can start having headers that are only applicable to the store and so forth. Okay, so that's great. We've already handled that. And of course, you can feel free to update the metadata as you see fit. Okay, so in this case, and of course, make it type safe and all that kind of stuff. But in this case, I've kept it simple. So now what I want you to do is we're going to start building, guys. I think this is perfect point to really start going crazy here and build. But firstly, we inside of our store, we haven't got an index right now because we have no page.tsx. Well, we have it at the top level, but in fact, this one I want to drag and take it to the store. Okay, so now this parentheses essentially makes this folder invisible. So /, which is our home directory, our index directory, falls to this page.tsx file. And to test that where I'm not lying and making all of this up, we're going to simply go to localhost 3000 and make sure that we fix this error. Okay, so right now, because we moved folders, this is no longer finding the globals.css, and we can simply fix all of this by going upper level like so. So we're going to go upper level here. For the fonts, I believe we can actually go upper level here as well, and for here we can go upper level as well, right? So 2 levels up, and then we hit the refresh button. It's because the fonts are actually outside the folder, so I believe that should have been the one, I believe. No, so how many levels have I gone up? 1, 2, and then it's fonts. Where do we have our fonts? So we don't actually have our fonts here. So in this case, I don't really care about the fonts, to be honest. We can get rid of that. Yeah, so you can get rid of that. Right now I don't really care too much about the fonts. I want to keep it very simple, to be honest with you. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. Cool, makes life a little bit easier. Globals.css, let's go ahead and get this correctly set up. So globals is up here, so I believe it's missing one more level. Is it doing it? No, so I don't think it's there. So right now we're at the layout level, so we need to go 1, 2. So I believe it's at that level. Okay, let's have a look. I think it was here actually. So it's because we were in the layout and then we got up level, and then globals is, oh sorry, I went too far up. Okay, yeah, we're there now. Cool. So we just need to fix a simple bit of styling. Now the tools, why we're using this syntax, or you can feel free to check out the documentation yourself as to what this means, but essentially this is going to be a wildcard for anything that falls inside of there. But you can feel free to check that yourself. I'm not going to dive into the Next.js fundamentals too hard. Okay, so over at this point, again, if any of this is getting a bit too tricky, remember we are running a sale over at 0 to Full Stack Hero. We have weekly coaching calls, everything included, and it's a limited time only. So all you need to do is head over to papareact.com/course right now. The link is being dropped in the chat as we speak, and you can go ahead and join the best developer community in case this is getting too tricky for you. All right, so let's go ahead and jump back into our app. Now, first step, let's build the header. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pop this open side by side with my application, so we can see the production one and what we need to basically get to. And I think that's a nice way of working with you guys, because it gives you guys a bit more of a full glimpse as to what's going on with the final build, right? So in this case, my final build was actually here, and what I can do just to make sure this is correct. Give me 1 second, guys. I can go to the studio version now. Okay, cool. So this is the final production one, and then this is our app right now. So we're going to transform our blank app to this incredible app right now. We're doing amazing for time. Let's go ahead and dive right in. So first step, the header. And I'm going to keep a pace up because we've got a lot of stuff to build, guys. I mean, quite a lot. So first step, in order to get any of these components built, we are going to be using Shadcn quite heavily today. So what I want to do is I'm just going to put another window here that we can use for navigation and teaching. So we're going to have Shadcn. Okay, so let's head over to Shadcn, go to the docs, and the first thing we want to do is installation. So Next.js, and as you can see here, if you're using Next.js, see the Next.js plus 15 React guide. Now here we've got a couple of peer dependency issues, and it can basically see solution 1 is to legacy peer dependencies or use reactjs. We don't want to do that, okay? We want to do legacy peer dependencies. So what I want you to do is, I'm going to show you how to install this easily. We're going to copy this command. Okay, and we're going to go back over. In fact, you know, we could try this one out yourself. npm my, okay, no, I'm going to show you how I prefer to do it. Let's do that one. So npx shadcn latest init -d. Okay, so let's go back over here, and you just need to make sure -d is a bit more easier for you. So now let's go back, Command J, pull it up. We're doing amazing, guys, on the like count as well. We're almost at 300 likes. Absolutely incredible stuff. npx shadcn latest init -d. Let's do that, and let's see what it comes up with. Okay, so okay to proceed, yes. Let's see if Shadcn have updated their docs to, you know, fix this problem. And as you can see, okay, some packages may fail to install due to peer dependency issues. Now, we're not going to force it. We're going to use legacy peer dependencies, right? So let's go ahead and do that one right now. So let's go ahead and pop that in. That should go ahead and get past that issue. So I believe we actually had that situation in the chat earlier, and that should have fixed it for somebody who had that issue. And now what I believe is we can actually go ahead and use it. Okay, so you may now add components. Great, cool. So that's very, very simple. Now we can add our first component in the mix. Okay, so let's go ahead and add in a button, for example. Okay, so let's go npx Shadcn latest add button, and let's see how this does it. And then again, you can see now it pops up again. We're going to use legacy peer dependencies. That's actually brand new, by the way. They didn't fix that before. And then to test that our button is now working, we can see in components UI folder, we have the button. And this is essentially how, Shadcn works if you're not familiar with it. Well, now we can actually go ahead and include this button. So let's go ahead and include it right now. Just a little button which says click me. And if you see this, you did it correctly. Well done. Okay. So this is absolutely incredible, real stuff, right? Somebody's asking, how do you study today, Sonny? If you want to know that, honestly, I do break this down in coaching courses. It's not just a one-hit answer. I have lots of different techniques that I use to stay up to date, including teaching in my weekly coaching calls inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. The link to join our community and course is down in the description, or you can head to popareact.com/course. There you go, right? That's how I teach and I learn, and I stay up to date with everything greatest. All right, so let's go ahead and carry on. We've got the click me button. This is no good. I actually want to go down to my layout, right? So the store layout, and we're going to firstly start things off by doing something a bit more interesting, which is building the header. So inside of our inside of the body, we're actually going to have a main, and inside of there, we're going to go ahead and pop in there. Now, don't worry about the little autocomplete stuff. Yeah, I am live right now. Yes, I'm reading your comment as I'm coding this. Multitasking king. We've got the children here, but I actually want to have the header being rendered here. So header, like so, okay? Now, we need to create this component. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save, go into my components. Now, I'm not going to do it inside the UI folder. I'm going to keep Shadcn stuff in there, but I'm going to do header.tsx here. Now, a little trick. What I recommend is you go to your extensions and you install this extension right here, ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets, 13 million exact on the dot. Wow, that's pretty cool. And go ahead and enable that extension. The reason why is you can do this and do RFCE, which is pretty cool. Okay. And now that's good for us to go ahead and carry on. Then what I want you to do is we're going to go ahead and start designing our header like so. But firstly, I'm going to import our header at the top of the file. Now notice how I did there, Control spacebar header. If you are using something like Cursor, you might see this. I can just hit tab and it will go ahead and do that as well. So you can use either or, okay? It's Sanity Premium or Freemium. It's got a free, very, very good free model. And then obviously you can upgrade as you feel free and fit to, right? So now we have the header included at the top. Let's start building it out. And then that way we can start getting into our flow and everything will start flowing forward with that. So first up, this header is going to be a client component, right? By default, everything is a Next.js server component in Next.js 15 and above, but we want to convert this to a client component because we want some client interactivity. The first thing is I need access to the user. If the user's logged in, I need to know. We're going to make use of the user hook here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pull it like so. We're going to go ahead and pull this in from our Clerk library, okay? Now, if the user is logged in, we can do a couple of things. First up, I want to go ahead and log out the user. If we go ahead and open our terminal, our browser right now, what you'll find is that if I hit the refresh button, you see undefined, okay? So undefined, and that's really important because that means that we're not logged in. And the reason why I showed in the browser and not over here, by the way, guys, is because it will show up there because the client renders it as well. But it's worth mentioning that this, in fact, is a client component. So you should be checking the browser for the logs instead, right? Cool. Now, once we got that, I'm actually going to change these header tags for SEO purposes to a header. So that way, it knows a bit more better what to do. And then I'm going to start coding out. So first up, we have the top row. Now, what I'm going to mention is when it comes to styling in this build, I'm not going to spend ages going ahead and breaking down Flexbox and everything like that, you can feel free to pause the video. I explain this in every other build pretty much, but I'm going to be with so much to build today that I want you to just follow along. And remember that Tailwind CSS has a great extension I recommend you download. Just type in Tailwind CSS in the extensions, 8 million downloads, click on enable, and it will also start to break down what these correlate to. So for example, if I was to type in flex, hover over flex, and you'll see that that will translate to that CSS rule. Okay, but the reason why I do that is because we have a huge build to conquer today, and I want us to focus on that more so, right? So for the header, I've got a bit of styling involved. Let's go ahead and pop this in like so. Okay, we're using a flex wrap container. We're justifying the children, spacing them centrally, bit of padding on the X, bit of padding on the Y. Okay, and now inside of here, we're going to break it down. We've got our top row first. Okay, now the top row is going to have a div inside of it, and it's going to have a link tag. This link tag is going to go to our home page, and it's basically going to say shopper, right, which is going to be what we're going to essentially be calling this. So next link tag to import. There you go. And now you can see shopper is at the top. We want to style this slightly, and we're going to do this by going ahead and passing in the following. I'm going to go ahead and just pop in the following for the styles, right? And again, I've thought about this in a mobile friendly way. And what do I mean by that? Well, in fact, what we can essentially see is here, everything is mobile first, and then you can add in these breakpoints. Here I've got a small breakpoint. So on every mobile device, use this. But once we hit a small screen and above, I want you to go ahead and do a margin X of 0. Okay. And as we go into big screens, it will basically just go ahead and eliminate the margin. Okay, so now if I click that, it will take me back to my home page. Okay, so that's the link tag done. Now underneath that, we're going to be making use of the brand new Next.js 15 form component. What do I mean by this? Well, if we head over to Next.js 15 docs, you guys can see over here, we've got a new form component over here, right? And obviously loads of people have done breakdown videos on this, but I think it's better to show you the actual stuff real talk, like as in with a real build. So this is great for search forms. So for example, in our form, we actually want to have a search field over here, search for products. Now using Next.js 15's search form is so much easier than before, because now what we can do is we can type in form. Okay, I'm going to import it from Next forms. Now I'll show you where we can bring that in from. It's actually from Next form over here. Okay, so that's going to be great. And then inside of our form, all we need to do, guys, is we need to pop in a input field with the text, right? So we pop in an input field, and this will have the text, but we need to give it a name, right? So we're going to say name, and we're going to call this one query. Okay, just like so. Now this form needs to have an action. Okay, now this action is going to go to the /search, right? So /search, and then we're going to give it a class name, a bit of styling. So class name, and I'm going to go ahead and give it the following styling to make it look the way it needs to look, right? So boom, like so, right? Great stuff there. Now you can't see that form here because it's stacked underneath. That's okay, but I do want to have a placeholder here saying, you know, search for products, for example, right? Oops. So in this case, we're going to have search for products. Let's go ahead and pop it in like so. Search for products, and as you can see there, now I want to style this a bit nicer, so let's go ahead and do that accordingly. We're going to say class name, and I've already done a couple of the heavy lifting here. I'm going to pop in our styles like so, and again, all of these styles, you can feel free to pause it, you know, style it yourself. They're all very self-explanatory. A background gray 100 and so forth, round the corners off. When we focus on it, it should have a blue ring. You see what I mean, right? Very, very nice and slick. Now, here's the cool part. I didn't do much work, right? But essentially what that has already done is when I type in the value and hit enter now, it will take me to search, and then it will append whatever I've typed in as a query parameter. So let's go ahead and type in, for example, t-shirt. And if I hit enter now, you can see, look, we go to /search, and then we've got query t-shirt. So now it's already created our search page for us, which is absolutely incredible, right? So we will go ahead and support our search page in a moment. But however, for now, I think it's fair to say we can carry on without worrying about it, okay? So underneath the form, we're good to go. Underneath that, we're gonna have the next section. And this is gonna have essentially the my basket, my orders, and the rest of our information, okay? So over here now, for my basket, we're going to go ahead and have a div, and here we're going to have a link, and this link is going to be for the my basket, right? So I'm going to span two things here. I'm going to actually have the I'm I'm spanning because eventually I'm going to have a couple of cool things here, but we're going to basically push the user to my basket. So like so, and I've already done a bit of cool styling here for this one. And I'll go ahead and pop it in to show you what's going on. So let's go ahead and pop this in. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to wrap my, let me go to the configuration. Right now, I don't like how you guys can't see the rest of my text here. So I'm going to quickly modify my settings inside of VS Code. So let's go ahead and do VS Code settings. I'm going to do wrap, right? So a word wrap, let's do yes. Okay, cool. Now, if I go ahead and close that now, you should see, I think that's a lot more easier because now you can see every bit of styling as I do it. Okay. So we've already got my basket. That looks pretty good, right? I want the trolley icon. Whenever we use Shadcn by default, we actually get a bunch of icons. Now you'll see this is saying Sanity icons. I don't know if it's from yeah, we are actually using Sanity's icons. Okay. So that's fine. We can use that one. So let's go ahead and pop it in. Alt Z is the word wrap shortcut. Oh, Alt Z. Oh, nice. Cool. I didn't know that. Or option on Mac. Nice. Thank you, Jamie. Oh, we got OGs in the house. We got Jamie's a diamond member. What's up, man? Yo, the focus is insane. We got over 250, 300 people watching across platforms. This is insane, man. 300. I just checked across platforms. Absolutely incredible. Right? So we got that looking pretty good now. Now, underneath that, we are going to have the item count here as well. So eventually I'll span the item count as well once global state is implemented. Cool, that's really good. And then we're gonna have the suspense, Clerk loaded, and so forth. Okay, so the next part of this is we're actually gonna have underneath this thing, we're gonna have all the user stuff. Basically, let's call it the user area. Now, what do I mean by that, right? Well, if the user exists, we should see my orders and this nice user button, okay? Otherwise, we should see sign-in buttons and all that good stuff, okay? So at this point now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a suspense, right? And we actually don't need the suspense, but I'm actually going to use something called Clerk loaded. Now, the reason why we're going to use Clerk loaded is I don't want this area to load unless Clerk has initialized. I don't want it to basically be like sign in, oh, then it snaps in with the user. It needs to wait until it's perfectly loaded for us to continue. The first step is if the user exists, I'm going to have a my orders link. All right, so I'm going to pop that in right here. So we're going to say, let's go firstly in order, add in the package icon. But here we've got if a user exists, oops, sorry, forget that. If the user exists, then only then we're going to render in the following link, which will take us to the order screen, bit of styling applied, package icon, and span the my orders. Now, as you can see, if I hit save, we are not logged in right now, so we're not seeing that, okay? But we will go ahead and have our login shortly. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys that in a second. And then afterwards, after this area here, that's basically if this is true, then we load up that. But here I'm going to have a ternary, and this ternary will say if the user exists, then we're going to render this part. Otherwise, we're going to render a sign-in button. So for the sign-in button, I'm going to go ahead and render this, pull this in from Clerk. For the user button, I'm going to pull that in from Clerk as well. So we've got our imports above. We're going to go ahead and hit save now. And as you can see, I've got a sign-in button, okay? Now you can style that as much as you wish. I've kept it simple for very simplicity's sake. But now if we click it, you can see we already get our modal to sign in. So I'm going to go ahead and continue with the sign in to start where we actually have a user we can show. So let's go ahead and let that one come in just a second. We're going to log in just like so. And as you can see here, okay, that's interesting. Why is it logging me in like that? Let's do that again. Okay, so I am logged in. Let's log out quickly. I'm going to sign out, sign in like so. Let's log in. There we go. That's it. It's pulled me in. It's because I had a bit of a corner case. But as you can see, I'm already signed in, so that's great. Okay. Now, with that bit done, we're going to have our, let's refresh. And as you can see, okay, cool. Right. Now, if the user has no passkey, so for example, this user right now, I believe does have a passkey. Let's go ahead and see for ourselves. In securities, we have our password, but we do not have our passkey. And don't worry, the IP address is generic, so there's no good that can be done there. But right now you can see that on large screens it says welcome back Sonny Sangha. On small screens it's simply like that, right? So we save space. Now, if you don't have a passkey set up, I'm going to basically check on that, and then I'm going to say create a passkey. Okay, so I'm going to allow you to create it like so. We're going to create this function called create clerk passkey above. So let's go up to the top. and do it like so. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and let's just go ahead and leave that as a default thing right now. Now, as you can see, if you don't have a passkey set up, now is the time where it'll prompt you to say you can create one, right? We can use signed in instead of checking if user exists, right? Yes, you can. Yep. Oh, that's a good point. Sorry. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I could have done here instead of user and you could do signed in. So here, just to showcase that, you could even do signed in and then have it as no, Next.js, fine. Let's do that one. So that would also work the same. So only show the my orders if you are signed in. So yes, good call, good shout, Aisha. And then here we want to do ternary, so it's more important that we know that they both exist, right? You could also wrap it here, I guess, as well, if you want to ensure that the user signed in before this. But now you can see we can create a passkey. If I click on that, it does nothing at the moment. But first up, I hate how that looks. Go to the top header, and then we're actually going to style up the div that everything is positioned in, right? So here we're going to say class name. And I'm firstly going to go ahead and apply the following to this. So I want to go ahead and do the following styles here. So like so, we're going to do flex, wrap, and we're going to do the following, right? So first up, that fixes that area, which is okay. We still want to fix the next area, which is this div here, right? This div is where we really have, you know, a bit more of the juice. We have the my basket, my orders, and so forth, and I want that to be mobile responsive, right? So we're going to add in a couple of rules here. Now, as you can see, flex, item center, space x4, margin top, and so forth, right? Now, as you can see, that looks much better. The only issue is here is that the create passkey seems to block this in for now. To be honest with you, I'm not so fussed, but what we can do to fix that is we can actually make it a bit more, so that way on the medium screen, I believe we could do it, or on the large screen, we could even say, yeah, on the large screen. Okay, we'll fix that afterwards. We'll come back to that in a second, right? But for now, let's go ahead and create the passkey setup, right? So in this case, right now, if you look at this, that looks a bit cleaner. I believe I haven't got the max width correctly set on my search for products. Let's have a look. So right now, create a passkey screwing up a few things, but let's go ahead and implement the max width, I believe, on my form. So on my form, yeah, we had the max width set up. It was on here. No, that's all good. Okay. To be honest with you, I think it's just this one. Here, if we were to go ahead and get rid of that, yeah, that's why. All right, that's fine. So what we can do is we can actually shorten this. We could just say create passkey. And that, okay, yeah, you know what, that will do for now. Of course, you can feel free to mess around it as much as your heart's content. For now, I'm going to keep it as create passkey. Okay, but obviously what I would recommend is you maybe have a drop down at this point, but for now, again, it's not that good of a trade-off to show you all of this. Create Clerk passkey is what we're more focused on. Okay, passkey is a very secure way of logging in. Now here we're going to have a try catch block inside of here, and this try catch is essentially going to go ahead and create the user's passkey. So I'll show you how this works. So here we can see await user dot create passkey, and then we're going to console log the response. We don't do anything with it. It's completely fine. We could refresh the route if we wanted to really get away with that, or we can go ahead and console log an error out as well, right? So let's go ahead and create the user a passkey, and I'll show you what this does. So Jasper, yo, what's good, man? We got some OGs hitting the house as well. What's up, man? Almost at 300 likes as well. Let's destroy that like button, right? So create passkey. Now, if I click it, we get an error, and this is because I haven't enabled it, I believe, right? So you can see Clerk error code feature not enabled. Okay, this feature is not enabled in this instance, which is correct. It's not enabled. So how do I can enable it? Go over to our setup, which is over here. So let's go down to our app inside of our dashboard, I believe. So let's go to our, I want to neaten this up a little bit. I've got some craziness going on here. Let's go to our Clerk dashboard. So I'm on it right now. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, Clerk dashboard. So here we are, e-commerce build. We're gonna go to our configure, and all I want you to do is go down to our email, phone, password, and as you can see, Passkeys, we're gonna enable it, right? So this is free on development. It's always free. It's when you push it to production, that's when you will need to go ahead and have a plan for that. In this case, we're gonna click on save. And there you go, we've got it saved. Let's go back to our application, and let's do it over here. And now we refresh, get rid of that error. We don't like that. Let's go ahead and create passkey. And as you can see, boom, create a passkey on a phone or tablet. So what I'm going to do now, guys, is I'm going to pull open my camera, right? And I'm going to create a secure passkey right now. So I'm going to click on, so right now I'm pulling open my camera app. Okay, so this is me on the camera app and I'm scanning my code right here and it says save a passkey. Now what it prompts me on my phone is it's basically saying to me, do you want to save a passkey, right? So in this case, you can see here, I use something called #lane for my passwords, but here you can see like create a passkey. I'm simply going to go ahead and click on continue. I will scan my face, it will add the passkey, and now you can see it should have created a passkey. Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and log out now. I want to show you now. If I click on sign in, you guys can see we can sign in the originator or we can use a passkey. And now I can use that passkey that I just created on my phone. I can go ahead, open up my camera app on my phone, right? Like so. I can scan the QR code, sign in with passkey. And now you guys can see it will say connecting to my device and I will securely go ahead and authenticate me. Now I do have a couple here, but let's go ahead and do this one. So I've gone ahead and signed in. And as you can see, boom, we signed in with my phone. That is a very extremely secure way of signing in. And as you can see now, if we go into our users backend, we can go here to manage account security. We now have our passkey created, and you can even go ahead and add in future passkeys as well. You can even save it another way, for example, with your Chrome profile. So really, really powerful stuff there, right? So as you can see, now we can log in with passkeys. Wasn't that easy? Wasn't that amazing, guys? If you want to get that working, really, really easy to go ahead and set up with Clerk Authentication. So very, very simple. Now, in a matter of minutes, we had Clerk, Gmail authentication, and passkey. All right, is the passkey an option, right? Yes, it is. It's an option in the sign in. So we have it here. Cool. Now I think that's good. I used to have a separate button for login with passkey, but I think that's completely cool, to be honest. I want to show it there instead now. So let's do the sign in. You can use passkey or you can sign in with Google. And I want to show you that both are usable. It's more down to your user ID. So your sonny.sangha@gmail.com. So your email address is the identifying factor here. Okay, so we're doing sick on time, right? We've got the header down. Let's go ahead and keep on pushing forward. About to smash 300 likes as well. And the retention today is crazy. I want to get the music up as well because I'm feeling like a proper flow session coming on. Jay knows exactly why my energy is back, but this is good. This is very good, right? So first up, I actually want to fix this little search page incident, right? It's where we've got /test, right? So firstly, I don't like how we're getting a 404 here. Let's go back to our... Over here, I'm going to go into my app, into my store. And how do we create a search page, right? So what I'm going to do here is inside a store, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder which resembles /search. Okay, inside of here, I'm going to have page.tsx. I'm going to do RFCE like so, boom. And here I'm going to change everything to search page, right? So there we go. Get rid of that. And now, just like that, guys, we have our search page functionality there. So you can see now it's rendering out a search page. So that's how you essentially go ahead and do it with the page routing already configured in the perfect way. Now, how do we get the search param from the top in Next.js 15? Well, when we do this, we actually need to, because this is known as a dynamic parameter. So in this case, in Next.js 15, there's a slight change as to how we can go ahead and access things like headers or query params. To do it, it's very simple though. I'll show you exactly how to do it now. So one of the arguments that we get through is called search params. What happens is we can do our type checking like so, search params and with a query inside. But typically the way you would do it is like this. This is okay for Next.js 14. But if you were to do this now and you refresh and you try to use that, that's actually breaking a rule in Next.js 15. Now, whenever we do this, we actually need to await. We need to await things like this, right? So this means that we need to make this an asynchronous function. So we have to await things like search params, headers, and everything else now as well. And eventually I'm going to use this query param. So we can say search page 4, and let's just go ahead and say query. And now let's go ahead and test it out. If I was to type in t-shirts and hit enter, search page for t-shirts. We're going to use that later on to go ahead and connect things up to make sure we connect to our backend, do the relevant queries, and get it all working out of the box, right? So that's looking all great for now. Let's go back over, and I think the best step now is to really start populating the database. We've got our authentication done, so I think naturally the next best step is to get Sanity up and running, get our schema up and running, start adding in the product information that we want to add in, and then that way we can start rendering it on the front end, then we can start doing the basket and all that kind of stuff. I think it's the natural flow. So let's go ahead and do this now. The reason why I'm not using the use param hook is because I want to keep my my search page as a server component. So this remains as a server component, right? Which is way more clean, effective, efficient, right? So much nicer, cool. So what we need to do now is go over to our Sanity Studio. So let's go over into our app, go over to our studio, go over to, actually, you know what? We don't go there, we go Sanity. This is where our schema and everything gets set up. But before we do this, I want to actually set up our TypeGen. Now, what do I mean by this? If we type in Sanity TypeGen, right? Now, as you can see here, Sanity TypeGen pops up. So I want you to click on this. This is so powerful. It's stupid, right? It's in beta still, so it might be a little bit of a change from the tutorial, but it's so damn powerful, right? And I want you to really follow along with this to make it all good. So first up, we need to install the Sanity CLI, right? So how do I do that? Well, first up, we're going to type in Sanity CLI into Google, and you should be able to go to here. We're going to install this globally into our project, right? So first things first, let's go over to this. If we install globally, it's not in our project, sorry, it's in our computer. So we're going to go ahead and install that right now. npm install global Sanity at latest. Let that do its magic, and now I can run Sanity in any of my projects on the command line, right? Once that's done, we can leave that. We can go back over to what I was doing before, and then we're going to do Sanity schema extract. This will give us a schema JSON file, and then we have this TypeGen file. Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple of things as to what we can do here and why this is so powerful. And truly, guys, it's just on a different level of powerful. When you see what I mean by this, you will never ever go back to the old ways. Once we have this powerful type generation working, it's just game changer. This is a full stack type safe TypeScript build. Honestly, no cap, it's that powerful. It's really awesome, right? We installed it, that's great. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and head back over to, oh wait, that's still installing it. All right, let that do its thing for a sec. And then this will generate something called schema types, right? So from our schema files, which is essentially, if I go ahead and show you what the schema files are, remember when we have these are essentially defined by schemas. Our order, our products, all of this information is essentially derived from something called a schema. Okay, so what I can essentially do here, we're going to Sanity, we're going to schema types. For the demonstration, what we had was we actually had, so if I show you over here, what I want to do is I want to open up the localhost studio instance as well. So let's go into our studio as well. And as you can see, we've got post categories and authors. If we go into our post type schema, what you'll see is here, if we go into post, this is what's responsible for things such as the different fields, the title, the slug, the author, which is a reference to a type of author, which we then have its own type for. Right, all of this is how we essentially define a object inside of Sanity, or basically a document, right? But what we want to do is we want to type check all of this. So let's firstly check that it's all installed. So that's great, it's all good. So what I now want to do is I want to get this ready to work with our setup. So go over here, type in Sanity schema extract. Okay, now what we want to do is Sanity schema extract, and then what you should see is it will start to generate a schema or a type file from, or I believe it's that right now what it does, outputs a schema JSON file. There we go. So what we should see now is a schema JSON file being pulled in somewhere after this, right? So let that do its magic for a second. Might take a second or so to get working the first time around, but it says extracting schema. Okay, now let's let that do its thing. If you are watching the replay of this, we will have timestamps and everything as well, so do not fear, this will all be timestamped. I got you all. Tons of work goes into these builds, and I appreciate all of you. All I ask is you just smash that thumbs up button, because we're 2 likes away from going into 300 likes. This is what I'm talking about, man. Absolutely fire right now, right? And as you can see, look at that. We've got a schema. Where is it? It's schema.json. Now, as you can see, this schema is a full schema of all of the different things that we're doing here. So if I type in, for example, author, you can see we've got a schema which breaks down into our author. Okay, so everything is basically derived from this. Then from this file is where the magic truly happens. So we have a TypeGen file. So schemas are good, but TypeScript don't know what that is. So now we need to do Sanity TypeGen generate. If I do this now, what we will have is it will generate types. And as you can see, look, generated TypeScript types for 15 schema types and 0 GROQ queries into Sanity types. And as you can see now, we have this type folder, which is absolutely awesome, right? And this is going to be pulling in our Sanity definitions, and this will basically force us to do things the correct way. Now, in order to enforce this, firstly, a couple of things we need to bear in mind. One, Command-Shift-P, and then type in choose TypeScript, or just type in TypeScript version, right? TypeScript. And I want you to go ahead and go down to select TypeScript version, and you want to firstly use the workspace version. Okay, this will basically ensure that we're using all of the correct TypeScript checking, all that kind of stuff when we do this. Might initialize for a second, that's fine, let it do its thing. Okay, now I don't want to have to do these 2 commands every time. It's tedious, I don't like it, it's not a nice way of working. I should be able to just write an npm, you know, I should be able to do this easily, right? So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to make it a really reusable command, and instead of this I'm going to do npx. So I'm going to show you how we do this. So I'm going to go into my package.json level, right? Package.json. I'm going to create a custom run script here. This custom run script is going to say TypeGen, and what this does is essentially we installed it locally so we could actually just say Sanity latest schema for blah blah blah. Sorry, Sanity like this. However, I want to use npx because when I'm actually like, you know, if I want to have this in a CI pipeline or something, then it can do it without having Sanity locally or globally installed. So this will do schema extract and TypeGen generate, right? So now every time I change my schemas or any of that stuff, I can just type in npm run TypeGen. And as you can see now, what's going to happen is it will extract the schema and it will generate the types every time I run that. So now this is more of a rule of habit. So if we change any of our schemas or we add any GROQ queries, we simply just need to run this. And as you can see, it will run these 2 commands in back-to-back action, and it will get everything working the way we expect it to. And that right there is how we get Sanity TypeGen working in our project, right? So really, really cool stuff. The next step is we want to get our schemas built correctly. So well done if you followed me up until there. That's awesome. The first thing we want to do is build out a product schema, okay? For many reasons, because obviously we have a store, right? All of the products you see here are built off a schema. So in this case, black Nike running shoes. If we click into it, this has a schema, right? Product name, slug, image, and so forth. And again, the thing I love about Sanity is they even handle the image and asset management. It's the easiest way to get your app up and running in the fastest, most production ready time possible. So now let's go over to our Sanity schema types, and I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to call this one product type. So we're going to go here and type in product. Oops, sorry guys. We're going to type in product type.ts. Okay. Now here you can do 2 things. You can go over here and actually type in Sanity. There is a handy little extension here. I didn't use it myself, but it's pretty cool. You can feel free to use it. You've got the developer tools, right? They're kind of handy as well, so we can install those right now. And then you also got these Sanity snippets, right? So we're going to install those as well. And this one's kind of cool because you can go ahead and use something like Sanity or GROQ, right? So in this time, I think I can type in Sanity schema. And as you can see, I get this. And as you can see, product type and everything gets pre-filled for me. So that's kind of cool. Now, what I want to do is I want to give this an icon, a trolley icon. So let's import that as such. And then we're going to start defining our fields, right? So, yo, Guinea's in the house. What's up? So first field we want to do is the name field. And obviously at this point, you can feel free to follow it along. I'm not going to explain every single step, but here we actually have a name field. The title is going to be product name. That's essentially what we're doing here. So product name is the title. You can type is a string, and you can even have description and so forth. And then we apply validation rules such as, is this field required or not? Right. The next ones that we have is a slug and a image. So I'm going to pull those both in together right now. So slug and image, right? And then we have description and price. Let's go ahead and do those as well. Description and price. And the next one's more interesting. This one is actually going to be referring to categories. And this is an array of categories. So what we do is we basically say it's a type array, and then we say of, and we pass in a reference to the category type, which we haven't already written yet, right? For everyone saying happy Diwali, thank you guys, and happy Bandi Chor Divas to all of you out there. Appreciate you, and also happy Halloween. So lots of said days to celebrate, right? So we're going to create our category reference afterwards as well. and we're gonna have a stock number. Okay, now this is all good, but the next step is, how do I configure this preview? So this preview, we can make it look however we want, and the way we do that is outside of the array, we actually go ahead and we have a preview object, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pass in the preview object. So let's go ahead and put this in. So preview, and as you can see here, we've got this selector as well. Now there is a bit of a weird issue here, so I just want to see what's going on with that one. Why is that saying define type? Oh, okay, I see why. So actually we forgot to do something here. So that was okay, but you'll get this error if you did the little snippet trick I did here. Instead, I want you to do export const product type and then equals define type. And I want you to import that, and then we're going to add in the closing parentheses. And that makes sure that it's type protected. I forgot to mention that, right? So preview will select a couple of the values from our fields. Prepare allows us to use them in the appropriate way. Title, subtitle, meaning like the titles here. So you can see this is the subtitle here, and then we've got the price, which is the actual price here. So subtitle is price. We can actually change that really to be price if you wanted. So that could just be like so, and that would work the same way. Now, of course, this is not connected to our Sanity backend yet fully. So the way we want to do that is also, guys, we just pushed over 300 likes. Let's get to 400. The retention is crazy today. Let's go forward, right? So we got this down. Let's go over to, I'm on fire today. I can feel it, guys. If we go to index.ts, here is where we connect the product type. So product type like so. We need to import it, and that's essentially how we pull it all in. Okay, now of course, because we added that in, we would have to run on TypeGen, but to save ourselves some time, we're going to run TypeGen after we finish adding everything in. So the next thing is, product type relied on categories. Okay, categories is something that I want to fix. So firstly, actually I want to fix this as well. I don't want it to be product, I want it to be like that, products. Yeah, and this should be product. Okay, so now we need to create a category type. So let's go ahead and do that. So we've got a category type here already. This one's actually okay. Yeah, this is okay actually. I just want to change the preview. So I want the preview to be a title and description. So that's pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, that's pretty good. The category is all good. So initially, now what we can do is we can actually test that those two are already there. So if I go over to structure, you can actually see this is essentially how we can showcase how it's going to look. So if I go back over here, you can see I've got products, right? And if we go over here, so obviously it's doing that, right? So products, and if you see I've created a product, now you should be able to see, look at that, guys, the document product that we just set up with the categories linked to it as well. Right, so that's great. We can customize a couple of these things. For example, blog. No, we don't like that. Let's change the title here to, let's just say shopper e-commerce site, or shopper e-commerce website. Yeah, and now with a slight refresh, we can go ahead and see shopper e-commerce website. And now here is how you can change the layout of what's going on. You can have a divider and so forth. I'm going to keep it relatively simple, if I'm honest here, guys. I've got a little predefined layout that I'm going to go ahead and replace this with. I'm just going to go ahead and pop that in like so. So I'm going to get rid of this one, and I'm simply going to have categories at the top, divider, and then I'm going to have the rest of the things in the mix. Right, so in this case, now we can categories, and then I'm going to have products, orders, and all that stuff as well. So the next step is I need to add in the rest of my setup. So we actually are missing a couple. We're missing, for example, order and sale. Sale responsible for Black Friday and so forth, and right, and all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and change that right now. So I want to have a order type. So let's go ahead and do order type.ts. Let's go and pop that in right now as well. And I'm going to go ahead and firstly pop that in by popping in the following. So we've got our order type at the top. Let's go ahead and pull that in. Sorry, guys. This one should be defined type. And obviously, this is going to freak out for now. That's fine. We're going to import Sanity icons. And then we have our fields. Okay. So the next step is in defining all of the fields. So we're going to have our order number, our Stripe checkout session. You can just trust me on this part, right? I'm saving a couple. Let's just import the required fields. A couple of things that we want. Now, obviously, you can customize this to your heart's contempt. I'm sure I'm storing a couple of bits of information because I think the way that I'm setting this up will prepare you for anything that you really want to do with this data, right? So I'm showing you how to get the checkout session, the customer ID. We're also going to be creating a customer inside of Stripe every time we go ahead and do it. And it will even reuse a customer if they already exist. So loads of cool stuff happening here, right? After all of that, we're going to add in the Clerk user ID, the customer name, their email address, and then the Stripe payment intent ID, which is basically the payment intent. So the checkout session, once it's completed, will create this. Then I have a really big part, right, which is actually a custom object. Now, this one I want you to pay attention to. This is really more of a custom way that you're not going to find the answer to this in the documentation. This is something that I figured out through, honestly, just brute force of learning. So inside of our order, we've got a custom type here. And what I've done here is I'm actually gone ahead and shown you, for example, products. But you can see, like, look, 2 of these products. And if you click it, it says that this product is bought twice. How do you do stuff like that, right? Well, you can create a custom type here. And this is really powerful for many reasons. I'll put this in a bit of a smaller view right now so I can show you. But here, for example, you can see we define a field, products with the type array. Then we create we define a custom array member. The reason being is because we can have like 1, 2, 3. Okay? Each one is going to be an object, a custom object. These are custom objects. When you click into it, it's got product bought and quantity purchased, right? Product bought and quantity purchased. And as you can see here, the product bought is a reference to a product, which is great. It's a reference to the product, and the quantity purchased is simply a number. We're going to store that information in the same way as well. Then we have our preview, which makes it look so nice like this, right? This is so powerful. I don't think this truly explains how powerful this really is. But guys, like, this is a production. I'm not just saying it. This is a full production application, right? So you can go ahead and do this the way you need to do it, follow along. But really, like, I need to stress the fact that this is incredibly powerful, okay? After that, we're going to have the price, currency, amount, maybe that was discounted as well. So let's go ahead and pop those fields in as well. And then also the status. Now, the status of your order could be in a couple of different positions, right? We could have a pending, a paid, but I want to have a drop down which says, you know, for example, you can connect this to your shipping platform and go ahead and, you know, a manager will come in and say, actually, we've fulfilled that order. Now it's shipped, right? And so forth. So you can actually have all of that here as well with the custom options. We're going to have the order date as well, right? So outside of this one, we're going to have the order date. So that's all done. Now, outside of this, we need to obviously create a preview. So a preview is how it looks on the thumbnail. Let's go ahead and pop in a preview like so. We're preparing a couple of these data points above, and then we go ahead and show it accordingly. For the user's ID, for the order ID, I don't want to show the entire order ID, right? I want to imagine you're on customer support and you said, excuse me, give me the last 5 digits of your order, 27E4A, right? So imagine now I was like, okay, 27, let me just find your order, 27E4A. And if I type that in, you can go, actually, no, you need to do the first ones, 53605, right? So 53605. If I was to type in that, for example, look, oh, I found your order. Yeah, you bought these, 2 Black Knight running shoes. Your total order was 326. So you see how this could be fully used in that way. So that's why I've spliced it. And I can also confirm and be like, guys, excuse me, could you confirm the last order digits? And then they can confirm it. So this is fully like as it needs to be. Very, very powerful stuff, right? So we've got that down. Block content type, we can leave default. This is how you essentially get that powerful H1, H2, H3 behavior. We're actually going to delete the author type. We don't care about that anymore. We're going to delete the post type. We're going to delete that. We don't care about that anymore. Inside of here, we're going to delete those to get rid of that. We're now going to add in the order type as well. So we're going to add in our order type like so. And then I want to go ahead and actually add in the sales type. Sales type will correspond to, like, if we're running a Black Friday sale, for example, we can go ahead and create the sale, create the custom component, and then have our app dynamically respond to it, right? So sales type.ts. Let's go ahead and create the sales type. Cool. Same principle as before, guys. We're going to go ahead and pull in the following. We've got our tagline and so forth, and we're just going to close that off like so. So we've got our defining fields. Somebody goes, which browser are you using? I'm using Arc browser. So a couple of things inside of our sale that are going to be important. We're going to have a title, description, the discount amount that you're going to give. And it's worth mentioning that you're going to have to make sure that this is synchronized with your Stripe, and I'll show you how to do all of that as well today. So honestly, tons of stuff to go ahead and learn. Coupon code valid from valid until, and then the is active. Now I'm giving you all of this because you can feel free to go ahead and customize it to your heart's content, right? But right now, this is basically a nice little preparation for you. Now for the thumbnail, I want to show the image, right? So actually, well, the subtitle saying, like, you know, for example, this discount is 25% off, code Black Friday, and it's active, right? And as you can see here, if I was to, for example, change this to deactivate it, now what you could see is if we were to go into our, you know, our portal. So let's go ahead and see this one right now. Sorry guys, that's actually being weird. Now you can see that inactive, right? Whereas if I was to change this to active, now you can see here, it will change in just a moment to active, right? So, and of course it's not published, this is draft mode, right? So cool, that's working great. We can hit save now. Cool, I think we have our things almost ready. The only one we're missing is the sales type. So now we have everything, I believe, to go ahead and proceed forward with our setup, right? So in this case, block content, category type. Yeah, we've got everything. This is awesome. Right, so at this point now, what we can do is we can start populating our database. So we can go into our products. Let's add our first test product, right? So here I'm going to go in and I'm, for example, going to say product name. Let's just call it a black t-shirt, right? T-shirt. Generate, and Jay, if you could send me a black t-shirt picture, that would be very handy right about now. Here I'm just going to say this is a black t-shirt. I'm going to type in, for example, H1. This is a dummy bit of text, okay? And then, for example, you can even put images in line here and everything. The price, let's just say it was $12.99. Categories, let's go ahead and create a category. And in fact, I need to create a category, and let's call this one T-shirts. So let's go ahead and say T-shirts, right? Slug we can create automatically. This is for the T-shirts, right? Publish the category. And now when I come back over here, I can select that category. I can say this is t-shirts. The stock, let's just say there was 100 t-shirts. Awesome stuff. Okay. Now for the image right here, I'm going to go ahead and click on it. And then what I can do is I can go ahead and click on upload. So Jay's giving me a black t-shirt right now. I'm going to go ahead and grab my t-shirt. 1 second. Just give me a second. I don't want to reveal too much on my screen. So I'm actually going to go ahead and drag my t-shirt over. So I've got a t-shirt over here. Thank you, Jay. We're going to go ahead and drag it over. And it's this simple to upload images. You know, you don't have to handle assets or anything like that. Sanity makes it absolutely incredibly easy to get this up and running, right? So we simply do that. We click on publish. And just like that now, guys, we published our first product. Well, hey, absolutely incredible stuff, right? We don't have an order, but we've already obviously got a category as well, which we have our t-shirts. So now that we've got our data in the back end, how do we pull it into the front end? So this is where we need to pay attention very closely. And this is where we're going to create something called the, let's just call it the live connection to the front end, right? So this is where Sanity really comes into power and how we can pull all of our items in like so. So let's go back to our app. We've got our t-shirt added in. So the next natural step is we need to basically create a sort of a connection to our Sanity backend, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and install Next Sanity. So what I want to do is I want to show you what I would essentially be doing in the background if I was to do this. Let's just go, for example, I was going to click on Sanity Studio or even Content Lake, right? And for example, here I could click on, you can really look through this yourself, but like for example, query data, how queries work and so forth. But I guess what I'm trying to show you is if I type in Next Sanity, I want to showcase, connect your content to Next.js. Now you can, for example, follow this along, you know, import this, and now you can see create client and so forth. And they even have these nice sandboxes that you can play with, you know, set it up yourself as well. And you can even go ahead and do it like so. But I'm going to make it really easy. I'm going to make it so you can just follow me and it will just work. Right? I think that's always the nice way when it comes to tutorials. So I think that's going to be the best way. So inside of Sanity, inside of lib, we have our client. And over here, we have our project ID, dataset API version, and CDN. Now, one thing that's very important is this new thing called Stagger, right? Stagger is really important because it allows basically the visual editor that we're going to set up later on to encode the page in a certain way. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, if I was to go to that visual editor in the production build, remember how we were able to actually know where each item is and actually correspond that to our Sanity backend? The only reason we can do that is because of this new Stagger encoding. And this is really cool because Sanity have actually worked with the guys over at Next.js to build this out. So if I go ahead and you see when I hover over it, how does it know that that on the screen correlates to this product? It's absolutely incredible how that works. And the reason for that is we actually have to go ahead and incorporate Stagger, right? Now, Stagger right now for this, I found the word a bit funny, but I actually don't know what it means, but it's basically the encoding. For now, we're just going to put HTTPS localhost 3000, but you can actually go ahead and customize this as well to make sure that we use our environment variable. Now, I do want to mention as well, if I go ahead and check this one out, I just want to check. So for example, my base URL, okay? Now for this one, I can do it in a couple of ways, right? Here, I can actually go ahead and customize this in a way that we could make this more dynamic. I think what would be more appropriate here, and I'm doing this live, by the way, we could go ahead and do something more along the lines of, I actually want to do it so it's more like, use my Vercel ID, for example. So process.env.vercel URL. Right, sorry guys, 1 second. Vercel URL. And then it will be HTTPS Vercel/studio, or it would be the default. And the default for this one, we can even go ahead and take this a step further by saying process.environment.next public base URL. And then I can go ahead and remove this one like so. Okay. And now what this is doing is it's basically going to go ahead and say, if I've deployed it on production, it will go ahead and use my Vercel URL. And basically do /studio. Otherwise, it will go ahead and do our base URL, which is localhost 3000 /studio as well. So this sets up the encoding in the correct way, which is great. Okay. Now, as for the next step, we want to basically go ahead and create a backend client as well. Now, this is going to be very handy for when we do backend operations on the Node.js side of things, so our server actions and all that kind of stuff. And this is going to have a special token, which is going to have basically admin permissions, right? So in this case, we're going to call it backend client.ts. Okay. Now over here, backend client.ts, where it's going to be very similar to the initial setup. We have API version, dataset, project environment for our environment file. This environment file is actually pulling in from this environment, file that we set up previously. This was actually automatically set up for us, and it will basically throw an error if any of those values aren't set. The only thing we don't have is this Sanity C API token. Now notice how the only difference here, the client does not have that special token. The backend does. So what I want you to do here is I want you to go into your environment variables. So I'm going to go into my environment local, and here I want you to go ahead and actually add this one in. So we're going to go ahead and pop in a Sanity API token. I'm going to go ahead and pop in my one right here. So for mine, I'll show you how we do it actually. So I'll make it easier for you. So I want to have a API, like an admin token that basically gives me access to everything, right? How do we do that? So if we go into our Sanity dashboard, which is, I believe, I'm getting a bit mixed up now. I think it was here. Okay. So inside of our Sanity dashboard, if we go to our cont settings, and then we go to our API, I believe. Yeah, API. Now we go into our tokens, right? Here is the magic bit. We click on add token, and let's just call this our backend token. And here we're going to say that this is developer, essentially has read and write access to all the data sets with access to project settings for developers, right? So be very careful, obviously, when you use this one. Click on save and it will show it on the screen. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on save. And now on my screen, guys, it shows my one-time code. And I'm going to go ahead and cut it off a little bit. You can see I've got this code, right? So I'm going to go ahead and grab this, save it, and then I'm going back to my code. So I'm going back to my code now. And I'm going to go ahead and paste it. So I'm pasting in that code as well. So I'm hitting save, gone back. Now our backend client is ready to go. Okay, so this is all looking great. We've got everything working. You don't actually have to do this command anymore. It's all good. I was so new to the party that we had to do some canary additions in the beginning, but it's all good now. Okay, so this is cool. Now, the final part, the missing puzzle, is the live part, right? Earlier on, I showed you a really cool demo about how we can essentially have this live update feature, right? So for example, if I was to have my CMS on the side, so let's just go back to our structure. Let's go back to our CMS. All right, and let's just say, for example, Black Knight running shoe, and I change it to like 1, 2, 3, and I publish it. Again, live website, right? You can't actually see that one. Let's just call it super Black Knight running shoe, right? Now, if I was to publish that, look how it's a live change, right? So you guys can see here, I've unpublished something. Let's go ahead and do the refresh. Where is it gone? Where'd it go? I've changed. Oh, so it's alphabeticalized. That's why. Yeah, super Black Nike running shoe. Okay. Now, of course, if I was to go over here, and obviously I'm in draft mode right now, I'll show you how all of that works. But if I was to change it to, let's just say Black Nike running shoe. So that was why I could see it before. So where is it going? It was super. Yeah, that's correct. Now, if I change it back to Black Nike running shoe, you'll see that this will change in a second to Black Knight running shoe. Cool. Now, as you can see, it's very animated, smooth, everything's working well. But how do we get that live behavior set up? Well, what we need to do is create a live helper file. Okay, so I'm going to create a live.ts file. And inside of here, guys, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and firstly say that this is a server only library area, right? We only want to have a server only area here. Now, the second thing is I need a viewer token. This is going to be important for when I want to read information from the database, right? So we're going to use this one to actually read data from the database. Now, obviously, the one that I just created was a environment variable. So I'll show you right now. That one was actually our Sanity API token. But what I also need is a read token. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do a read token. And this one, if we go back to our API, let's go back over here. We're going to go ahead and say, let's just call it our read token, making things very simple. And here you can have editor, viewer, and so forth, right? So read access to all data sets. Again, you can really choose what you want to do here. I believe it's only viewer access that we need here. I'm sure it is only viewer. I'm just trying to remember draft view. Yeah, it was viewer. So in this case, we're going to click on viewer. We're going to go ahead and copy this token. Again, this is view, so I don't really care too much about it being sacred. But there you go. Okay, there you go. It's fine. Where's? And we're going to go ahead and copy that now. Save. And I'm going back over to my code. So I've saved that in. Now, again, you can pause, take your time with this stuff. I'm trying to make it a break, so make it pretty quick so we can move forward. But then what we want to do is we're going to basically check. If it doesn't exist, we're going to say, oh, whoa, we can't carry on, okay? So now at this point, what we're going to do, I believe the other one also showing the stream. It's cool, it's fine. Honestly, it's all good. After a certain point, I'm going to wipe them out afterwards as well, right? Greetings from Serbia. Yo, that's cool. Can this project also manage stock? Yes, it can. Yeah, absolutely can, yes. So in this case, we're going to have the client and everything up here. So let's go over here, client, and pop it in. So we have our client, we have our server token and browser token. You can read up on this, what this essentially does. I'm just going to make it very simple for you. For now, it's fine just to have as is, right? Then we've got the fetch options, which is revalidate 0. Now this one, you don't actually need this, but I'm just forcing it to make sure it server-side renders each time, okay? So now we have this special Sanity fetch and Sanity live functions. This is different from the one in the standard documentation, right? They have updated the doc, so it will be up to date when you're doing this stuff. We're also almost at 400 likes. Destroy that like button if you're enjoying this content right now. We're absolutely killing it right now, honestly. It's so sick, all right? Cool, so let's keep on going. So at this point now, what I want to do, guys, is I want to go over to my build. And I think we should start building our first set of queries, I guess, right? So if we go over to our store page, right? So over here, for example, let's do our first product get function, right? So let's imagine I want to render all of my products here. So render all the products here. How do we do that, right? So firstly, we're in a server function. Now you could just do this GROQ style query. No, I'm gonna do it really neat. I want you guys to learn the proper way. We're gonna say products equals, and we're gonna say await. I'm gonna create a helper function called get or products. Okay. Now, in order for this to work correctly, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a helper function in Sanity lib, and inside of here, I'm gonna create a folder called products. Okay, and inside of here, I'm gonna say get or products.ts. Now inside of get all products, we're going to create a helper function. Now this is going to take two things. We're going to have that sanity fetch that we just set up before, right? These two right here. This is going to allow us to make that live fetch, that live connection, okay? And the next thing we're going to do is create a helper function, right? So we're going to create a get all products function. Now, a couple of things here. We're going to use a GROQ. We're going to create a GROQ query, right? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to be using the GROQ, I can't even pronounce it, GROQ query language. So if we go over to our studio, I want to show you here. If you go into Vision, you can actually do your queries here. So Sanity runs off something called GROQ query languages. It also has GraphQL and a bunch of other things, but I'm going to be using GROQ. It's very good once you get the hang of it, okay? An example of GROQ is basically this. So if I was to type in, ignore the spacing issues right here. So we can just go ahead and make this a bit neater. For example, like so, right? Let's just say I did this. What this means is query for everything where the type is product and order it by ascension, right? So ascending. If I was to run this now, you can see I get one item with all the product information that I want. I can then go ahead and restrict what I want access to. So for example, I could go ahead and say, I just want the name to come back from it. And that'll give me the name back. So it's kind of like GraphQL. It may seem strange at first, but I promise you it's worth learning and doing the hard work for, okay? So this is basically going to be written inside of our app, but your boy is going to take it a step further. Because we use TypeGen, I'm going to show you how we can type safe check that. So it's always correct. Now that's the powerful part, which I hope just blew your mind, right? So how do we do that? Well, it's fairly straightforward. All we say is we say const all products query, and then we use this define query function. Then we have some backticks here. And what I want to do here is just paste in the following, right? So this is our query like so. Okay. Now the next step is we basically just have to have a try catch block, which is going to do a sanity fetch. So I basically will pop in my try catch block. Catch will simply show an error and return a empty array. The try block will basically do a sanity fetch. It will pass the query to all products query, and then it will return either the products data or an empty array for whatever reason if nothing was found. Otherwise, we don't want like a null or undefined. We want to basically hard code it with an empty array, which is safer. Now, with this in mind, I've gone ahead and already added in a query. And now I want to show you something, guys, which is absolutely incredible. And I'm going to show it in real time. So get all products, right? So let's go back to our page store and let's import it, right? Now I want to show you something. Look at this. If we click on products, notice how it says any, okay? Now that's annoying. That's not very nice. That's not type safe, Sonny. You have any. Okay, let's run our type generator now. Sanity TypeGen. Oh no, sorry, don't do that. Do npm run TypeGen. Remember we created a custom script. Now I want you to pay attention I want you to pay attention to what's going to happen right now. I'm going to cancel it and run it again because I didn't save my file. If I've set it up correctly, this will do it as I expected. I think I might need to change one more thing, but it should go ahead and find the correct GROQ query. See, before it was 0 GROQ queries, we should have 1 GROQ query now. I want to show you how this works, and it's going to be absolutely mind-blowing that it just absolutely deserves you destroying the like button, because your boy's going like that full, you know, extra mile every single time, guys. I take it that extra mile. I go ahead and I help you guys, you know, in that any way I can possibly do it. If you're watching this, by the way, I really want you to go ahead and pull out your phone and story it on Instagram. So story on Instagram, tag me in it. Oh, guys, look, 1 GROQ query. There we go. Get all products. Now, I want you to bear in mind all products query, right? So let's go to our sanity types. And just to prove the point to you, look at this. If I go to sanity types, so let's just type sanity types, and I do a command F and all products query. Guys, look at this. It's created a full type safe definition of everything, right? And let's go back to our page now, hover over it. Aha, no longer do we see any, eh? And now we can work with products in a very safe way. Now that, I'm sorry, but if that doesn't impress you, you need help, because that really should impress you. So that's gonna help you a ton, right? Now, one thing I am gonna do is I'm gonna render out something here just for our own sake. And reason being is here, I'm going to show you how Next.js caching will work. Now, for now, I'm going to just add this in, but Next.js 15 by default no longer caches things aggressively. It only caches in if we opt into that. And I'm going to show you how we can now have it in the best possible middle ground to make sure our app is really responsive and fast, as well as basically ensuring it revalidates the data, as well as having this live connection. So well, I'm just going to put that here for now. I'm going to use that later on. But for the products, I want to make sure that we can go ahead and do what we need to do. So the next step is rendering all the products. I'm not going to just render it in a boring way. I'm going to have a div. I'm going to render something called products view. Okay, this products view is going to take all the products inside of it. Okay, so we need to create this products view component, and of course I'm going to style its container a little bit so that way we can go ahead and have its container render a few things, and eventually I want it to look like this. Okay, so products view is the interesting part here. Let's go over into our components and let's create a products view.tsx file. Okay, now for the products view component, very straightforward. I'm going to have a definition like so. Now product view props, it's going to go ahead and take in the following. It's going to take products view, and it's also going to take category. Now I want you to pay attention real close here, right? Product. So for example, let's just get rid of categories because we haven't done that bit yet. But let's say, for example, here now, you might be wondering, oh, I have to create my own product. No, don't do that. Do the command space and import product type from Sanity types. Yes, this has been created from our TypeGen. So powerful. I just cannot get over that. Like, that's so sick. That fixes so many problems. Well done to the Sanity team, Simeon, Greg's, all you guys over on the dev team. You guys are awesome for this. Honestly, I'm so proud that we have such a cool ecosystem now, because this is so powerful, because it just everything's type safe now. So I can code with full reassurance that it will not break in the way that I would typically expect it to, with a normal GROQ query returning like an any type. So eventually I'm going to have categories here, and then underneath that I'm going to have the products, right? The products are going to be returned in something called a products grid. So I'm going to have a div with a div inside of it. This div is going to have a product grid. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because I want to go ahead and actually have this be a reusable component that I have on like the search page and everything else, right? We're going to have a horizontal line, which is just a little bit of basic styling. The product grid right now is going to have no styling. The upper class is going to have a flex one approach to it. And the categories here is going to be a div with this categories approach underneath it as well. So we're going to go ahead and solve a few of these in just a second. But the categories, let's go ahead and actually get that imported as well, so we can kind of pause on what we need to do there. But eventually what we'll do is we'll have the categories come through here. We'll have a bit of styling here as well for the categories. So it'll be like so. And then for this one, it will go ahead and be a flex column like so. Okay. Now, just like that, we're going to comment this out just for now. And let's go ahead and pull in the categories. So I forgot to pull in the categories. Well, firstly, we're going to render our products view from our component that we just created. We can get rid of this for now. It's fine. Make it simple. Let's go ahead and fetch all of the categories. This was like the t-shirt and so forth, right? So get all categories. Again, let's go ahead and create that. So what I want to do now is go back to my Sanity products helper. I'm going to create a get all products.ts file. Now this one right here, similar concept, very straightforward. All right, the signature, it remains the same. Get all categories like so. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to have, firstly, the categories query. So we have this, but it's going to be getting all of the categories. And to be honest, you can test it yourself by going ahead into your vision, going ahead and replacing this with this. And you should see we have our t-shirts being poured in. So you see, it works perfectly. That's great. Now, once we've got that down, we're going to do the same try catch block to go ahead and implement that, pull that in with the categories, return the data. And again, as you can see here, categories.data is any type. So naturally, what do? We simply run our npm run TypeGen. In a second, this will no longer be any, but your boy would have made it correct, because it would have said all categories result or something like this, right? So let that do its magic and it will work the way we need it to work. So this is damn powerful. Honestly, I can't get over it. Almost at 400 likes as well. And the retention today, you guys are dialed in. I hope this is a fun stream for you all. right? So let's go over to our get all categories. Let's import this from our library. Great stuff. And after that, I'm going to pass in the categories. So we're going to say categories equals categories. And this is failing because we need to pass it in like so. And this categories is not yet created until this has been done. Notice how we went from 1 GROQ query to 2 GROQ queries. And that's great because now I should be able to import the category type. Boom. Perfect timing. Go back over to our categories, get all categories. And I want to flex this one. Look at that. I'm so sure that it works. So there you go. Boom. Now that's type safe. We've got our categories, type safe, perfect stuff. And then eventually we're going to have this categories selector component, which is going to resemble this one here, which is going to have a combo box from Shadcn. So let's firstly fix out the product grid. Okay, so I want to fix out the product grid firstly. So product grid component, head over to our components, create a new component called product grid.tsx. And inside of this, we're going to have the product grid component. Now let's go ahead and pop this in. Like so. Product is going to be of types from Sanity. And you see how we're type safe now with everything really, right? Now, the one thing I want to do here is I'm going to make it a grid. So it's going to have this nice grid approach, which is going to basically be like 3, 2, 1, and so forth. And a grid is nice because at the end, it wraps around naturally instead of being centered, which would be the case if we use Flexbox. Right? I feel wired as hell right now. I can talk while I'm coding. It's crazy. Right? So in this case, look at this. We can go ahead and pop in our grid. So in that case, we've got our grid looking great. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop in the product thumbnail for each product. Now, here's the interesting part. Now, first up, I want to render through each product, okay? So I'm rendering through each product, and we're going to return, not a product card, but a product thumbnail, which again is going to be another product component I'm going to create. So I'm going to create that one. The only thing is here is you see how I'm making mine. Mine seems to be like animated. Everything was animated in, even when it loads. Look at that little like nice refreshing set. And the reason why we do that is because if, for example, I was to unpublish this right now, look at this. If I unpublish this document, the Black Knight running, say for example, I saw my orders there are referring to it. It's okay for now, but that's something to bear in mind. If I was to do this right now, okay, you know what? Let's not do that. Let me just go ahead and say I change the name of it and it will move. Let's go ahead and do that. So it's just say, if I was to unpublish it, it doesn't make sense because it would have gone, that's fine. So just say super Black Knight running shoe, publish it. Now, notice how you don't want the content, the layout shift to be crazy. You see how it was smooth? And it moved a bit more naturally. That's nice. And the way we can do that is frame of motion. So now I'm going to introduce frame of motion into the mix as well. So I forgot to mention in the beginning. So Jay, you probably might want to update the description there, but we've got frame of motion as well. So yes, your boy does it all in this build. Frame of motion coming up right now. So let's go over to frame of motion right now. Go over here. We're going to install it, right? You got frame of motion. Frame of motion is an absolutely incredible library. And we're going to have that in the mix as well. So npm install frame of motion, like so. Users already upgraded to React 19 can do the following, which currently works with React 19 RC. Okay, interesting. We could do that. I don't know if that's going to break something, to be honest with you, but let's give it a try. I'm always down for some crazy stuff. So I'm going to do that live with you guys right now. npm install frame of motion 12 alpha. Let's go ahead and do that. And okay, so I don't really trust that because it also failed. So remember, Next.js uses a custom version of React 19 as well. So what we're going to actually do here is just a legacy peer dependency trick as well. So legacy peer dependencies, let's pop that in, import that as well. Now let me know if you're enjoying the stream right now in the chat, right? Everyone is dialed in. It's crazy cool. I love it and appreciate you all. And as you can see now, we've got that in and we can just simply start using it. So over here, I'm going to wrap this product thumb in something called an animate presence, right? So what I'm going to do here is just pull that into the following. And let's go ahead and pull this in, animate presence, and pull that in like so. And we need to import this from Framer Motion. And I'm also going to go ahead and say that this right here is, let me go ahead and just make life easier for us all. Let's just pop in H1, hi, and make this one no. And what's going on here? Okay, there we go. Now, this is the bit that was messing up. So animate presence, and then we've got a motion div. So typically we would have a div or something like this with frame of motion. If you type in motion.div, it allows us to do some cool stuff with it. So we're simply going to replace this with a motion div. And then we're going to say, firstly, this is a layout shift component, right? So it's going to, you know, make sure it smoothly modifies the layout. Then we're going to have some initial animate and out properties, right? So this will be the initial opacity 0.2. It animates to a 1, and then if it ever disappears or moves around, it will go to 0, right? So opacity 0. So we're giving it a couple of animations there, and then we've got a class name prop. Now, the problem with the class name prop that I found is, oh no, it's fixed it. Okay, nice. Yeah, this was broken before, which is completely fine now. Okay, cool. So in this case, we've got that down, looking pretty cool. CRM goes golden all, as always, amazing stuff. Right, let's make a product thumb now, and I'll show you. So let's go ahead and create a new component over here, product thumb.tsx, and we're gonna go ahead and build this one out. Again, this takes a product. We're gonna go ahead and export everything like so. So the product comes in like so, and then the first thing is we're gonna check is the product out of stock. Okay, so if the product is out of stock, it's either the product stock was not equal to no, and it was greater than or equal to 0. Okay, and we're going to render a couple of things accordingly. Well, firstly, it's going to be a link that's going to have the item rendered accordingly. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to say it's a link. Okay, and then we're going to just say it's the product, right? So in this case, just says type in product. Right, and I'm going to import that from Next.js. So we're going to link to the product / the product slug. So this again will be like, you know, it'll be a / black tea item or whatever the slug is that we've defined in the backend. We've got a couple of styling rules in here as well in the mix. And here the main one that I want to pay attention to is the is out of stock. If it's out of stock, it'll say opacity is 50. Okay. Now, of course, I want it to look like that, right? So how do I get it looking like that? So instead of saying product, well, first up, we could actually go back to our product grid, fix this. And let's go over to our product view and fix that. And we've imported everything down the trial, head back over to our app. I just want to check something here. If we go ahead and hit a refresh, check the render method of product grid. So right now this is failing. For what reason? It's product. Oh, sorry guys, that was actually my fault. Here we go. Let's go ahead and check the render method of this and product grid use. Okay, that's why. This one is actually going to be a client component. So use client like so. Now, if we head over here and we refresh the app, what we should see is, if we done it all correctly, oh, there we go, product. Right, that product. Let's go ahead and make that look a bit cool. Digital Alchemist, yo, what is good, dude? Steven in the house. What is the main function of Sanity? It's huge. It's the backend, right? It's absolutely crazy backend. So let's go ahead and create this product thumb to say something a bit better than this, right? So at this point, I've got a div, and inside of this div, I'm going to have a couple of things. So inside my div, firstly, if it's out of stock, I'm going to have an out of stock thing, like a kind of a little tag at the top of it, right? Well, of course it's not out of stock right now, but for now I could just say true and just show you. So out of stock, right? And this is absolute to the entire thing. So we need to actually make this a relative div, right? Otherwise right now it's going to be out of stock to the entire page. So relative makes it relative to this div. And then of course we can revert this to is out of stock. Okay. So now if it is out of stock, so whatever product is, and I'll show you how this works as well. But now we're going to say if the product has an image, we're going to render out the image tag. Okay, so let's render out the Next.js image tag, and I have a whole video explaining the image tag as well, so you can go through. Feel free to check it out on my channel. We need to create a helper function, right? And this helper function is going to help us establish a URL from the Sanity backend. Now, of course, Sanity has great functionality. It gives us, the ability to store images, right? The problem is that how do we get the image URL to display on the website? So to resemble this black t-shirt, what is the URL to show on our Next.js image component? Well, we're going to create a helper component to solve just that. Well, inside of our lib folder, what I want you to do, actually inside of our Sanity lib folder, let's not get it twisted. Here we're going to have a image URL builder. Well, actually, 1 minute. Sorry, guys. Inside of our lib, I actually did it inside the lib folder. Yeah. I mean, you can have it in both, to be honest. But anyway, let's do it here. Mix it up. Image URL.ts. Okay. Now inside of here, what I want to do is the following. So I'm going to have a couple of dependency imports, pop those in like so. And you can see we've got our builder, which is using the image URL builder, which takes our client. And then we're going to have the image URL. Now this is a function which takes a source, which is a Sanity image object, and it returns builder image source. Now, why do we need this? Because I will show you. Here, we import this into our project. Now you can say it takes our product image, which is this in its object form. And then we do .url to give us a URL. And this will give us the image source. Now, the reason why we do product.image and is because this will make sure that we don't get the error. If we don't do that, you'll see that this will error out because it could be undefined. Okay, so we need to make sure that it's not undefined for whatever reason. And now we should have an image, right? Now, here's the interesting part. Sanity, Next.js always has this instance where we have to make sure we declare, for example, things in the correct way. So what do I mean by this? Well, if we have images being optimized in our app, we can't just let any image from any domain be optimized. It will really exhaust our resources and we don't want to trust any website. So we have to basically whitelist it to say this CDN Sanity is trustworthy. All right, I trust this place. How do we do that? Well, fairly straightforward. All right, that's the lucky thing. I also really love the new error messages. This was also there before, but they've definitely improved it in Next.js 15. So I want you to go to your next config. Now you'll notice it's a TS file, which is bloody cool. And here we type in images and you'll see how we have auto completion now, which is amazing. Type in remote patterns, pass in an array. And here is where we do the magic. We say hostname is sanity, cdn.sanity.io, but the protocol is HTTPS. Okay. Now that's perfect. That's what we wanted. Now it will go ahead and it will actually restart our server. So you can see that changes found, restarting the server to apply the changes. If we hit the refresh button in just a second, this will go ahead and spin up our TurboPack server. Let's go ahead and wait a second. This is on fire right now. So let's go ahead and do this refresh. We should see an image. And I'm so confident in something. I'm going to show you something as well. Look, I'm going to test two things. One, I'm going to test that the image comes up. And two, I'm going to show that if the stock goes to 0, the live functionality is working. Okay. So give that a second to do its magic. All right, that's taking a second too long. I'm going to close that, do localhost 3000, localhost 3000, there we go. And now let's pull it open. And I believe, let that load for a second. Okay, so got a bit of a corner case here. Oh yeah, here we are. All right, there we go, guys. So it's there, right? Now our image is not loading, which is interesting. So I just want to type in, okay, so we've got the image there, hello, right? So just an example of just how small it is right now, because we don't have anything else in there, right? So that kind of makes sense. In fact, what we'll do is we'll style it up first accordingly. So I want to finish that before we jump the gun. So I'm going to have another div next to this div, which is going to be for the rest of the contents. Now this one is going to have an H2 with the product name. Okay, and notice how I can comfortably do this because you see TypeScript will freak out. See how this is pulled in correctly? It's absolutely awesome. Here we're going to have a padding of 4, great. And then I'm going to have a P tag and I'm basically going to have the product description underneath, right? Now this one is essentially rendering out only a handful of the text. So I've basically manually gone in and basically got a little bit of the text out. Right, so this is just a little hacky solution to not rendering the entire description, which is unreadable. You could also use portable text, which we're going to use later on. So feel free to do that as you wish. In this case, though, I can go ahead and pop in that and so forth. But line clamp 2 means that if this got really long, it would clamp it and do ... with a truncated ... at the end of it. Okay, so almost at 400 likes. So destroy that like button if you're enjoying this video right now. Absolutely killing it, guys. Look at this black t-shirt. Okay, cool. Now, second test. Remember we said if there's 0 stock, it should say out of stock. So publish it, guys. Wait for it. This will work. I'm telling you now, this will work. This is live. I know it. It's gonna work. Give it a second. And 3, 2, 1. Demo gods, where you at? Okay, interesting. Okay, so I didn't do something right. Let's see what I didn't do right. I was so confident. Let's go back to our product and see what we did wrong. Okay, well, firstly, it is there. Maybe I just had a bit of a stale setup. So, okay, it is the out of stock, but let's see if we get the real time functionality. Publish it. And then make it the active window. Let's see, is it gonna change? If not, we have some debugging to do, but that's fine. That's part of the job. Okay, so we have some debugging to do. Cool. That's fine. I'm gonna basically get that working. Let's just try it one more thing. Black t-shirt 1, 2, 3. I need to make sure that I did the product fetch in the correct way and that it was working in that way. So right now, yes, it's not doing a live fetch, which is fine. We can fix that. All right, I'm gonna fix this, make it all work. So I'm confident of that. If we do refresh it now though, it will work and this will have the correct values. So if I do a refresh, that will work, but I probably slipped somewhere. You can see that it's working the way we expected that. However, we just needed the live to be working correctly. So let's go to our page and fix what's going on. So, all right, get all products. We've got on next Sanity fetch from our live Sanity fetch, like so. Let's debug, guys. Debugging time. Hit the like button if you love it when I have to debug and fix stuff on a live stream. You like seeing me stressed out. All right, so we've got our product query here as well. Cool. We've got next Sanity. There we go. What I do want to check as well is inside of here we've got our validate 0. Cool. Okay, so absolutely live by default is absolutely incredible. Yeah, it really is. Okay, interesting. So we've got the Sanity lib client. Yes. I'm just going to check that as well. Sanity lib client. I just want to check one thing as well. I believe this is not the issue. However, I do want to check it. I just want to make sure that nothing can be rolled out here. So black t-shirt 1, publish. Let's see. I don't think that's the reason. Okay. Cool. I will get this working. I will come to the bottom of this. It could be because I'm statically. Okay, I got this. Let's go. I believe it could be. No, it's read token only. Okay, let's just see. All right, be debugging 101. Let's go into here. So we're not seeing the revalidate tags, which is what I should be seeing here. I should be seeing revalidate tags here, which is what I'm not seeing right now, which is not correct. So I want to confirm a few things to make sure that what I'm doing is absolutely correct, right? Because right now this is not what I'm expecting. So let me first check my package.js. Let me just check I'm on the right dependencies for everything. So Sanity next 9.88. So 9.88, 9.87. Okay, I mean this is higher, so I don't think it would have changed. Sanity 3.6.2. Yes, we're good with that. And okay, I think we're doing. I do these all alone, solo. Okay, interesting. Revalidate tag. What am I missing? Oh my god! Damn it! I knew it! Wow. Okay, don't make the mistake I made. Basically, to get the live part working, yeah, you can't just assume it's gonna work, right? This is where I was a bit too optimistic, right? So I missed a very critical part of this build, right? So you have to use something called a Sanity Live component, right? So underneath here, right, Sanity Live, right? It's a special component. It's like a higher order component, which basically sits in the top level of our app. And it's essentially like, think of it as the webhook connection. Now, if we do this, now look, Sanity Live, there we go. Sanity is live, it's automatically, yes, there we go. Okay, let's try it again. Are you ready? I'm confident now. Let's do black t-shirt, publish. And now wait for it. Yes, there we go. We did it. Thank God. And then we do 0 stock, publish. Wait for it. Hey, there we go, guys. Nice. I'm so happy. It stressed me out. Whew. I was thinking, where is it? I actually had no idea. I was like, what the hell? But it's, yeah, again, debugging 101. Don't freak out. Just bit by bit at one time, right? As you can see there, like I just change the stock over, head back over here, and it will do a little kick, and then it will be boom out. Okay, amazing stuff. That's damn awesome, right? Now at this point, that's pretty cool. We've done the debugging bit there, and then we've got our first product, which is great. Now I do want to mention as well here, guys, that I do have, you know what, I'm gonna eventually switch the product data set over, so we've got, you know, these products, but also my production products as well. But I don't want to do it too soon because of a couple of reasons. But in the meantime, what I could do is I could get Jay to push these as well. So could do that. Okay, in the back end, what I'm going to do now, this is a bit of a flex. Jay, I'm going to tunnel something to you, and then I need you to populate that. So I'm going to use GROQ to go ahead and, ooh, okay, that's nice. Thank you for freaking out at me. I'm going to tunnel something to you, and I need you to populate the database while I continue working. So go to this URL, Jay, log in with my account, and do what needs to be done, brother. All right, so there you go. So I've now tunneled a connection to Jay with GROQ. Again, senior dev stuff right there, right? So Jay will now go into my backend. So this, okay, that sounded terrible. Pause, carry on. Jay will go into the Sanity backend, and he will go into here, and he will basically start populating the products over here, okay? So I do have a team, but I create these builds myself. All right, so now you should start seeing Jay in a second come in, you know, start modifying all this stuff as well. Let me know if you have any issues with that, Jay. Okay, cool. So now what we can do next is the next section of the build. So at this point now, only publish once it's finished in Jay. So that will help me out a bit. Okay, cool. So now we should start seeing products flying. That's because Jay's in the background adding products and categories as well. All right, that's me subtly telling Jay to add it in. Cool. So heading back over to our page, we've got our products view here. Now this will start, you know, populating our products, which is great. Let's just see firstly if he got access to it. Let's see. I don't know if he did. We'll start seeing it in a second anyway. All right, cool. So that's all good for now, I believe. But the next step is to go ahead and do I think we should do the search. The search will be pretty handy next, okay? So because we've already got this working, yeah, just click on, so Jay, send me that URL and I'll fix it for you. So sometimes Sanity can be very strict. So what you want to do is, for example, in this instance, it's blocking Jay from accessing that endpoint. So what I can do is head over to my Sanity dashboard, and I can go ahead and just enable that on the cause right side of things. So right now it's not letting him access it because we've got cause protection. So I'm going to add a cause policy here. Boom. Allow credentials, and Jay, you should have full access now to do what you need to do. Cool. So now try again and you should be good to go. Okay, so while Jay's in doing what he needs to do, we're going to carry on with the build. So we should start seeing these be populated. And of course, all he's doing is going in, adding a product in and so forth. Yeah, perfect. So now we should start seeing some products flying. Only publish once a full product is in, please, Jay. Thank you. All right, so once that's in now, what we're going to do is head over to our page. And we're going to add in I think we should do the Black Friday banner next. Right, yeah, I'm going to do the Black Friday sale banner, right? So what I actually want to do next is Black Friday sale banner. So this one now. So here, I'm going to go into the sale, and I'm going to create a Black Friday sale, okay? So at this point now, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and say sale Black Friday, okay? And this one is going to basically say this: welcome to this year's largest sale. Boom. Discount amount is 25%. Coupon code BFriday, valid from, let's just say it was today to, let's just say, I don't know, you can give an example here to like then, is active, and let's just publish that, right? Now that's good for now. Black Friday sale live. Let's see if Jay's adding some products there. I believe, yes, look, he's in. Hey, there we go, guys. We can see some classic white tees. And we should be able to see Jay in there in a second, adding in some stuff. Look guys, look at that. You can see him, he's modifying things as we go. I'm not going to interrupt him. You carry on doing you. For now, you can see I'm basically just, I'm starting to break things because I'm messing around with it too much. But Jay, you carry on doing that. I'm going to carry on with this. So we got the Black Friday sale. So let's go ahead and add in. So example, why might you want this? So let's just say, for example, we want to create a Black Friday banner. And then we want to basically allow our product team to go in whenever they want, and they shouldn't be technically enhanced. They should just be able to go in and say, you know what, I'm going to have it so that, look at that, you can see products starting flying. We're going to fix the UI rendering of them afterwards as well to make sure they all fit correctly. Right now, they look a bit ugly. You know what, let's fix that quickly first because it's bothering me, and then we will continue on. Product thumb. So I'm missing one thing here. I think I'm missing... Oh, we can deal with it after. It's fine. I'll do it later. Anyway, yeah. So as I was saying, what we want to do, guys, is we're going to add a sale in. So for example, Black Friday, and then we want to go ahead and do make a Black Friday sale. So where do I want to put this? Well, let's go to our page, and for example, inside of the page, let's just assume that, for example, I want to have this at the top of the page, right? So go into our page, and for example here, right, I'm always going to have a Black Friday banner, right? Black Friday banner live here, right? So what I'm going to do now is show you a very cool, powerful use case for a sale item, right? So .tsx. Now, if we were to go ahead and, for example, create this banner, what I'm going to do, create the component at the top of the file, right? And just say, for example, now Black Friday banner. And we're actually going to create a helper function. This helper function is going to be called get active sale by coupon code Black Friday, okay? I'm actually going to create a little bit of a helper, and this is going to be inside of our Sanity lib folder. Okay, so inside of Sanity lib, I'm going to have a folder called sales, and in here I'm going to have get active sale by coupon code. Very similar to like a feature flag setup, right? Think of it that way. And here what we're going to do is we're going to have the following invoked, right? So I'm going to have something like this, right? Now let's just imagine we had our coupon codes in a separate file. So in this case, I'm going to have like coupon codes safely typed in a separate file. So for example, here I've got Black Friday, Christmas 2021, New Year's, I'm just making it up, for example, right? And then we're exporting this type as an enum, basically, essentially, right? Now, the chill music is all on my Epidemic Sounds. You can, if you sign up to a newsletter, in the description down below, just you'll get an email to full access to a newsletter. Right, so let's import the coupon code, and now we've got the get active sale by coupon code function. Now this one is going to be, again, a query that we're going to go ahead and pass in to our, it's going to be a GROQ query. So let's go ahead and pull in define. Now what we're doing here, guys, is we're essentially defining a sale type. We're saying if its active is true and the coupon code matches the coupon code that I'm passing in, and we're going to go ahead and pass this in as a parameter in a second, then we're going to order it descending, and we're only going to pull out the following details from it. Now again, you don't actually need to do that, to be honest with you, because this is going to be a strongly typed value. So what I'm actually going to do that is make your life a little bit easier and just say we just want to go ahead and pull in the first object. Okay, what I'm going to do then is do a try catch, pull that in, but make sure that we pass in the parameter. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, here, the parameter coupon code goes into this $ coupon code argument. Now, again, this is going to be a any argument. So what do? We go back to our terminal and we run our TypeGen. So now what I'm going to do is npm run TypeGen. Oops, oh God, I cannot spell apparently. npm run TypeGen, okay? So while that's happening, guys, what we want to do is continue on down here. So now what I can do is I can import this in, and I want to show you something. Look, now you can see I've only got these 3 things. So we can stop developers making mistakes, for example. I can do Black Friday, right? And you can really do, for example, even coupon codes .Black Friday as well. If you really want to make it like super tight, you can even do that, okay? Now, here we have the sale. Now, if the sale is active, If it's not active, firstly, we're going to return nothing. So we're just going to basically kill the component if nothing's there. And now it's basically triggered by the real-time connection, right? We've got Lagos Nigeria in the house. What's up, Christopher, Joshua? Right, so that's great. Now over here, you can see like 3 GROQ queries. That's amazing. So if I go back over to the get sales, and if I go here now, you should be able to see that active sale by coupon query result. Awesome stuff. Now, if I go down here and do sale dot, you see guys, I get the full breakdown and I didn't have to type any of it, which is absolutely fantastic because it works exactly the way that I wanted it. Couple of bits of styling on the top. Let's go ahead and pop that in like so. Background gradient as such. And I do want to do one thing. The code was Black Friday, right? So it was this, B Friday. And we built it in such a way where it's corresponding to this one, coupon code, okay? So because that's active right now, we should start seeing this on the page if we implement it correctly. So I want to test this as we build it by starting to import the Black Friday banner. And now what we should see, oh, look at that. Hey, look at that. It's coming in. All right. So now as I start styling this out, we should be able to see the differences. So it's going to have another div inside of it, which will center the contents. Oops. Sorry, guys. Yep. And then inside of there, we're going to have another div, which is going to have even more information in. It's going to be a flex one container. And I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm just going to go ahead and break this one down a bit more easier. So this chunk here, I can pop in a second. So we've got simply a H2 tag with the sale title, a P tag, and then on the side of that, so I'm making it like a container with a side bit, we're going to have a button, right? So in this case, you can see that, oh, in this case, I'm just making it easy. It's just a button with flex, right? All this is just a button saying use code B Friday for, select use code B and then the coupon code for this percentage off. And now guys, just to prove to you that this is real time, I can go over to my backend, disconnect it, publish it, and wait for it to go. Wait for it to go. Wait for it. Look at this. Boom. Sales gone. Jay's adding in the backend stuff. Look at this. This just shows how powerful this is. In real time, Jay's adding products as we're doing this right now. Absolutely phenomenal, right? Look at this. Really cool. Look at that, guys. Absolutely nice stuff. Now we've got the live, and look, and it just goes to show how powerful that is. Let's say we want to say, okay, you know what, actually, quickly, 30% off for the next 48 hours or something. You could go and say, use Black Friday for 30% off. And now it will change on the website. Even if we had 1 million concurrent users, I think it can support even more, but 1 million concurrent users can go ahead and see that real-time update. That's how production ready this app is. Thank you, Sanity, for making that possible. Right now, of course, this coupon code is not active. We need Stripe for that, but it's a very good starting point. Right. The next step, guys, is to go ahead and create each of these pages so that we can have the search page, all that good stuff, functionality ready. I think we should do the search first, and then we should click into these. Right now, we click into it, nothing happens. We've got a 404. Okay. I don't like that. I think we should do the search page first. So, for example, if I was to type in T-shirt, I should be able to see T-shirts here. Right. So I want to build that right now. Let's do it. And I'm showing you, once you build things well, it's just easy to work with, right? So if we go to our search page, now over here, again, I'm keeping this as a server component, right? I want to keep things built in this kind of nice, simple way. We've got a query. Now I'm going to create a helper function called search products by name. You're starting to see the flow here, right? Search products by name. If we go into our lib, our Sanity lib, I'm going to go into our products and create another helper function called search products by name.ts. Now this function is going to be very similar. It's going to take a argument, which is a search param. It's going to go ahead and basically have a search parameter, a GROQ query like so. We're going to do a define query. Define query is vital. If you do not do a define query, TypeGen does not recognize that will be picked up. So you need to do that. You can't just do the straight up GROQ without the define query. That's what's allowing it to do that connection. Then we're going to have the same, argument as before, a try catch block with the sanity fetch being implemented, live sanity fetch, let me say. And then we pass in the parameter for the search param, which gets passed in here. And this is doing a match comparison for the search. Now, again, we hover over this, it says any. So that means we need to do a no GFN, and then we need to do a TypeGen. So it will go from 3 GROQ queries to 4. I'm so confident that it will work. Sonny, how do you remember all of this and do it so fluently? When I'm developing, I always have to debug and double check, and it takes ages. It's all practice. It's all honestly just takes time. Again, if you want to get to this level, the only thing I can recommend is let me directly mentor you. That means that, again, firstly, 4 GROQ queries wasn't capping. But secondly, all you need to do is go ahead and join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero. This is not a reason to plug for no reason. I'm telling you because I've nailed this. I know how to learn this stuff quickly, and I'm trying to teach it as best as I can. The only way I can do that is inside of a course and community like Zero to Full Stack Hero, with weekly coaching calls, dynamically updated content where I can go in depth for hours at a time. Every week you've got me for hours on a call answering all of your questions, and we have a sale on for the next 48 hours, which is over at papareact.com/course. The link is in the description. You want to make sure you go ahead and do that. Check it out for yourself. We've got so much content in here right now. Diamond members even get every single week, so you've honestly got tons to look forward to. Go ahead and check it out. Ask some of our students questions right now. They're in the chat. You can feel free to chat to them. I am not capping. It's exactly as it is. Right, we've got our 4 GROQ queries here. Let's carry on. Jay, I think we're good on the product front now. Let me just go ahead and do a double check. And also, let's thank Jay, everyone. That was absolutely awesome. Jay, give me some more different categories, please. So like a few caps, a few dresses, a few things like that, right? That will help me out a little bit, and then we're good on that front. Okay, so shoes and so forth. Yeah, I just need a couple of categories, then we're good. So at this point now, for the product search, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back over to our search page. We're gonna pull this in, boom. And now if I highlight over this, look at that, product search query result. Absolutely incredible stuff. A lot of people always ask, but Sonny, can't you make free videos on how to teach? But guys, trust me, to learn this, it takes time, and I need time, and I can't be on YouTube for 3 hours every single week. Or I can, but I mean, I want to be doing builds. I want to have an additional call where I'm learning as well, right? So really, you can imagine this is the free stuff. Imagine what the paid stuff is like. So I do recommend you just jump in, take that risk. While we got a sale on right now, it's the best time to join. Right now, what we're going to say, if there's no products, I'm going to simply render out a bit of stagnant placeholder text. Nothing special here besides some styling. You can literally pause it video right now and copy that out. That would essentially just say like no products found for the search term. And I can test that right now by saying ABC. And if I go ahead and search for it, we should be able to see, look at that, Jay's doing it in real time. No products for ABC. And I just want to show you, this is the power of the, these are cool. I actually like those. So in this case, this is the power of something like Sanity CMS with live content link. It's just so powerful. I think, again, there's one thing reading a cool documentation or watching a keynote, but there's another thing seeing it being built in front of your eyes with team members jumping in, collaborating. It just shows the whole thing in fantastic action, right? Like there's no way that you can beat that and showing it off, right? So again, all I ask is you destroy that like button, because we just crossed over 400 likes and I want to get to 1,000. So we're going to get there. I promise you that. So we're going to have a little container here. We're no longer going to say just, a boring bit of text there. I'm going to have something like this. T-shirt actually did, show some products. So I'm going to actually show this. So I'm going to have a div with another, search results for the query with a bit of styling, and the product grid that we created earlier, I simply passed those products that return from it. And the reason why we can be so confident it works is because of type safety. Everyone who hates TypeScript, come at me. That was it right there. I'm telling you now, as long as once you understand how to do it properly and you use tools like this, guys, you can build so quick. Like, it's crazy. Like if I type in shoe now, look at this. Shoe, give it a second to load. Was it shoe or loafer? I think Jay done loafer. Bear in mind, even if you set up your caching rules, when you're on dev, it does tend to, that is a big shoe. Even on dev, it tends to actually have it. So it's always server-side rendering, because it's giving you this, it's basically giving you the most up-to-date content as opposed to stale content. But I'm going to show you how we can do the caching and everything in the other bit. Hackback goes, honestly, I don't understand how you do this live, bro. I seriously think these live streams are the most impressive things I've seen in software dev in my life. To be able to describe it in real time, I appreciate you so much. It takes a lot of time to get here, but it's because of you guys I do it. First water break. Oh, wait, that's got electrolytes in. I ain't gonna lie, I hit the toilet mark here, like the first hour. So I'm just trying to zone that one out. Everyone always asks, how do you hold it in? That's what's giving me that extra energy right now. Okay, so in this case, let's go. So I'm going to do, Lofa. So firstly, search page is done. Look at that. Absolutely awesome stuff. I love it. Right. Next up, we're going to do categories. Yes, we're going to do categories next. No, let's do the product page and then we're going to do categories. Okay, so when I click this, I want the /product/slug page. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So I want to do a /product. So inside of app, inside the store, I'm going to create a /product. And then inside of here, guys, search had a page by itself with a query param. But for product, what we do is we actually have dynamic pages here. So we can do a slug. So slug, you can use generate static params. I'm not going to here. I'm just going to make it very more simple, but .tsx. And now here we've got our page. Now what I want you to focus on is first up, we've got our product page, cool, which is going to be the following product page, right? So let me just fix this up. That's our product page, like so. We don't need that as well. Cool. This is a asynchronous product page. It's server-side rendered, and we're gonna have the params coming in like so. Now, because of Next.js 15, you can no longer access params like this. Okay, you need to access params within a wait. Okay, I know it's confusing, but it's a change that has to be made, right? And the reason, and that also means that this is no longer type correct, right? So what we need to do here is actually say that this is a promise of type slug, okay? So that way, this is now a correct string, but it's awaiting this. Otherwise, it would be a promise being returned, slug would not be correct, okay? So that's actually how we go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna double check my work there is correct. I believe I'm spot on though, but give me 1 second. Yeah, look at that. Promise. Oh, sorry guys. I did a... No, that's right. Yeah. Params promise with an object inside. Maybe I didn't have the object inside. No, I did have the object inside. I just formatted it differently. Okay, cool. Yeah, we have Dev75 in the chat as well. It's so cool. So cool. Sonny's videos on the fundamentals are awesome. He goes in depth. Yeah, that's it guys. Honestly, I'll try my best to make this as fun as possible and good for you guys as possible. Okay, next up, we need to get the product by the slug. Okay, so we're going to basically do the following: get product by slug. Same principle guys, really nothing new. We're going to go to sanity lib, create a new helper function, get product by slug, and inside of here we're going to do the same thing guys. Very straightforward. We're going to have this inside, then we're going to have our query, which is going to be a define query statement. Okay, cool. And then we're going to have a try catch, right? So the try catch block is going to be as such inside of here. We're going to import sanity fetch like so. Boom. That's great. Again, if we hover over here, we don't like that, this will turn from 4 to 5 with the TypeGen. So that will go ahead and give us our type definitions back. And this is a perfect, query. This is going to work now. It's going to check all of the slugs to match across. So when you land on your page, it will know which page to go ahead and fetch the data from. So heading back over here, we can now import this one. Any OG who's been following me for a while will know that this is the Twitch soundtrack, right? As in when I used to go live on Twitch. It always reminds me of that, right? So now on the product page, we've got our product, and in a second, look at that guys. Boom. Whew, so cool. Look, 5 GROQ queries, amazing stuff. Thank you, Jay. Everyone give Jay a round of applause, right? For adding all of the products into the backend. Everyone shout him out right now. He done a good job, right? So localhost inside there, all of the products should be added so we can go ahead and continue on building. Now, if there is no product, I'm simply going to return a 404 not found, right? So then we can return a not found, right? So in this case, let's go back into our app. So now we have all of our cool things going on here. We have our cap and so forth. If I click it, this will go to /product /classic baseball cap, and that's found. However, if I done in like blah 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 and I hit enter, it will go ahead and say 404 not found. Okay, so you see how that's working correctly. Happy Diwali, Papa fam. Oh yeah, what's up? Thank you so much, dude, and you too. Right. So in this case now we've got the product being displayed. So if we go back over here, we need to actually show the product. So if I go into this t-shirt, I want to firstly say if it's out of stock. Let's go ahead and do this. Boom, is out of stock, like so forth. And then we're going to start styling it up. Well, firstly, I'm going to change this to be a div, which is a bit nicer than this. Let's go ahead and pop it in. And then I'm going to have a surrounding div that looks following like so. Inside of this, I'm going to have another div, which looks like this. Whereas we're going to have a product div. Sorry guys, 1 second. Yeah. And then I'm going to have a product image and out of stock, marker. So this is basically going to be similar to what I did earlier. So you could even refactor that, import our image helper like so. This will have an image and it will just say out of stock if it's out of stock. Outside of this div, we're going to have another div with a bit of styling inside of it. So we're going to have a div with styling inside of it. This bit I'm really not going to go into too much depth because really you could just pause the video and see what I basically built, right? So, and be honest, like here, portable text is important though. I need you to import that from Sanity, Next Sanity, right? So in this case, if I hit save and then hit the refresh button. So now product / athletic performance t-shirt, okay? So let that render. So sometimes it might take a second. You just need to do a full re-render. The hot reloading kind of gets buggy. But now you can see, look, we have it up and running, right? And the good thing about this is it will pull in, with portable text, it pulls in exactly as I formatted it on the backend. So if I go over to the studio now, and I go to the athletic performance t-shirt, and I go over to our shop. So let's go to athletic performance t-shirt. So over here, boom. And let's go ahead and just, for example, change this up to say, let's just drastically say the best t-shirt ever, right? And then we do a publish. It will literally post that in here right now in real time in live. So ready, 3, 2, 1, and boom. Okay, so this is the issue we ran into. I would love to say I did that on purpose, but I didn't. The reason why that happens, guys, I will fix it, but it's because of this pros. Okay, pros is a very important thing inside of Tailwind CSS, and I highly recommend we fix it now. So Tailwind CSS, type in pros. What we need to do is called Tailwind CSS typography. Okay, if you go into the Tailwind typography documentation, you can see for yourself what's going on, but I'm going to show you simply how to install it. Okay, head down over here and we need to install our dependency like so. All right, so let's go ahead and pop it in like so, boom. And I believe we're gonna have to do peer legacies, but let's just try it. It'll tell us anyway if we did. But if that fails, then we can go ahead and fix it. Yeah, see, I told you, I knew it. Okay, legacy peer dependencies, and then afterwards add the plugin to our Tailwind CSS file. So let's go into our Tailwind CSS config. And we should have a plugin section. So plugins require Tailwind typography. Okay. And now if we go into our code, you see how it now formats correctly. So if I was to change the best t-shirt ever into, let's just say, a quote. Okay, this is freaking out because that cannot be direct. This is actually not from my side. This is actually from Next.js Sanity. Maybe it's because I'm hot reloading it. But anyway, publish it. And give it a second. Look, we've got a quote. Lovely stuff. Okay, cool. Amazing. Now, at this point, you can also add error boundaries, catch those little errors, but they're not breaking errors, right? Right now, again, yeah, this is more because of Sanity, I believe, the integration or something within Next.js, but that's a very minor error. It's okay. Okay, cool. So now what I want you guys to do is head into there we go. Cool. Now the next step is I want you to add in the more important part. Well, really, we've got this down, right? So we can go into our product page. So that's pretty cool. However, what I would recommend is image helper. Did I do that? Did I say any image? No, I didn't. No, yeah, we're good. Oh, sorry. Yes, I did do that somewhere though, didn't I? I did do better types. Oh yeah. Good shout. Here I did something slippery, I believe. No, I didn't. No, image product URL. It's okay. Anyway, we're now gonna do the so now we've done our t-shirt, for example. Our search works. We can click into our search, we can click into the page. Now I'm going to do categories, right? Categories is fairly straightforward. We're going to be using Shadcn. So we go to Shadcn. More importantly, first, I'm going to do, okay, ignore that. We're going to go into our page, which is this one. And we're going to have our categories being passed through products view. Products view will render our categories in our category selector component. So let's go ahead and create a category selector component. Category selector component.tsx rfce. Category selector component is great. That's cool. However, let's make it actually do something interesting. So category selector. Now this one is actually not this. Okay, so don't do it. Don't do what I just did. Delete that. I'll show you why in a second. So what we actually want to do here is we want to go ahead and get the command drop down from Shadcn. So head over to components, head over to command, and this is what I'm actually looking for. So I could be like, let's just say this. You see how like I can type in here? So this is actually what we wanted to do. I don't know if it was command straight off the bat though. I think it might have been pop over. Or was it drop down menu? Was it command menu, context menu? No. Combo box, this one. Yep, this is it. So you can type in, for example, svelte. Yeah, that's the one I wanted. So here. So we're going to go ahead and import this. So how do we get this working? We go into our... So we need the popover and the command. Installation. We need to install both of these. So first up, popover and command. So I should be able to do both, but let's just see anyway. So I can do npm install popover. Can we do command like this? I think maybe. Yeah. And what I want you to do is, to fix the peer legacy problem here, what you do is you say, here you do legacy peer deps, and now it will basically allow us to fix that issue. So now this one should add in, maybe add in both. I don't know. Oh, we don't even need to say that anymore. I guess you can do it. Pops up like so. Let's see. Did it add in 2 dependencies? Oh yeah, it did. Look. Cool. All right. So now we've done that. Go back over to our, oh wow. Oh, Shadcn. I found a bug on Shadcn. I shouldn't probably do that, but anyway. There you go, guys. If you guys are watching on Shadcn, you have a bug. I'm sorry. All right. Combo box. Select framework. Cool. This one. So what I want to do is I want to actually go to my... I think it created a combo box for me. Let's just see. So boom, UI, category selector. Okay, so I believe what did I? Oh, I've completely changed it. Okay. Okay, so I made a custom component here, but I did it in a couple of weird ways. All right, so what I've done is I've reused a couple of these, like popovers and... Okay, so, okay. I actually used V0 for this one to make my life easier, but we're going to do it together. Category selector.tsx. All right, shouldn't have done that. It's okay. So what I'm going to do now is I want you to follow along with me, but you guys can feel free to basically pause the video to do this one. This one's not so fun. I'm just gonna run it through with you. Okay, so we've got a category selector component. Cool. It's going to be a client component. Use client, and then we've got 3 bits of state. Right, we've got the user router, open, and value. All right, we're going to import that, and we're also going to import the router, next navigation. Cool. Now, once we've done that, we've got the popover, which is going to have a bunch of things inside of it. Now, I don't know how the best way to do this is. I don't know if it's whether to throw the entire thing in and show you breakdown. I think that is the best way. So in here, I'm going to pop it all in. So we've basically got, I'll show you it. Don't worry. I'm not done yet. All right, but I'm going to import a bunch of dependencies here. And I'm going to reduce the ones which have, oh God, what did I do? Whoa, where'd it go? Come on, there we go. And and category is this one. Okay, cool. So these are our imports. You can pause the video to go ahead and do it. Oh, Shadcn says, hey Sonny, I got a job 3 years ago. After I built Netflix account with you, Netflix project helped me a lot. Now I'm unemployed, back to the pool. Thank you for the cool videos, dude. Don't worry about it. 3 years of dev work, you're absolutely killing it. I bet. I recommend you join us as Zero to Full Stack Hero, but make sure you keep on building on with these kind of builds. They're getting more and more in advanced and tricky, which is awesome. And if you are watching this and haven't already, destroy that thumbs up button. That's all I ask you guys to do right now if you're watching this video. All right, let's go ahead and carry on. So ignore what I just did there. So let's look into this and see what's going on. So I'm going to minimize popover content. So we've got a popover where the open state is depicted by our open state and open change is depicted by set open. So just toggle on off. Now let's firstly go into, there's 2 children here. There's the popover trigger and popover content. Popover trigger is what will trigger off the category selector. This is essentially this thing, filter by category, okay? So let's look at it. Filter by category is here. And we're essentially finding if you've selected a title, it will show that title and it'll show a chevron up, down. Right? Otherwise, it will have a button with the outline variant and a bit of styling, right? So in this case, if I go ahead and change this to, for example, hoodies, you see how it's hoodies with the up down, and then it does something, okay? So in this case now, the popover content is the actual content which you see here. So this drop down. Now this is a bit more interesting. So here, we have a command. Inside of the command, we have a command input. Now command input is essentially what you type in here. So if I type in like trainers, for example, is the input field. So here, essentially, as we hit enter on that command field, if I've hit an enter, what I'm doing is I'm setting the selected value to whatever we simply finished on. So whatever it's selected as, it will basically go ahead, change that to the selected category. So for example, what I mean by this is, for example, if I say hoodie, that's the select category, and I hit enter, it will go ahead and do the following. It would set the value, push me to that route, and it will set open to false. And then the list itself, if there's no categories, it will show that. Otherwise, it will loop through all the categories and render out each command item. So you can see here, each command item is each of the individual fields that we see here. For example, if I do hats, it'll go ahead and launch the hats, right? And this again is non-select value, just simply replacing the value once I select it. And as well, it will go ahead and show the category title with the check mark next to it, right? So in this case, we've simply got a, I actually don't know where the check is coming from, but anyway, that's fine. Yeah, but the category title is good. Cool. So now we've got the category selected down. What we can do is we can go back over here and I can import it from Shadcn. All right. Now this is freaking out for what reason? Let's see. So category selector is type ways on. Oh my God. What did I do here? I didn't even return it. Right. So return. Don't do what I just did. Return all of that. So I'm going to take this entire chunk, cut it, put it in the return block, and there we have it. Bob's your uncle. We should be good. Why isn't it working? There we go. Semicolon. All right. So there we go. It's good to go. There we go. Guys, you guys are incredible with the retention. And then we wrap it in our categories field. Now, guys, look at that. Filter by category. If I click it, go to, for example, caps. Now we don't have the categories route configured. So let's do that. And then on the presentational side, we're kind of done. Then we introduce Zustand. We make a basket component. We do local storage. Then we do checkout. Then we do success. Then we do my orders and mutations. Your boy is moving. 3 hours in. I'm aiming for the 5-hour mark. I've got a deadline to hit. Right. So let's do the categories section. So over here we got the app store category. category, right? And then I want to have inside this, oh, it's actually categories, but it's all right, categories. And then / slug. Slug. And then page.tsx. Now RFCE. Let's do category page. Category page. Cool. Now inside the category page, no different to what we've done before, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to do the brand new Next.js 15 type definitions here. So remember, it's a promise, because then we want to go ahead and say await params. We need to make this a asynchronous server component. Okay. And then how about a follow-up showing how to work Sanity API in depth? Sure thing, dude. Jay, screenshot it, because we can show the team at Sanity exactly what you've just asked for. I think that's a great idea, dude. Right? Get product by category now. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And then boom, we're going to do a get products by category. Again, same principle. We're going to Sanity, lib, products, get all products and so forth. We go ahead and create one here called get products by category. There we go. And then in here, same principle, guys. Boom. We have our query, and the query this time is going to be this, which takes our slug current, passes in the category slug as a param. We wrap this in our try catch. Same principle as before, except we need to import our Sanity fetch. Pass in the param, this will get replaced with this, and it will simply run a GROQ. Now, if again, hover over it, it says any. We want to do our npm run TypeGen. TypeGen, boom, there we go, golden. Now we've got that down, so that will go ahead and do TypeGen protection for us. Head back over here, import it inside. Okay. The next step is to get all the categories, right? So I'm gonna do another one, and we've actually already got all categories. I love when code gets reused. I just love it. It's so nice, so good. Exactly what we wanted, right? Now a bit of styling here to make life a bit nicer. We're gonna pop in this. Now that looks okay. Doesn't have anything. It's just very basic, right? So what we're gonna actually do is have a div which shows the collection. So here with the products view, which we've already created, takes the products and categories. And now reusable components for the win. It should show the products view from the products query result. So it will only render those products. And this is the ultimate goal when you code. Honestly, you want reusable components through and through. Now, again, if we highlight over this now, again, products by category query result, our GROQ is absolutely working. It's amazing. Scott says, honestly, all the Sanity content you can give us, I'm here for it. Jay, screenshot that. Absolutely awesome stuff as well. Show the guys, show the Sanity team, they're here for that. Okay. Now, a little bit of a longer refresh here. Sometimes we can get caught with this. That's fine. All right. Filter by category. Let's do caps. Did it work? I'm going to show you how we can fix that loading indicator problem as well. And then in here, cool, it works. Boom. Also combo t-shirts. Again, take a second. T-shirts. Nice. Works. And we can also go ahead and type in, for example, cap. And we'll also have our search functionality working. Amazing stuff. Cool. Now, just like that, we have full search functionality. We have filter by category as well. Absolutely powerful stuff. I do want to mention as well, though, that there's an asynchronous point to this part, right? Where essentially loading, I don't like it. So at the top where we have the page and layout, I'm going to create a loading.tsx. And inside of here, fairly straightforward, all we have to do is add in a loader. Now here, I've created a component which is called a loader. I've just done a hacky solution here. You can really take this as far as you want. I'm going to create a loader.tsx component, which is a loader component. Cool. And then all I've done is I've gone ahead and just created a spinning little div, right? So this is nothing special here. It's just a spinning div. All right. It's a self-closed div. This will go ahead and do the following. Pull it in, and this one's freaking out. Why? I don't know. Loader. That's weird. It's there. Yeah. No. Loader from components and React. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes it just takes a second. All right. Oh, no, it was working. Yeah, export is good. Yeah, okay, now cool. Now, because we've got loading.tsx, if we have any blocking element in a server component, it triggers the top closest layout loading state. So if we do caps now, for example, if I need to do a hot reload, I need to do a full refresh, sorry. Yeah, now look. Aha. Right? And if we do filter by category caps, we're not getting it. Interesting. Why am I not seeing that? It's because I put in the top level. Okay, so search needs its own loader as well. So what I can do is I can just pop it in there as well. That's fine. We save, literally copy and paste it in there, and we get it for search as well. Categories, I think categories was fine to be honest, but let's try again. So let's do t-shirt. Yep, there you go. Look, there we got it. There you go. And then if we go ahead and do a back to home page, notice how it's not re-rendering everything. T-shirts. Again, it's because I haven't reloaded it. It's okay. So in this case, let's try again. Phone, shoes. To be honest with you, it's okay because it will, in the final build, it'll work. I know this, right? I believe my dev server is just lagging, if I'm honest with you. I know that's still the case. I'm going to cut my dev server to npm run dev. Sometimes it can happen with so much hot reloading. All right, will be my 7th Sanity project. Love that, right? Jay, screenshot that as well. Absolutely awesome stuff. I have my AC on blasting code right now. It's crazy. Sometimes I feel like, what am I doing? All right. So localhost 3000. Now what I want to do now is get the basket functionality dialed in, guys. I want those likes hitting 500 as well. Get the likes up. Let's go. All right. Come on. Why is the demo gods are really against me right now? Okay. Anyway, while this is happening, page.tsx, we're here. Okay. So we're going to implement Zustand while this is loading because I don't want to wait. So Zustand, and let's just do Zustand. Zustand is a bare necessities for watching whilst I'm working on some stuff. Zustand is an awesome global state management library. Very, very powerful, very, very good. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to go ahead and just pop it in like so. So as you can see now, our loader is working great. Cool. Now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do npm i Zustand legacy here dependencies because I know it's going to freak out. Okay. And then what we're going to do is create a store while this is happening. So if you look at the documentation, you can see they create a store and then you can start building out your store. Now, Zustand, think of it like an onion, right? You can have different layers of your app which hold different bits of information. You can have like a basket slice, like a user slice, and split up your information like that. Now, what I'm decided to do is make it simple for this build. I'm just having one store, one generic store, and then anywhere inside of our app, if we need to push data inside of it or pull data from it, it allows us to do it. So imagine our app is like this, is this thing in the middle, and then we're surrounding it with this global state, which we can push data into and pull it into from anywhere in our app. This avoids problems like prop drilling. It also simplifies it. We don't have to use React context and wrap our app over and over again. We just create this store and we just pull and pull from it as we need to. So what can we do? So there's what we're going to product type. So in this one, the product type, I'm going to import from Sanity types. We've got create and we've got persist. We've got a basket item, which is resembled by, eventually it's going to have the product followed by the quantity of products inside of it. I'm going to set up my basket state, right? Now the basket state looks like this. So it's got the items with it, which is basket items, which will basically say like 3 black t-shirts, quantity 1. The product, which is black t-shirt, quantity 3. Okay. Add item, remove item, clear basket function, get total price, get item count, get grouped items. Okay. So that's essentially what we're going to do. Then what we're going to have is essentially a special preparation for our basket. Now here, this is a very simple way of doing it. But if you look down in the persist section, so persist, you'll get this example. So this is essentially what we're doing. And this is going to allow us to persist it in local store, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and pop in our persistence. So in this case, boom. And let's go ahead and close this off like so. And this is going to freak out for a number of reasons. It's normal. The persistence here, we just pass in like what we want to call it. I'm going to call it basket store. And then here we have to basically write functions for all of these, right? So in this case, you see add items, all that kind of stuff, right? So let's start with it. So item starts off as an empty array. That's the first thing. Add item is basically going to be an interesting function. Now, this one I'm not going to dive so into, but I'll explain each one in depth, okay? So add item it's going to get annoying because it's going to be checking it all over the place. So I'll do this for now, just so you can see what's going on. All right, you know what, I'll keep it here. So essentially what I want you to understand here is what we're doing is we're creating a grouped object every time I add to the database, as each time I add to my basket. So rather than just having like t-shirt, 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 I'm going to have a object key mapping where it's basically going to have the t-shirt ID, and then it's going to have like quantity 3. And if it hasn't got that product in there, it'll create a new one with the product ID and quantity 1, quantity 2, quantity 3, and so forth. So that's essentially what we're going to be doing here. So that's what I'm doing when I add an item. This is a lot more effective than the previous way of just, you know, having 5 items in there. The next one is remove items, which essentially does the opposite. Okay, where we'll basically, you know, splice out one of the items. You can feel free to go ahead and look at this afterwards. I promise all the red squiggly lines will be gone in a minute. Clear basket sets the items to 0 again. Get total price is just a simple reduce function, which will basically go ahead and reduce the items down into their, so it starts at the value of 0 and it adds up all of the items, their product prices, and then it basically gives us back the final number. Okay. And then we've got get item count and get grouped items, right? Get grouped items is pretty simple because it will just give back the items because we're adding and removing them fairly straightforward. Get item count will give us the number of items of a specific product ID, okay? So this is going to be very handy for a couple of reasons. Now, once we've got this, so you guys can feel free to like take your time to look at these functions. What I would recommend is when you have this, even if you're in GitHub Copilot or something, you know, you can honestly just go ahead and say like, for example, here, right? So for example, in this instance, I could be like, explain this, right? And I'm using a cursor right now. And if you really wanted to, it will go ahead and explain this. Let me explain the key parts of this, right? So you see it now, it gives me a full explanation. If the product exists, increment the quantity. If the product doesn't, add a new item with quantity 1. And it will give you a full breakdown as to what's going on. So this is how you could effectively mentor yourself. And this is all the kind of tips and tricks I teach inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. If you're interested, papareact.com/course. Again, I stress it over and over again. Now is the time to join. We have a limited time sale. You're gonna miss out if you don't join in right now. You got it over here, Halloween sale, papareact.com/course. I teach all those kind of tricks, and this is how you can essentially go ahead and really, you know, learn to learn is what I'm gonna put it as. Learn to learn. So for example, what I just showed you here, how I teach you how you can essentially self-mentor yourself. Okay. Now, once we've done that, we export the default use basket store. As you can see here, now we've got the ability to add items, remove items, clear the basket, get total price, get to item count, and so forth from our basket slice. So our store is effectively set up. Okay. So now how do we go ahead and get this all working? Well, what we can do is if we head over to our page, right? What I want you to do is inside of, where can we add a product, right? Well, we can add a product inside of this view. When we click it, what we should be able to see here, say for example, I'm in an app, I should be able to see this. You see how it goes ahead and we've got this add functionality, and then we have the basket showing it and so forth. Well, I'm going to show you how we do that. So inside of the product itself, I'm going to have, for example, inside of the product page, so product page, here we're going to go ahead and at the bottom of this file, guys, we're going to have a, give me 1 second, I'll show you. We're going to have a add to basket button. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 here. So this div is going to have a margin top of 6, and this one is going to have a button which says add to basket effectively, right? So we can go ahead and pop that in. And what this will do is right now it just says add to button. I'm going to change that to be a reusable button, which allows us to do some cool stuff. So effectively, I'm going to say this is add to basket button, right? and it will take the product and it will simply add it in. And if it's disabled, it will be because it's out of stock. Okay, we could even decide that inside, but for now I've built it like that. Okay, but you can go ahead and build it like that. Okay, so add to basket by item component. Let's go ahead and create that. Add to basket.tsx. RFCE, boom, boom, boom. All right, now let's go ahead and create this component. So this is going to take a couple of things. It's going to have our components like so, and then we need to create this. Now this one is going to effectively be an interface at the top, boom, and our product, you guessed it, is going to come from Sanity types. Okay, so we got our product and we got the disabled state. Now this is going to be a use client component because it's interactive. It's an interactive element. Okay, so I'm going to fly through this one fairly quickly. We've got use client. There we go. Now what I would definitely recommend here is we're going to go ahead and have the we're going to pull our basket store. We're going to get the item count. I'm also going to check if we're on the client or not, and the reason why is because we can get a hydration issue. All right, so here's a couple of things. Firstly, use basket store. We're going to pull from our store. Use state, we're going to pull from our React. Okay, now the first thing is we have to actually check firstly to make sure that this only renders when we're on the client. So I've got a little hack here which will effectively teach you what's going on. So this is basically ensuring that this is only mounted on the client. The reason being is because there can be a hydration error whereby we have things which are stored in local storage, and that differs from the server side render, and it's going to cause a few issues. So I only want this to render on the server, on the client. And for that reason, we've just done a little bit of a patchwork here where it only renders once it's been mounted. Okay. The second step is we're going to style it accordingly. So I'm going to have a bit of styling here. So boom, boom. Now let's go ahead and add in a button. This button is going to have a plus, minus, and a span tag in the middle. So firstly, let's put in the span tag of what the item count is. And I'm going to show you this in real time effect now. So let's go ahead and import this button. And as you can see, it says 0. Cool. Right now around that button, firstly, I'm going to have a minus button. This minus button is going to be this. Now this will simply go ahead and remove an item if from our basket by passing in the product ID. Has a bit of styling. It has a grayscale if the item is already at 0 in the basket, right? So hence you can see it's disabled and so forth, right? Again, we span in our element here and it's fairly straightforward. Now, as for the plus button, same principle, except we're using the add item. Okay, so here as well, the add item. And now, can I show you this? Look at that, guys. Absolutely phenomenal. Easy as pie. Okay, and I want to prove something to you. If I went away from the page and I come back to the page, I still have 3 in my basket. Now if I go ahead and do like a classic baseball cap as well, add a couple of those. Let's go into my classic baseball cap again. 2 of those are still in my basket. So now I have a basket set up ready the way I expect it, right? So now what I want you to do is essentially we have the first set done. I want you to modify our header so the header can actually pull in the number of items in our basket. Okay, so the item count we're going to go ahead and pull in right so over here we're going to use our basket store, and we're simply going to do a reduce function by passing in the item itself, right? So we're basically going to reduce each item down to get the number of items in the basket. Okay, and you can also go ahead and refactor that if you want to make it simpler and so forth, but in this case fairly straightforward. Okay, now over here, remember we left this span item once a global state is implemented. Now we come back to that. Fairly straightforward. We simply pop in our span tag with the item count amount. And as you can see, we've got 5 items in the basket. Let's go ahead and add in another item, or let's just modify this one. So let's say 3 items. Now you can see we've got 6 items in our basket. Great. Absolutely perfect stuff. That works just like I wanted it, and it's responsive. So now what I want you to do is click on the My Basket, and we're going to build out the /basket page. Right, so we're almost at 500 likes as well, guys. Destroy that like button if you're enjoying this content. So head over to the app folder, and inside the store, I'm going to do a /basket page. We're going to have a /page.tsx file, RFCE. This is going to resemble the basket page, right? So this is going to now be called basket page. Cool. Now this basket page is going to be a very interesting one because lots of things are going to happen here, including like Stripe checkouts, server actions, all that kind of stuff. But before we jump into any of that, what I want to do is get the grouped items inside of our basket, right? So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and make sure I can pull from it. If I use any hook, I need to be using a client component. So we're going to transfer this to a client component. Then we're going to go ahead and check if the user is signed in. So that means we're going to need a couple of things here. And the reason being is because I don't want them to check out if they're signed in. I'm going to actually push them to sign in themselves if they haven't already. This is going to pull from our use user from Clerk. And this is going to be from Next navigation. Okay, so a couple of things as well. We're also going to get a few helper bits of state. So we're preparing ourselves for later on. Okay, now let's firstly style it out. If the basket is empty, I want to show that. I'm basically going to get the grouped items like so here. Now, if the basket is empty, I simply render out. I just say grouped items.length is 0. And then it will go ahead and showcase like so. Now, I want to console log and show you in practice to say basket contents is grouped items. Now, if I show you this, you will see for yourself what I'm talking about. So let's go back over to our local host. And now if I go ahead and open up my inspector, if I go into my basket, what we should see now is 6 items grouped by their individual categories. So you can see that I've got 2 different products. The first product, here's the product details and here's the quantity. Right, let me make that a little bit bigger. Here's the product and here's the quantity. The second product is here as well. So second product, product and quantity. And so we're preparing ourselves in a really efficient way to make use of the data store. So that way, when we come to storing it in the database, should be fairly easy to handle. Okay. So first up, let's style some stuff. So that way we've got something pretty to look at. So if I was to go ahead and do this, let's get rid of that one now. We don't need it. Let's do the basket page. And inside the basket page, we're going to have a H1 saying your basket. Very simple. Cool. And then we're going to have a div, which is going to be of type flex row. It's going to be a bit responsive. So let's go ahead and close that in. And then inside of it, we're going to have a flex grow container. Let's go ahead and pop that in. And this is going to have the grouped items inside of it. Okay. Now here, I want to go ahead and pop in like so. I don't know how the easiest way to do this is, but I'll show you in a nutshell. So let's go ahead and just pop these in like so let's go ahead and pop in, yeah, and then let's just pop in the H1 for example, which just says no. All right, just for now I'm just going to pop this in so you can see that athletic performance t-shirt, classic baseball cap. So you can see the items are in there. Okay, so for now let's just put that in there like so. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly replace this with a bit more things which look pretty. Okay, because obviously this looks ugly. So the first step is let's replace the outer div with this div. So boom. We're going to have the item product ID. It's going to be our div. And you see we've added a bit of surroundings. That looks a bit better already. Then we're going to have a div with an add to basket item next to it. So this one, instead of this, we're going to have an add to basket item next to it. And as you can see, boom, already now. And look, I can modify the state directly from here, guys. And you see how I'm modifying everything correctly? And then the final step is this part. Instead of this, I want to make it look pretty. Okay, so I have a div here with a bunch of things inside of it, and I will showcase this to you as to how you can go ahead and make it look this way in a sec. So this is getting replaced with the following. So we're going to pass in our Next.js next image tag. And now the thing that I just pasted in was from here down to here. So I'm going to put that in the screen right now so you guys can see it in one screen cap. But here you can see. If we click it, it will take you to the product. We've got the image itself, we've got the item name, and then we've got the price next to it, okay? So again, fairly straightforward. Now this, you can use a currency converter that we use later on, but for now, I think it's fine. Image URL, let's fix that out. Now, as you can see, guys, we got this, look, nice. All right, we got the image, look, so it says the total price and everything including. That's awesome. Now this is failing because the hydration does not match. Let's do a refresh and see for ourselves. And that is happening because of something here. So this is happening because we're not actually stopping the render if we're not on the client. All right. So in this case, I want to handle the following. If we're not on a client, I'm going to handle our little loader. So that is why, because before Remember I told you there's a bit of a state mismatch in the beginning. So in the beginning, we're going to say if is not client. Now, of course, we need to have a use effect which gets us out of that. So we need to check if we're mounted. So we're going to have a use effect, and that should actually come before that. So there we go. And now you can see it rendered more hooks. There you go. Yeah, that's why we need to refresh. There we go. That's cool. So now that's the correct way of doing it. So once it mounts, so only basically wait for client to mount. Okay, that's essentially what's happening. So now if I'm at my, for example, homepage, and I click on my basket, you guys can see it renders in and so forth. Cool. All right, now that's great. Just to prove to you that this is actually working, let's add one more product. Let's add in a classic YT. Nice. Let's add in like 5 of those and go to my basket. And as you can see, 5 of them are added in. Awesome stuff, right? Mount me. All right, so in that case, now we've got that down. Back to the basket. And if you click on it, you see it will even take you to the product. So you can go ahead and review your product for whatever reason, whatever, yeah? Now, after that, I actually want to have a really cool sticky section underneath, okay? So what do I mean by that? Well, underneath this div, I want to have a sticky section. Now, what this does is essentially, I'll show you, but it's a very cool little addition, and I'll show you why, right? So let's just go ahead and have, for example, the order summary here, right? So let's just pop in the order summary to keep things simple. But you can see how that's sticky right now, right? But I've set it up so the price is either on the right or it's stuck to the bottom. And this is a scrollable container, by the way, yeah? And then underneath this entire div, to make sure that you can always scroll down below further than this, we're gonna add a spacer. And the reason being is because if I had like 10 different products here, for example, if I went down to, let's go ahead and pull that in, I should be able to scroll. So that's the spacer here. Okay, so that's essentially what I've done there. And now this order summary, let's populate it. Let's make it look very pretty. So it has some more information on side of it. So we've got a div with a couple of bits of information about the pricing. So we've got the items, you know, the grouped items, the amount, and so forth. Then we've even got the is signed in. So if we're signed in, I'm going to render the handle checkout button. If we're not signed in, I'm going to show a sign in button with a type modal. So sign in button, import it from Clerk, right? If I'm not signed in, it will be a button which simply says sign in to checkout. Okay, get rid of that. Otherwise, we've got a handle checkout function, and then we've got this, right? So now if I go ahead and hit save, handle checkout is not defined, that's fine. So what we can do now is create a handle checkout function. So at this point, what I can do is underneath all of this, const handle checkout asynchronous function. Okay. Now at this point, you guys can see I've got the checkout there. Look, if I click it, it doesn't do anything, right? But already, look at that. Look, that absolutely looks beautiful, right? So what I want to do now is on the handle checkout function, this is where the real magic is happening. Well, firstly, if I'm not signed in, defensive programming, we should not do anything. Okay, if I'm signed out, for example, if I sign out now, we still have our basket contents, sure, but it says sign in to checkout. So if I click it, sign in, and it'll take me to the sign in page, right? Let's go back over here, boom, and then I can go back to my basket. Now I'm signed in and I've got the checkout button, cool. So the first step is to add a set is loading. So if I was to do this, you see how it says processing, right? And the reason being is because we're gonna have a try catch block, which will basically essentially start preparing us to the next section. So what I wanna do is I'm gonna have a try catch block firstly. So try catch, okay? And then we're gonna have a finally, and the finally is gonna say set loading false, okay? So after all is said and done, no matter what, we need to set for that to false, right? Now, if I click it now, for example, you see how it immediately jumps there. So it's all good. So first step is I want to prepare some metadata. So what we're essentially doing now is we're setting up our Stripe checkout session. So we can basically send the user to a Stripe checkout, handle the payment, do all that good stuff, and then we can go ahead and process the payment, and then we can basically save it in our backend, right? So first step is let's go ahead and pop it inside here. Now metadata, we do not have at the moment. I will show you where I'm going to store metadata right now in just a moment. However, for now, what we could do is we could just assume that metadata is up here for now, okay? So we have metadata up here, order number, customer name, customer email, and Clerk user ID. small bit of information I'm going to pass in. Now the order number is a random crypto number that I'm just going to generate. Okay, it's like a random string. An example of this would look something like this. It would look something like it will look like that, right? So this is an example order number, right? Except we have numbers in the mix as well. So it'll be like something like that. Okay, so I know I went overboard. I was OCD there. Okay, then we've got the customer's name, the email address, and so forth. Okay, so next step is, otherwise we're gonna throw an error saying, well, there was a checkout session error somewhere in the mix. Okay. And then we set loading is true. Okay, we've got a little quick shiver there. Wow. All right. So now we're going to do a create checkout session server action. Okay. So now we're going to learn about server actions, which are incredibly powerful. And this is where the real magic is going to kick in. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go into our top level. So package JSON level or whatever top level here. Go to action. We're going to create a folder called actions. And I'm going to create one called Stripe. Now you could really name this a bit better. You could say create checkout session. It could be, let's just do that. Create checkout session.ts. I made a few mistakes in the beginning. It's nicer like this. All right. Now this one, first things first, every server action must say use server at the top of it. Okay, cool. Now, second step is the metadata. I want it to be here, to be honest with you. So I'm going to basically go ahead and do that. And what I'm going to do is reduce, get rid of this from here. Get rid of it from there, and down here I'm going to import it from nope, not next, create checkout session. There we go. Now inside of here, what we're going to do is create a grouped basket item helper function. We're going to basically go ahead and use our basket item store type to go ahead and get the products. Then we're going to have this is basically going to be how we're essentially going to store it. So everywhere we store it is going to be the same. It's going to be a group basket item. Okay. Now we need our server action itself, which is going to be a function like so, right? It's going to take the items and it's going to take the metadata that we want to upload to Stripe, our checkout session. Then here we're going to have a try catch block. Okay. Now the catch block is basically going to just return an error, and it's going to throw the error as well because we've got our upper catch inside of our basket. Okay. But what the really interesting thing here is we basically want to go ahead and firstly do a little check to see if does any of these products accidentally not have a price. If that is the case, we want to throw an error. Okay. Then what we want to do is we want to search to see if the customer with the email that we've passed in already exists in our Stripe backend. But of course, this requires Stripe. So this is where we introduce Stripe in the mix. So Stripe is an awesome library that allows us to go, not library, but it's an entire payment processor that allows us to manage all of our payments. Okay, so let's go ahead and handle Stripe. So what I want you to do is log into Stripe and create a new account. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to create a new account. I'm going to go ahead and say, for example, well, I've already done it, so I don't know if I need to do it again. But in this case, you can go ahead and just type in e-commerce build, YouTube build. Okay, YouTube build, for example. Let's go ahead and click on create. Okay, now I'm just going to wait until make sure there's nothing dodgy pops in. Okay, done. So once we've done that, free to create an account. Now, once we've done this, yep, integrate Stripe too. We've got full payments inside of it as well. We're going to developer, and this is where things get very interesting. So we've got API keys, all this other stuff going on, everything in the mix, right? But what I want to pay attention to is we're going to create a lib. So let's go to our lib, and we're going to create a Stripe here. So we're going to have stripe.ts, right? Now we've got Stripe coming in. So this is where we need to install Stripe into our dependency. So npm install Stripe. Okay. Now I want you to do -- legacy pair dependencies. Okay. So we're going to install Stripe into our project. Now, of course, you can look at the documentation. I've saved you a couple of bits of hassle here, but we need a secret key. Okay. The secret key is really the magic piece here. Now, first up, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our environment file, and I want to go into here, and I want you to go in and add in something called a Stripe secret key. Now, this key, where do we get it from? well, we go over to our API keys and we've got the secret key here. So I'm going to click on reveal secret key. So I'll click on it and you can see I've got a secret key. Oh my God, that's, oh, okay. I was going to say, wow, that's cool. So you can see I've got a secret key here. So I'm going to copy it. Okay. So I've copied this key. If you click it, it copies. And then I'm going back to my code. I'm going back to my app. And I'm going to paste it. All right, so I've got my secret key in the mix. Cool. Now we're going to go back into our coding flow. And we're firstly going to check here. So I can actually do a little bit of a hard check here. So I can say we can pull in Stripe. And just to be sure, I'm going to pull in Stripe like so. Boom. All right, import Stripe. Now the API version really depends on what you're using, right? But here you can see if you just pop it open, it will like a quotes, it'll give you the latest version, to be honest with you. Now the API key here, what I do want to do is have a simple check which just checks, right? So we can say if there is no key, and I want to throw an error to say, yep, Stripe error is not key is not set. So we should basically make sure that that's set. Now we've got a Stripe object connected. Now this key gives us secret access to the backend, so we can do what we need to do. Now, what I would recommend here is server actions are actually not completely safe to use. So what you should be using is a helper function by Next.js. I can't remember exactly what it's called. If someone could help me in the chat, that helps out a lot because basically it's called it prevents your server variable being exposed, right? But in this instance, you should be using it. I've got a lot left to do, so we're gonna possibly skip that part. But yeah, you should be using that, I would definitely say. But for now, I think it's okay just to carry on with me. Just for it's a demo purpose, but just know that there is a step there that you should be ideally taking, okay? Now at this point, we're gonna go ahead and get access to our Stripe. Okay, so what I want you to do is we're going to go ahead and firstly, remember, we need to check if there's an exister that already, or the existing user who is logged in has already got a Stripe account on our backend. Now, what do I mean by that? Are they already a customer here? No, they're not, right? So we need to check that. So we need to say search for existing customers. So I'm going to import my Stripe from the Stripe lib. Cool. And you can see customers. We pass in the email and we limit by 1, right? Now, we're going to prepare ourselves by saying, I don't think it can be a dynamic version, to be honest with you. But here we've got the customer ID, which is string or defined. Now, if the customer's length is greater than 1, then we've got the customer's information here. We just need the ID. That's all that we care about. Now, what we need to do is create something called a checkout session. This will basically be that pop-up page, which says like, this is what you're paying for. This is the items in your order and all sorts, right? So how do we do that? Well, it's actually fairly straightforward, right? We create something called a session. So here we say const session equals await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. Okay. And then we pass in params, right? So a couple of things now. The first immediate things are the customer ID and so forth. So the first thing I want to make sure we pass in the customer ID. If the customer ID is present, then we don't need to pass in customer creation. Otherwise, we want to create a new user for that customer. If the customer does not exist, then we're going to basically pass in the customer email into the metadata. Else we'll get that in the webhook later on. We're going to pass in the metadata in the mix as well. Now the metadata is already prepared, so we're going to pass in the metadata that we pass through here. It's simply going to get passed through. It's easy to do. Okay. The next one is the mode is payment. We're going to allow promotion codes. Okay. Then we're going to have a success URL and we're going to have a cancel URL. The success URL is going to be where do we redirect the user to after if they've succeeded the payment. The cancel is the opposite. Now over here, we're going to say use the Vercel URL, and you have to append HTTPS. It doesn't do that automatically with Vercel URLs. Or use our local base URL and then have the following appended to it. Okay. Now I do mention here that it doesn't actually say successful. Well, that's fine. All right. For now, that's okay. Yeah. So what this is doing is it's either using one or the other. And then it does /success. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah, cool. And now the most important part is the items. What are we buying, right? What is the actual buying? You know, what's the items that I'm actually checking out with? So what we do is we type in line items, and this expects a array. So here we can say items.map, and for every single item we can do the following. Now here I've got price, quantity. Well, we want a few more things than that, right? So what we're going to do is firstly we're going to pass in the quantity of each item. Cool. But what about the individual items details? Okay, so the individual items details. So the dollar signs here, by the way, right? Yeah, so the price data is actually what we care about here. So this one's going to be called price data, and then inside of here what we do is we say price data, and I've got the currency, which is going to be, in this case we're just hard coding it to GBP. All right, but you can feel free to correlate that to whatever your store is, make that internationalized and so forth. Now there is something called the unit amount inside of this as well. And the unit amount is we're going to be rounding to the nearest, I think it's up or down. I can't remember if it's up or down, but I think Stripe does it that by default up. Right? There's a rule of thumb there, but in this case, we're rounding the price up, and it's always in a sub currency. Hence why we're passing in times 100. Towards the end of your success URL. No, I think it's just wrapped around, dude. It's just there. Yeah, so it's just wrapped. So you see that it's there, yeah. And then we've got the actual yeah, and then we've got this. So ID equals no, you don't need it for that. This is so that one's actually pre-filled. So yeah, this one is actually pre-filled from Stripe. Very good question. Yeah. So why isn't that like that, right? Well, this one's actually pre-filled from Stripe. So Stripe will fill that in for us. That's why you don't do that. Very good question. Thank you, Digital Alchemist, Stephen. So after that, we're going to have the product data, right? So product data, I'm going to pop in like so. Now the product data, I want you to pay attention to. Firstly, the image URL. Okay. We want that. That's our helper function. We import it like so. But at the top, we've got the name, which is the product data, or we're going to call it unnamed product. And then we've got a product ID and then the metadata. This is very important because I need the ID for later on, right? That's how we make that connection inside of Sanity's DB. Then we've got the images. So we passed in the image array, which is just going to be the image itself. And that's why we can see it in this checkout function. Cool. After that's done, we return the session URL. So this is essentially our entire create checkout session done. So if we head back out now over here and we simply import it like so, this will do what we needed it to do. Okay. So after that, thank you very much. Happy Diwali to you too. If you're watching this, just simply hit that like button. We're almost at 5,000 likes. Absolutely incredible stuff, right? So heading back over to the basket, right? So the basket now, what I want you to do is go over and we got this. Yeah, let's just test it, I guess. Yeah. Oh my God, it works. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I completely didn't realize we were there. All right, so let's go ahead and do checkout. So checkout, this creates a checkout session in the backend. And boom, aha, just like that, guys. Look at that. Oh my God, yes. All right, look at that. We got the athletic performance tee, classic white t-shirt, and then promo code. I'll show you how we do promo code in just a moment, but let's go ahead and create that, right? So first things first, I want to showcase a few things on the back end. I want to have the e-commerce app up and running. So e-commerce YouTube build, no, not this one. Sorry, guys. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so here we are, e-commerce YouTube build. So in this case, we've got our, if I was to create this payment, let's go ahead and process the payment. So the payment will go through. And now it pushed us to a undefined location, right? Now that's okay, that's fine, but let's just be assured that it went through, the payment went through, okay? And I'll show you why, because it created a profile for me. I just want to make sure it didn't do anything here. J check PT there, right? But at this point now, what I want to do is over here, we have got the user's information in the customer section. Okay. So here, just want you to double check for that one. So 1 minute. Okay, so what I want to do is, so we've got the customer there, and then the main thing is really the payments. So let's go home, and we should be able to see a payment went through. So that you can see, for me, it shows in dirhams. However, one payment went through, which is absolutely perfect, right? If we go to transactions, we can actually see a payment went through. There we go, payment, right? So with that done, we can do, hoping Kenji is there. He's amazing. He's actually at daycare while I do this. Okay, so at this point, what I need to do is, okay, so at this point, we've got the transaction down, so it's here. Now, of course, that went through. A couple of things failed though, right? One of them that failed was, firstly, we need to make sure that the checkout session redirected to the correct URL. Now, why did that not work? Next public base URL most likely was undefined inside of our local environment docs. Well, firstly, next public base URL is actually there. So next public base URL is there. Okay, so that's interesting. So that shouldn't have happened, but that's not the end of the world. So we can actually fix that right now. What I do want to check instead is that the reason I believe this actually happens is because we don't actually have a webhook doing anything here with this information, right? So more importantly, I want to focus on this next bit, right? So I want to go ahead and do the following. So here I want to make sure, so if we go to our localhost 3000, so let's go to localhost 3000. So after this is done, what I actually want to make sure that goes on is basically after the checkout done. So we should basically have the checkout take place. We should empty the basket and then redirect to the success page. So first things first, we need to create a success page, right? So inside of our store, I'm going to create a /success page. And then we're going to do a page, page.tsx. Okay. Now, inside of here, what we're going to do is very simple, right? It's going to be a use client page. So use client page. A couple of things here. When I redirected, I passed through a order number to the page, right? So that was kind of cool. So I passed in a couple of things. So what I'm going to do here is boom, like so. And then we have the success page itself. So we're going to have the function success page. And then we're going to export default success page. Cool. It's really fascinating. I appreciate you. Then we're going to get the order number from the page. Okay. So just like so. Then basically when it mounts, I actually want to do a use effect which clears the basket. Okay. So that is definitive of the order number, so and the clear basket function. So once this mounts, once we hit that page, you should clear the basket. Well, technically, really, you can do this on the back end. That would be the most secure way with the database. That way, you know, even if you exited the page during the middle, it would make sure your basket wasn't still full. That's probably what they do in production, but that's just a little heads up. And then at this point, it's a very simple bit of UI styling, if I'm honest. So this one, I'm just going to break it down accordingly, right? So we've got a div here. This next div is going to be the following. So I'm going to basically just go ahead and stack these for us. Okay, so we've got this. And I just want to show you right now, because if we go to localhost /success. Okay, so we should be able to see a success page shortly. Success, yep. So let's just say, yeah, so this is a success page, cool. But I want to make this really pretty. So obviously here, I'm going to have a nice little tick mark here. So we're going to have a tick, which is the SVG. Again, you can feel free to copy this, replicate it, whatever, pause the video. But after the SVG, we're going to have a thank you for your order. So underneath here, we're going to have a thank you for your order. So it's going to be your confirmation screen. And then we're going to have basically a bit of information under here. Now, if you do want to show the session ID, you can get that from the session ID params at the top. So I'm giving you the code here so you can use it if you wanted. I don't really care too much about that. Your order has been confirmed. It'll be shipped shortly. And then it will show the order number if it's present. And then underneath, a confirmation email has been sent out. So I'm just showing you that in case you want to add that in the mix, right? So here, we're going to have a confirmation email has been sent out accordingly. So the link tag is next link. And as you can see, really nice, pretty bit of text, right? So let's test if we can hit this page firstly, okay? So basket, check out. All right, so Jay, I want you to check that one thing while I'm doing this, please, and just confirm. But in this case, I'm going to do this. And let's do this now. And we should still get redirected. Otherwise, my localhost okay. Interesting. So in that case, my redirect is not clean. So so what we're going to do is we're going to debug this. I want you to go ahead and do this const success URL, and then I'm going to go ahead and actually just log it out as a debug step. So we'll say console log success URL. So this is how you would debug it. And now if we go to our localhost, so that definitely went through the payment, but okay, are you 100%? Just let me know. I believe I was quick with it, so just let me know if it was quick with it or not. But here you can see success URL. Let's do my basket. Cool. We've got checkout. Now I want to check this. So as you can see, success URL undefined. So there you go. Absolute amazing. This is what debugging is about, guys. That's what debugging is about. Next public base URL. And that is because for some reason that's not being read. Interesting. So next public base URL or Vercel URL. I guess it's trying to jump into the Vercel URL, which is not finding, and then it's doing that. So what we can do here to make life a little bit better is, I mean, this is on the server as well. So what we can do as well is we could have a base URL and just have localhost 3000 like so. Okay, so I'm just going to try this as well, and we can just use that. So let's give this one a try. I believe what's happening is it's trying to hit this one. That's probably what's going on. Let's give it a try again. So we go back to our localhost 3000, and this is how you debug, right? So we're going to go ahead and do checkout again, and it's still undefined. So interesting. So this appears that basically it's trying to hit this one first. So what we could do here is we could just check more so the production environment is what I would probably say is better to do here. So we could say if prod, it would be this and so forth. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you a little cursor trick. Now, obviously, you don't need to do this, but without putting it, this public. No, I did try already. This again, remember, this is on the server action, so it will actually be next public base URL. But anyway, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and say, oh, yes, Hein, that is it. That is it. That is actually it. Yes, very clever, dude. Very, very clever. I made a mistake here. So what we should be doing is if this is present, then we do. Wow, dude, that was a very good catch. Then we do this. Very, 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 very good. Yes, that is exactly it. Otherwise, it was always, yo, that was a clutch save, dude. Well done. That's what's about. The PopFam's about that kind of support, man. And then we're going to do the same with the cancel URL. So we're going to say const cancel URL equals this, and I'm going to refactor this to be the same. So I want to do I want to say and there we go. Okay, and then we don't have to make that stupid mistake that I just tried to fix with and do the we're all human, yeah. But that one, don't do that. Yeah, we don't need that. Cool. So back to our code. Create checkout session here. Yeah, and then cancel URL. Let's go ahead and give that a try. But Hein, that was clutch. That's absolutely clutch. I love that. Cancel URL, and then this one is going to make sure it's all encapsulated in the yes. Okay, cool. So now success URL, and I also want to see cancel URL. Cool. Let's do a little bit more debugging because that's fun. Okay, so check. Let's do it. So undefined, invalid URLs. Aha. Okay, URLs must have begin with this. So cancel URLs undefined success undefined basket. Okay. I'm being stupid here, to be honest with you. I'm being lazy. I know what I need to do here. So what we need to do is we can go ahead and do the following. We can say watch this, refactor and check node environment. If prod, then Vercel, else next public. This will fix it. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to do, except for append success on either end. With the session ID. So this is a cool thing about like if you're using something like okay, base URL, success URL, cool, and then do the same for cancel URL. So do same success URL. Oops, I made a mistake anyway, but anyway, cool. Cool, there you go. Now basically what we're doing is we're checking to see node environment is production. If it's production, it will be HTTPS, otherwise that. That is what we should have done from the beginning. My mistake, guys, I apologize. That was lazy of me, but let's give it a try now. Now this should be good. If we do checkout, there you go. Yeah, there you go, it works. But anyway, that was debugging 101, cool stuff. All right, let's go ahead and do a Google Pay. Let's do a payment. Pay. We should see success, and then it should strip it out and do it. Boom! There we go. Let's go. All right, we got the order number as well. Banging stuff. Amazing. All right, cool. So that works just as I wanted it. Live be debugging at its finest. Okay, cool. So that's great. The success order works. Now, how do we tap into the moment at which Stripe finishes its payment? This is where webhooks come in. Stripe offers something called webhooks, and what we can do is we can listen to specific events on Stripe's end. So what we're going to be doing now is creating a custom webhook, which basically will listen, or essentially when Stripe finishes its checkout payment or the payment succeeds, it's going to throw an event somewhere, and we're going to say, throw the event over to me. And I'm going to create an endpoint which will basically listen, verify its signature to make sure it's from Stripe. And then we're basically going to go ahead into our Sanity backend, and then we're going to add a order itself, right? So all of that is going to happen, and I'm going to show you how you can test it locally. And then we're going to deploy, because then we're done. And that's crazy, yo. Like we went crazy with that. I almost swore about it. Good. It's nuts, right? You can tell the excitement's raw because this is so powerful, this kind of stuff, right? You cannot fake it. It's genuine, right? View order details. Oh, we need to do orders as well. View orders page. All right. So in order to do that, we need to do the webhooks. Okay. So Jay's like, control, Sonny. All right. So in this case, oh no, my camera's gone. Okay. The battery's dead, I think. So give me 1 second, guys. I knew this day would come. Can you hear my audio? I think the audio is good, but the camera, yeah, the battery's dead. Okay, the battery. All right, cool. Don't worry about it. I've got this. I've got you guys covered. Can you hear my audio? Let me know if you can. I got audio's fine, right? So you know what? I don't care. I ain't gonna let it stop me. So in this case, whoa, what's up, guys? Hey, I'm gonna fix this one as well. Give me 1 sec. Live debugging, honestly, crazy. So I'm gonna go ahead and do 1 minute, guys. So. All right, give me 1 moment. Oh, okay. So weirdly enough, I can't for some reason change my other camera. Oh, okay. So maybe I can't do a full headshot anymore. Oh, I can't even do that one. Oh, okay. So, I mean, that's fine. We're going to have to carry on with this. It's all good. I don't care. All right. At this point, I mean, this is cool. You guys don't mind. Doesn't really make a difference. That's what you call live debugging. The screen is black. Are we good? No. Okay, Jay, I think we're good now, yeah? Give me a heads up, guys, if we're good. I need to know. All right. But anyway, let's carry on. Okay, won't it? Are we good? I need to know. Are we good? Okay. Oh, we're good. Oh, good. Okay. Whew. All right. Let's go. All right. So all good. All right. So now we're going to go home. We're going to go to developers. A new POV. Yeah. You got me here, right? Recent errors. See, you can also see the errors here. But what I want you to do is focus on the webhooks. So we're going to go down to Interesting. Where the heck are the webhooks go? Overview. Where's webhooks? Webhooks. Oh, okay. Oh, that literally just came out today. So I didn't have that before. So you go to event destinations apparently now. Okay, yeah. And there you go. Wow. Okay. Just changed just before. So going to test in a local environment. And now we need to install the Stripe CLI. Okay. So first up, click download the Stripe CLI. I don't need to do this, but I'll show you anyway. So in this case, I've already done it. Brew install. I recommend using Homebrew if you haven't already. I'm not going to dive into that though. And then what you're going to do is Stripe, listen to, and then this part here. Listen to forward to localhost 4242 webhook, whatever, yeah. But we don't want to forward it from there, right? What we're going to do is a little bit different. We're going to say, ignore what I just did there. We're going to open this up. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the terminal here. And my left side is my app running. And I'm going to do that command, but I'm going to change it to 3000. And to make life easier, I did kind of have, I need to update my Stripe. That's fine though. Webhook signing secret, right? So firstly, that's important. It's also secret, so we should be hiding that, but it's fine. We're going to go to our environment variables, and don't worry if you can't see my face right now. It's fine. It's because it's a silly camera, but in this case, okay, well, I just did that. Okay. I mean, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so what we want you to do is go ahead and type in, for example, here, Stripe's webhook secret. So I want you to go ahead and do Stripe webhook secret. So Stripe webhook secret. And then here, I want you to paste in your value. Okay. Now, once you've done that, hit save. And it's worth mentioning that webhook secret will change, guys, because that webhook secret will change when we go live. Okay. Now, share this live as post. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Right. So what we want to do now is we're going to create a webhook endpoint. So again, you can name the webhook endpoint whatever you want, right? But for simplicity purposes, I'm going to have it at store, and then I'm going to have / webhook. Okay, make it easy, right? And it's going to be route.ts. Okay, so route.ts, and then what we want to do is, guys, we're not even done after that. I need to do visual editing. Wow. Okay, okay. I'm going to try and power this one out. Right, I just realized. Wow. Okay. Whew, got a lot to do. Let's go to our webhook. Okay, here. So first up, I'm going to do a bunch of imports, right? Because we need that. Ignore that bit for now. We're going to handle a post request. That's how we do our post requests inside of Next.js. And then we're going to basically get the text from the body. We're going to basically get the headers from the headers list. And now we have to await with Next.js 15. Then we get the signature. Now the signature is part of the headers. Now the reason why we need that is because we need to basically go ahead and verify using the webhook secret if this actually came from Stripe. And that's why we have a webhook secret. So firstly, we say no signature, we throw an error. We get our webhook secret, which is going to be in part of our environment variables. Then we say if there's no webhook secret, we throw an error because we need the webhook secret, right? Now, in order to verify it, what we do is we essentially go ahead and do the following. So we go ahead and say, we get an event, we call it a Stripe event. We don't initialize it. We say event equals stripe.webhooks.construct event. Now this will throw an error if the verification failed. Now, how does it verify and how does it know? Because you only have this will only go through it if you use the correct webhook secret. Now, if we're testing locally, we get a webhook secret locally. If we're testing it on the web, which when we deploy, we will do, we're gonna have to swap the secret out, and I'll show you how we do it. Now, once we've got the event, what we do is we say if the event type is checkout session completed, right? And then at this point, we can basically listen. Now, Stripe will send out this event, like I mentioned before, right? So what we do is we get the session, like so. Then we have a try-catch block. The try-catch block essentially goes ahead and does the following, right? It goes ahead and says, it'll catch any errors that goes ahead and gets made. And all we're going to be doing is creating an order in Sanity. So we're going to say const order equals await create order in Sanity. We're going to create this helper function in just a moment. Okay. After all that is returned, we're going to return Next.js response, just saying receive true. We don't really care about sending anything else back. The main thing here is the creating order in Sanity. This is where when Stripe basically goes ahead, when Stripe goes ahead and finishes, I look this way now. When Stripe finishes, we almost hit 500 likes as well. Thank you so much, guys, especially with all these technical issues. It's all good, but we're going to beat through it, right? So once Stripe goes through its payment checkout completed, so once it's there, it will send out an event. We want to basically mutate our Sanity backend to create an order in our store. Okay, so what we do is we go ahead and we create a helper function. So create order in Sanity. Now this session is the important part. We're going to deconstruct the session to get a couple of things. I've saved you the hard work. This comes straight from Stripe. It's a Stripe checkout session. It's all type safe. Okay, 500 likes, boom, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all of you. Right now we're going to go ahead and get the metadata from, again, our actions create checkout session. So this, remember, we stored the customer name, customer email, and a bunch of others inside of the Stripe checkout session. The next important part is the line items. Now, do you remember when we created the Stripe checkout? So in this case, create Stripe checkout here, we had metadata inside of the price data of each of the items. So inside of product data, metadata was there, right? Now, this is very important because in order to get that information, we actually have to make a call to Stripe, and we have to tell it to, for this product with this ID, expand that part of the product. And you need to do that, otherwise you cannot access the metadata. Okay, now once you've done that, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and prepare our data for Sanity. Now, what do I mean by this, right? Thank you so much, Stephen. Right, what do I mean by this? Well, basically, in order for Sanity to show the data in the correct way, it expects it in a specific format. Now, the quantity, the product, and remember the reference, this will look very similar, or it would seem very real or close to what we have inside of our database. Now, you can actually type check this one. I'm going to keep it straightforward for now, but here you can basically go ahead and see that it's of type, product, and quantity. This will be a reference to the product. Okay, now once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and create an order. Now, what do we do here? We say const order equals backend client. Now, the backend client, remember the backend client had the secret access. It had the special token from Sanity that could do read and write, right? Now here, what we do is we have to fulfill all of the details. So I'm going to pass in a couple of things, start filling it out. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. We've got the type order, order number, Stripe checkout session ID, and all of the information, the customer's name, the customer's ID, and so forth. Then we have more. We have the currency, the amount, discount. If there was an amount, we'll pass that in. Remember, sub-currency, everything. We have the products, the total price, the paid, and the order date. And because this is all happening on the server, we don't need to worry too much about the dates being different time zones. It'll be according to our server. Okay, now once that's done, all we simply do is we return the order. All right, so that will go ahead and create the item inside our backend database. Now, if all of this went well, what we can do is we should be able to see and observe it here. So at this point, I need to do a couple of things. I need to basically go ahead and process a test payment. So let's go ahead and give it a try, guys. We're going to go over to our localhost 3000 and we're going to make a payment process go through. If we did it all right, well, first up, a couple of things. You can trigger payment tests here. This will probably fail though, because we're expecting it to be a certain type of data. Now, of course, if you need extra help, you can do Node.js. This will give you an express example. I've made your life way easier than that though, because your boy does it my way. And we're going to go ahead and click this. Now, a couple of things. I also need to handle caching at the end of this. Remind me, guys, caching as well as visual editor. So in this case, we've got two things here. Let's just go ahead and grab a cap as well. So Jay, we've got caching left and we've got the visual editor left. Remind me, my basket here. Let's go ahead and check out. Okay. Now we want to pay attention to these two things, right? So, and I also want to pay attention to my backend, which is, yeah, let's do localhost /studio. If we did everything correctly, what we should see is, I'm just going to go ahead and do it like this. So that way we've got like some visibility over what's going on here and here. And we've got our Sanity Studio, and we've got this, because we're going to need all three of these to see if this went down the way we expected it. So inside of orders right now, we have no orders, right? But in this case, if I go ahead and pay, also I'm going to show you how to create a coupon code and coupon code J as well, right? So we're going to go ahead and hit pay. And now I want you to pay attention to this bit, right? Pay attention to here. Wait for it. Wait for it. And nothing happened. Okay, so right, nothing happened. So interesting. So forward to localhost /webhook, right? So first up, we're at the correct URL because it's / webhook route. Okay. Okay, so maybe I didn't save the webhook correctly, so let's do that quickly. At this point, you've seen there, it's fine. Webhook secret. No, that's correct. Webhook set. Construct event. So we need to know really if we hit the post request, right? So here, what we need to know is hit webhook. So hit webhook. To be honest with you, at this point, we should have seen it here though. So that was the true testing factor. But anyway, we need to test it again. So what we need to do is go to localhost 3000, quick little order, and we can go ahead and test it. And before we do that, I'm going to show you how we can actually add in a coupon code quickly, very simply. Go to product catalog, coupons. We go ahead and create a coupon. Let's go ahead and just say Black Friday. Let's go ahead and say Black Friday. Percentage off 25. And this will correlate obviously to what we have in our Sanity CMS backend. Let's do limits. No, that's fine. Create coupon. And if you click on it, you can actually go ahead and create promotional codes. And one of them will be Friday. And we're going to just do add. And you obviously can make that expiration date match with the one that we have in our database as well. But now, for example, if a user's on our website, okay, Be Friday for 25% off. Cool. I'm going to use that during checkout, right? So I'm going to go here, boom, boom. Go ahead, my basket. It doesn't need to be in the API folder, guys. So it doesn't actually need to be in the API folder. I probably slipped somewhere, but I just want to check one thing as well. When I restarted that, did it change this? No, it didn't. All right, so let's give it another try now. So Google Pay. Oh, sorry, I don't want to pay yet. Be Friday. Add promo code Be Friday, and you should be able to see Black Friday, 25% off. Cool. So you see how we can get that to work. So that's a prime example of sales working. If we hit the pay button now, does it hit the webhook? No. Okay. So that sucks. That's not what we wanted at all. So, So webhook store. Why am I messing up? Where am I messing up? Okay. So we need to make sure this is correctly set up from Stripe, backend client. I believe I screwed up here. Oh my God, guys. I messed up. No, I didn't do it. Yeah. No, I messed up. Oh, I messed up big time. I knew it. I messed up. All right. So Stripe login. So here we need to do it here. Stripe login. Yeah. And then, oops. God, sorry, guys. Okay. Don't do what I just did. All right. I messed up. I ran before I walked. Right. Stripe login. Yeah. Then we open up the browser. Cool. Let's verify this one. Let's log in. And then it will say which one do you want to give it to. Your account. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and log into my Auth. 1 minute. Sorry guys, I'm hiding the screen for a second while I do something. Okay, so this is the bit. So now this is what I didn't do right. Sorry guys. E-commerce YouTube build, right? That's what I was messing up with. Now we need to allow access. Right, I didn't do that before. That was very important that I did that. Right, I just skipped over it. And now it's configured for that build, right? Otherwise, how is it supposed to know? It doesn't. Now what we do is we forward the traffic to localhost webhook 3000 webhook, and then we get a new signing secret. We go to our environment variable. We go ahead and replace that. Yep, it's a different secret. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. All right. So live debugging at its finest, right? So now at this point, let's go ahead and do some shopping. So we should be able to see now, and let's do our little extensive test, right? So we've got this, our orders. Let's go ahead and buy a t-shirt. So boom, boom. Let's do this one, V-neck. Boom, boom. So we've got 2 items. Go check out. Let's do Black Friday as well. So we should be able to see our servers here. Black Friday, apply, and then pay. Hey, now we should see here. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and then we should see, is there an order created? Yes. Oh, check it. Check it, check it, check it. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that discount as well. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Look, so now we can see customer account, create a discount and so forth. Payment intent successful, checkout session created. We'll hit the webhook, done. That's what I'm talking about, guys. I do want to double check one thing as well, and I need to hide my screen for a second. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to show you, look, order created in Sanity. Look at that, absolutely perfect, right? That's exactly what I wanted. The order has been created in Sanity. Now our webhook is perfect, like listening as we expected it. Smash that thumbs up button because damn, this has been an awesome build. All right, so we've done that now. It's proven the point, and now we're going to click on view order details, and it's going to fail because we don't actually fetch any of the orders. So now we can accelerate our development again because we want to do visual editing. The coupon code we've done now, Jay. So caching visual editor deployment. That's what we need to do now. So, and my orders page. So we're going to firstly create the my orders page. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So easy enough. We go ahead and go here to my orders page. So orders page, create a page.tsx, RFCE, boom. And then this one is going to be dun orders, right? So hit this. Now over here in my orders page, this one is fairly straightforward, so I'm going to move fairly quickly on this, right? So we're going to get the user's auth. So we can get this using the Clerk Auth object when we're working server side. So I can make this an asynchronous object. This is completely fine to be asynchronous. If this user does not exist for whatever reason, we're going to redirect. Now you might have been wondering previously, this used to be like this with Clerk. Well, now with Next.js 15 and V6 on Clerk, you now have to use an auth like this, okay? So if the user doesn't exist, we redirect them. The next step is we fetch all of their orders. Okay, so how do we get the orders? Straightforward, similar to what we did before, guys. Well, actually, this one, yeah, I don't know why I put it there before. Okay, that was a mistake. But anyway, here, we're gonna have inside of our lib folder, we're gonna have a orders, yeah? And then here we're gonna have get my orders.tsx, and we're going to basically have our function. So we're going to have this get orders, and then we're going to have the actual get orders functionality. So here we're going to have a get my orders. If there's no user ID, we're going to throw an error. We're going to define the query. This is the query. Is essentially, this is the important part I want you to pay attention to. This means expand the array. So if we have embedded products inside, we want to expand the array. This is very important because I'm saying keep everything that we existingly have. However, these are references inside of a database. So they're just going to be like ref and so forth. What we want to do is make this an expanded field so it shows me all of the product data. If we don't do this, it will just say ref with a key. We don't care about that. We want to have the product, the price, the ID, and all that kind of stuff. So that's essentially how we expand in GROQ. Once we have that, we're going to have a try catch block, very same principle as before. You might remember if we do this incorrectly, you see it's going to be any. So at that point, we now need to go ahead and do a TypeGen. So mgm run TypeGen. Now that's doing its magic, that will go ahead and fix up. We can import this from there. I'm confident it's going to work, so I don't need to worry about too much there. I'm going to style the div. So I'm going to go ahead and say boom, boom. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. This is our div. We're going to go to my orders page, and then we're going to render out another div inside here. I'm going to have a my orders div. Right now it's freaking out. What is that? So okay, now it should say my orders. Cool, that's great. In fact, if we did it all right, this should be a, okay, still doing it. Yeah, there you go. My orders query is out. Scared me for a sec. I was like, wow, okay. Query God wants to go against me again. Now what we do is we simply go ahead and pop in EH1 for the heading, and then we render out the orders. Now a tertiary operator is essential here. I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. So my orders, and then for now we can just go ahead and just pop this in, assuming just to H1 order. We should see some orders being placed here if I hit a refresh. Yep, there we go. There's an order. Now, I do want to mention as well, we don't have to worry about caching here because Next.js 15 has got rid of the aggressive caching, so it makes life a lot easier. Now, I want to start styling this out. So we're going to go ahead and firstly start prepping out our order. So the first order comes in like so. And what I want to do is pop in the following. So here, instead of order, I'm going to show, for example, the order number. Now, I've messed up because I haven't actually rendered through the orders. So I completely screwed this one up because get rid of that. So we've got, you have not placed any orders. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div. And then I'm going to have a orders.map, and I'm going to map through every single order. That's it. And that's cool. So now what we should see is an order with an order number, and then I'm going to start building it out. There we go. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the first outer order, and then I'm going to have the first section underneath it. So you guys can feel free to pause that and literally follow what I'm doing. It's not that important for me to explain that bit. Again, the same principle for the formatting currency. I'm going to show you what we do for the formatting of currencies. So here we've got another div, and here I'm going to create a helper function for formatting currency. This formatting currency is a simple lib file. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So inside the lib, I'm going to say format currency, formats currency.ts. And then this one is going to basically be the following. Now this uses a native JavaScript library, right? It's called International, and it's called number format. And basically what we do is we pass in an amount and currency code. The default, I'm defaulting to GBP, and then we format it. Simple as, and it basically throws an error if something went wrong. So we import this inside, and now we can pass in the order amount and the order currency, and you can see it verifies the amount. Now you can go back and refactor what we did previously to make sure that it's there as well. Feel free to do that. At this point, we're going to just move on to the next part. So next portion after this is going to be the div like so. So we have the status and the discount applied. And then outside of this div, we're going to have another div. This is two siblings on there. I'm just wondering where I've messed up. So have I even put this in the right div? Have I put this in P4? No, I haven't. Yeah, I have. Yeah, P4. Okay, so this div was in the wrong place. This should have gone at the end of all of this. Yeah, that's it. And then we need to go ahead and have the order items div. So this one is going to be for the order items. And inside of here, we're going to have the order items themselves. And as you can see, it starts building out what we're essentially going for. We're going to space out the items inside of here. And then this is where I map through all of the different products. So I'm mapping through all of the different products. And then we've got a div inside of it. And then inside of here, we've got the product image. if it exists. Yep, so that one I want to have fairly straightforward, so I'll put out the image. Import that from next image. And now the div is here, image URL is not defined. Yep, that's because we need to import our helper function. Okay, and then outside of that, we've got a div with the quantity, a few other things. Great. And then outside of this div, we're going to have the final push, which is a p tag with the product information or pricing. And I screwed up here because I forgot to do one thing, which was okay, so I've messed up somewhere once again. So we've got this div. 1 minute, guys. There's so much going on that I've completely mixed up because I want to really make sure that we get the most jam-packed stuff done before we move on. So the p tag is here. Text right, yeah, that's fine. But as in the surrounding div has not been styled correctly, I don't believe. The surrounding div is this one. I mean, to be honest, oh no, that's fine actually. What am I talking? That's fine. That's what I actually had in my orders. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I had. For some reason I thought it was wrong. Font bold. Hit refresh on that. Oh, that's alright. Alright, cool. Nice. Okay, I'm happy with that. So now you can see the order amount, the discount applied, the status if it's paid. And again, all of this is real time. That's awesome. My orders. And yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay, and if we have more, it will span down. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, so at this point, the orders are done. So caching and visual editor. Okay, caching is next, I think. Yeah, so in this case, the order is done. So let's do one more dry run of this. So let's buy a boot and a hat. My basket. Let's go ahead and check out. Boom. You guys can see for yourself, working smoothly, amazing stuff. This one I won't do a discount on, so we can see its differentiation. Let's go ahead and pay for it. Now we should see a success page, which will drive us to. All right, so there we go. View order details, and we should have the boot. There we go. Boom. Absolutely awesome. We've got the my orders page down, and we've got all the different orders. Amazing stuff. I can see my orders. I can see if a discount was applied. That's awesome, dude. All right, so in that case, bro, yo, we got so many viewers tuning in right now. Love it. Charlie Sheen in the house. Oh shit. So in this case, shopper. Let's go ahead and do the visual editor now. The visual editor, what is that, right? The visual editor is this amazing thing over here, which allows us to have this, you know, visual editing capabilities, right? Now, this is the absolutely game changer part. If you came late, this is where you're gonna get mind blown, I'm telling you, right? So in this case, let's enable it on the production build that we deployed. And as you can see, guys, look at this. Oh my God, I'm sorry, but I still find this incredible. Look, Black Friday, and then say, for example, I modified it here. Look at this, like visual editing, guys. Look, in real time, I can go ahead in draft mode, mess around with stuff. This is crazy, guys. Look at that. I can even go ahead and change the category. It's unbelievable. If I want to change this to hoodie, for example. Now, for example, I can see on the left-hand side how this would look if it, for example, said hoodie. All right, so in this case, now if I click it, look, hoodie. Wow. Obviously, I don't like that. Not too great. So in this case, I can change that. Now it becomes hoodies in just a moment. That'll change. Look, hoodies. Absolutely incredible stuff. So how do we get this to work in the way that we expect it to, right? So in order to get this working the way we want it now, what we need to do is go ahead and actually implement visual editor. So a couple of things to get visual editing working. So well, firstly, if you want to check for yourself, you can type in Sanity, visual editor. and you can run through the documentation yourself. Introduction to visual editing. So you can see for yourself here, they've got a big rundown of how you can set it up and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's cool, but I want to show you myself how we can do it. All right, so again, if the first thing we need to do is go into our Sanity config and start changing it up. So let's go into our Sanity configuration. So where did my code go? Yeah, Sanity config. Now here, so this is where we do a lot of the configuration. So we need the presentation tool firstly. So presentation tool, cool. Next up, we need to enable it here. So very straightforward. We go ahead and we simply pop in the presentation tool and we say the preview URL is / and then we say preview mode enable is draft mode enable. Now I need to enable that. Okay, so we need to actually go ahead and show how we set. Basically, when we use this, I was about to change. I can't change cameras because of the camera died. But basically, what's happening now, guys, is you can check for yourself how to implement it. But in order to get that access to that special editing functionality, you need to basically go to an endpoint which is authorized to give you a special, let's just call it a draft token, right? And that draft token allows us to basically enter this mode. Otherwise, anyone could do it, and we don't want to allow someone to do that. So how do we do this the correct way? So we need to create two endpoints, one for enabling this draft mode and two for disabling the draft mode. Okay. Oh, OG song's on. Let's go. All right, so we're going to create two endpoints, draft mode, and so in here, in app, inside of, no, so outside of, so inside of app, we're going to have draft mode, and then we're going to have enable, and we're going to have disable. And these are going to be API endpoints. So this one is going to be a route.ts. Now for enabling it, again, all of this is actually inside of the documentation, but you can essentially see for yourself here. So we've got Sanity API read token, which we set up earlier, guys. Remember the read token? Then we've got this. Now this is a GET request, and basically, essentially, it allows us to it gives us back a token. It updates our cookie and enables draft mode. Then it redirects us back to our homepage. Then we want a disable function, which does the opposite. It turns off draft mode. Okay. So in this case, if I was to turn off draft mode, it would be something like this. So in this case, it will go ahead and it will say await draft mode.disable, and then it redirects us to our URL. Okay. So now that we've got these two in check, what we can now do is go over and we need to enable visual editing at our highest level. So if we go to our layout, which is inside of our, which one did I do it in? I did it inside of the store, I believe. Yes, I did. So inside the layout store, right? So inside the layout store here, what I want you to do now is I want you to go ahead and pull in draft mode and visual editing. So there we go. We're going to pull in draft mode. And again, this comes from Next headers, guys, by the way. So this is part of Next itself, right? Many people don't know about this, but I'm trying to bring you the latest and greatest. And this is why we do what we do, right? So what we're going to do is I'm also going to create a disable draft mode button, which is going to be used for allowing the user to disable it if in case they're on the front end side of things. So I'm going to create a disable draft mode, disable draft mode.tsx button. This disable draft mode button is going to look like the following. It's going to be from Next Sanity hooks. It's going to use our Next navigation. It's simply a button which when we click it, sorry guys, when we click it, it's going to await fetch, and it's going to basically just call the disable draft mode button. And that way, it will only show it as well, by the way, when we're outside the presentation tool. Okay, we go ahead, go back to this. And now inside of our layout, inside of the body, what I want to do, again, outside of the main, okay, outside of the main, we're going to basically have await draft mode is enabled. So here, await draft mode is enabled. And in order to do this, we're going to create asynchronous. So again, really high level stuff here. Check this out, boom. So disable draft mode, we're going to import it like so. And just like that now, we actually have visual editing enabled, right? So it wasn't a long configuration. The only thing you have to make sure, absolutely have to make sure that is correct here, is if you go to your client, this Stega, right? So this stego I'm going to keep as this initially what we had. So this one is going to be the case. If there is Vercel URL, then it's going to be this. But in fact, I don't actually want this. I'm going to say refactor to check node.env. If prod, then Vercel URL / studio, else the other. And there we go. Yep. So if we're in production, it'll do Vercel URL, else it'll do next public base URL. Right. So this is the most important thing that is required. You need this. Okay. Whoa! He's got a $10 donation from Mano. Yo, I appreciate you. Absolutely huge stuff. Jay, look how many people are tuning in. Wow, we got 300 people across platforms. Destroy that like button, guys. YouTube must be blowing this up right now. I'm telling you, this is insanity. Right? It's insanity. Okay? I'm joking. That's crazy. Anyway, let me see if the camera's actually working now, so I can maybe see if it's gonna do its thing. I don't know if it will, but anyway, you guys can hopefully. Oh, we can only hope. So, oh, I can come back for like a second. I'm gonna save that for later though. All right, I'm gonna save that one for later. There's the amount of like hacking I'm doing right now, so that way I can do an outro properly. All right, cool. So at this point, we've got visual editing almost done. Let's check if it works. So let's go to our studio now. This is how we test it. So head over to studio. I hope it works because honestly, I'm ready to deploy. And then caching. That's the only thing we need to do, and then it will be great. So firstly, we can see presentation. Great stuff. We can see it. That's awesome. Now, if it does it correctly, what it will do is that / draft mode / enable. So it's trying to get the draft mode cookie configured. If it does it, guys, I'm going to lose my... Look at this. Oh, okay, we got errors. No, but that's fine. That happens sometimes. So if we refresh, it's because it's sometimes caught in an edge case. Let's see now. Okay, I mean, we're getting the error, but it is working because I have it open in a different... I have it in a different window, and I believe this is why, because I have tons of windows open right now. That's okay for now. Trust me, I believe it. I've done this a few times. So let's just show a few things. The good thing about this now is one, okay, if I was to open up the actual localhost, what I've done is by going through this route, I've enabled my editor mode. So even if I'm going to view it like as a developer right now, I'm testing it out, what you'll see is we should see the store. And you can see disable draft mode now. So I want you to pay attention to this. So look, I can actually see this. Look, open in studio button. So now I can actually go ahead and, I get this entire flow and I can test things out. Florin Pop, yo, what's good, Florin Pop? Nice to see. We've got verified YouTubers in the house. Amazing stuff. Look at this. So we've got the shopper, and this is the crazy part, right? Because now in draft mode, and I want to highlight this, right? For example, if I'm modifying the basic V-neck t-shirt, okay? Now here, 1, 2, 3. On the right-hand side, we can see draft mode. Okay, so even if I did this, actually the left-hand side we can as well, because I've got this open. But even if I was to disable draft mode on my left-hand side, this one should go ahead and disable it. So on my right-hand side, I'm in draft mode. Okay, so I believe it will work. I don't know if I've corner cased it enough to do it. I think I've just killed the cookie though. No, I've just killed the cookie. Yeah. Okay. So if you do that, but bear in mind, it'll kill your cookie both sides. So you have to refresh this side to get the cookie again, to enable it again, and so forth, right? But anyway, the point stands, right? What I want to show you here is this is unbelievably powerful, because now before I publish a change, for example, before I make a very big decision to go and change my Black Friday sale to enabled, for example, so let's just say I disable it, right? And I want to see if it all works, right? Let's just say by default it was deactivated. So before I publish any changes, I can basically see in draft mode what it would look like. Okay, this looks great. I'm really happy with that. I'm going to enable this. And in fact, I'm going to say Black Friday sale, right? And then I'm going to go ahead, wait for, I want to see how that looks in draft mode. Let's see for itself if it looks all good. That looks great. I'm really happy with this. I'm going to publish it. Now, when it's published, everyone else can see it in the production environment. This is crazy, Jay. What is going on with the viewers left? This is crazy right now. Everyone who's tuning in right now, smash that thumbs up button. The pop-up fam is popping off. I've never seen this where the live stream starts blowing up at the end. But you guys can see right now, this is absolutely crazy, right? We've got the B Friday. That's awesome stuff, right? So look, visual editing done. This is absolutely awesome stuff. We can even play with the app, so you can even go into my orders, mess around with stuff, and you can even at that level, like guys, that is so powerful. It's crazy. There's some errors that we might run into. Again, we're using very new bits of tech. I wouldn't worry about these aren't really breaking. If you really worry so much, create an error boundary and catch them. But in this case, the main app is not stalling. It's completely fine. And again, very, very new tech. And you can also check for, if you want to see what it looks like in a small view. So I really do like this. I think it's awesome. You can also share a preview. So you can go ahead and share this preview with anyone. I think this would actually work right now, by the way. So I want everyone to pull out your phone and see if we can do this together. So I want you to pull this open. So I'm opening this up on my phone as we speak, guys. As we speak, this is opening up. I need to deploy it first. All right, I'll show you. I'm going to deploy it afterwards. All right, I need to it's calm down. This is getting crazy. Basically, what we're going to do now is the caching. So when we're in dev mode, it's very important to understand that dev mode is always going to render, server-side render each page. It's always going to do it because it's always going to give us the most up-to-date information, right? Next.js 15, and I want you guys to take this very seriously. Next.js 15 always does not cache by default. Okay, so it doesn't cache by default. So how do we go ahead and get the behavior that we kind of want here in the way that we ensure that things are left up to date and all that kind of stuff? So I'm going to show you a couple of tricks. I'm going to make it an exaggerated approach as well, because I want to go ahead and make sure that for the demos, I need a drink, one sec. For demo purposes, it doesn't get stale data. But what we're going to do is I'm going to force this one to be static, sorry. So I'm saying you need to become a static page. Now, a couple of things I want you to pay attention to. If I go to my local host 3000, okay, so if I go to my local host 3000, Jay, if you can just do a checklist to make sure I've done everything at this point, that would be great. So in this case, you can see that there's no circle here saying static, okay? And I want you to pay attention to that, guys, right? But the minute I do force static, now if I hit save, can you see how on the bottom right hand corner, or bottom left, sorry, it says static route? That's really important now, okay? So what I want you to do now is let's just refresh or disable my draft mode. Okay. We should be able to see all static. So now this is saying that this is a static page. And because it's static, I can give it a revalidate period. So this is going to revalidate at most every 60 seconds. Yeah. That's very aggressive, by the way. You don't need to do 60 seconds. You could do like an hour or whatever. But bear in mind, on top of this, yeah, if I refresh the page now, you'll be like, well, Sonny, that doesn't look your server-side rendering. Again, we're in dev. So we're in dev mode, okay? So that's the reason why it's happening. But that's fine for now. What I want you to pay attention to is in production, I'd probably make this an hour or something like that. But on top of this, we also have the live part of Sanity. So if we were to add a new product, it will go ahead and make sure that it was updated as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some more pages, right, which I think deserve updating. So a couple of things. The search page should be dynamic. It should be server-side rendered every time if you want it to be. You can cache it if you want. I'm not going to cache the page, right? The one that I will cache is, for example, the product page. Okay, so a product page. So let's go to a product page right now. So the product with the slug. And you can go ahead and generate these pages on demand beforehand using generate static params. I'm not going to do that today, but you can do that. Now, if I go into a product page, you'll see that this page is server-side rendered. However, this one is a static route. And Next.js tells us this in Next.js 15 by saying static route. So I'm going to update this every 60 seconds at max, right? Now, you can go ahead and also add in like something like this to help yourself out. So you can also go ahead and say like here, for example, a random ID re-rendered the product page cache for this page. And the reason why that might be helpful for debugging is because it will show you this every time it purges the cache and creates a new page. So obviously increase this to a higher value, so it's like an hour or whatever, but you won't see this spamming because it caches the value and then it does it accordingly, right? So I'm just giving you the example for the home page as well as this page, and I think that'll be good for now. And I think we're good on those two fronts because there's the two prime examples of pages where your user is going to be constantly going there, right? We rendered the home page cache and so forth. Now, how do I test that locally now? Well, easy enough. We say npm run build and npm run start, right? So this will essentially go ahead and do the two builds. Oh, sorry, and otherwise it'll do it together. Yeah. So this will do one command after the other command, right? So at this point, let's go ahead and do this. So it's I'm guaranteed there's going to be an error here because there always is when you're doing the build step after this. So we're going to do a little debug to get rid of the errors, and then we're going to deploy this thing. Then I'm going to do a recap on everything, and then we are good. Jay, think about the entire app, the demo that I've done. Have I covered everything? I'm pretty sure I have, but just like a sanity check. Sanity check. Wow, this is play on words today. It's creating an optimized production build. In the meantime, what I want you to do is download the Vercel CLI. So Vercel CLI, because this is going to come in really handy now. So in the meantime, I want you to do this command npm i-g Vercel, add it to your app and everything. Okay. Wow, the viewers are crazy right now. All right, let's go, guys. Come on, why is my production build taking so long? Demo gods are really against me right now. npm run build. Okay, so there we go. Don't worry about that, that's fine. It doesn't use Turbo Pack for when you're doing PS. You don't need to wait. PS Sonny, you don't need to wait for the cell deploy to fail. Okay, give me more tips. I'm listening. I don't know. You know, demo gods are just against me right now. But anyway, it is what it is. I want to show you the full deployment, but this build needs to happen. So in order for me to do that, you can start the deploy, cancel, and go put in. But yeah, to be honest, I do usually do that. But sometimes I just emphasize it that, you know, we wait and do all that kind of stuff. I can cancel this GROQ now. Okay, we can cancel this one just in case maybe that's defaulting something. Okay, wow, that took bloody ages. Linting and checking validity of type. Something's gonna break. I know it. If it doesn't, holy crap, crazy stuff. That's first. Okay, this is the demo gods crazy. All the power is coming in right now. But yeah, it's a quick way of doing it. So what we can do in the meantime, to be honest, is start the deployment and actually start doing things. So we're going to type in Vercel. I've already got Vercel login, but you would have to log in if you've done this. Set up in the build and deploy. Yes. My project, Sonny Sangha, link to existing project. No. Keep it all as defaults. Keep this in the local. It will set up the backend side of things. Yeah. And then Hello, testing, testing, testing. Okay, are we good now? No audio? We hear no music too. We good. Bro was talking alone. That's it fixed. Wow. Okay, I had to do some crazy quick thinking there. That was nuts. Oh my God. Okay. Talk about debugging live, guys. We're good. We're good. We're good. Wow. All right. And then we got more debugging to do. All right. So here, command props. This one we can change. Yeah, we don't need that. Extends dialog props. So if we have this, we can just change that to directly dialog props. Cool. So what I recommend is you just do your build process and everything. Crazy, 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 crazy. You know what? That's like proof of debugging. Look, well, our concurrent numbers are going up, even with no audio. The hell? I love you guys. I love you guys. Honestly, so cool. This build has been unreal. All right. So now we look, oh yes, we got past. Yes, this is good. This is good. So now it's collecting page data. In this build step, I want you to pay attention to a couple of things. When you see an F, it's server-side rendered. When you see an O, it's actually going to go ahead and do, and look, you can also see it's built the page there, you can see. So now here, look, the home page, oh, good. And we also want the product page, oh, good, right? Studio, oh, good as well, yeah. That's it, that's what we wanted. So static pages. Studio does not need to be server-side rendered. It can be static because it's a Sanity embed. Okay, now, so that's done. So now what we can do is go back over here and we can go ahead and do Vercel. So Vercel. Okay, now I've got an hour till Kenji comes home. So I'm going to be so excited to go for that walk. All right, so at this point, we've got the inspect here. So I'm going to go ahead and open it. Now, the main part that we were waiting for, guys, right? The deployment. So this part, I need you to take your time with it because there's a lot of bits where you need to pay attention to, okay? So I think for this, I'm going to turn the audio down a bit. Scream at me if the audio goes again for whatever reason, okay? So at this point now, I want you to go over to, oh, that's weird. Right, 1 second. Stripe, e-commerce, YouTube app, okay? So a couple of things. Well, one, we're going to push this to a raw webhook. So we're going to have to deploy it to our production endpoint and then get everything working off the ground. Okay, well, did that just happen again? No, it didn't. Unexpected error. Okay, interesting. Wow, crazy. All right. Amazon Event Bridge, webhook endpoints. That's new. That was added right now. Okay. Added endpoint. So this one, once we have our endpoint, I'll show you how we can set this one up. And we get a webhook secret that we're going to have to set up. Well, okay, what is happening? Okay, here, guys. This is very important. Is the audio not working now? Okay, no, we're good. Yeah, all right. So this is a very important point. So you notice how we have that peer dependency issue here. I want you to go to e-commerce build, don't panic, click settings, go down here to install command and override. Okay, so here, npm install -- legacy peer deps save. Okay, so I told you I wasn't joking when I said there's a lot of things which can go wrong here, right? So now we're gonna go ahead and get this bit done. This was like a masterpiece to pull off. I ain't gonna lie. This was a hard build to pull off. Like 5 hours on live stream, getting all that done. But we do what we do on the Papa Fam, guys. And again, like this is what if you're enjoying this 0 to full stack hero, imagine what it's like every week. We have fun like this. Ask the chat right now. This is what we do. It's just fun, right? So in this case, let's go back here. Build logs are building. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So while that's happening, settings, environment variables. Okay, I want you to pay attention to this. What I want to do here, head over to my EMB local. There we go. Now here, I've got a bunch of stuff here, right? I want to copy it all. I think I've exposed it a couple of times and I'm going to wipe all these keys anyway. So we've got a couple of keys here. The ones that we need to pay attention to are, to be honest, it will use the Vercel one in every case. The only one is the Stripe webhook secret that will break. Okay, so publishable key, that's fine for now. All right, so this. So save, copy all, and save. Okay. Now, of course, the deployment will likely break because we didn't have the correct environment variables, or it'll fail when we run it. Yeah. So you can see now it got past the install step. So I can actually cancel that build now because I want to do a rebuild. And I'm going to do Vercel -- prod straight off the bat because I want to push directly production. This is purely demo, obviously, but you wouldn't do that in real life. Wow. Can I just be real for a sec? While this is loading, my bladder went in like the first hour and I've held it together. So I think if anything deserves a like, it's that. So that means that like after this build is done, wow, need to run to that bathroom. That's why I've had no water breaks. It's crazy. In this case, let's go. It was the first hour. I was like, oh God, here we go. Like for Sonny's bladder. Exactly. So now we've got the environment variables set. There's a couple of things. So we need to do two things. One, the Stripe webhooks we need to go ahead and do. And then we also need to go and do, we need to, in Sanity's backend, we need to enable the cause for the production URL. That's what we need to do, right? But it will be done fairly shortly. Everything is looking good. Creating production build. I'm so tempted to have water right now. I feel your pain, man. My bladder is fighting me today. Dude, trust me. I'm like in Zen state right now. I'm in a flow state just for holding the bladder together. But like the video if you're enjoying this kind of content, right? Creating optimized production build. Come on. We're doing so well. I can't believe that the views are flooded right now. But let's go ahead and see. Like this will get built in just a second. And then we can pretty much fly through. Yeah, so this is good. That's great. And then in a second, I'll get the build through. Okay, now it will probably fail at the first point. I'm not being pessimistic, but it should fail. It should not go through the first time, which is completely normal. So what I want to do after that is basically get prepared for it. So what we want to do is go over here to click this manage project. Okay, I'm gonna bring this full screen. And while that's doing its thing, I'm gonna, there we go. It's doing it. Yeah, nice. We're gonna go to settings, API, and cause. So right here is where we're actually gonna do the magic part of enabling. We don't actually need that GROQ one anymore. We can delete that. But this would essentially be, I think I can actually do it right now, to be honest with you, because I know the middle one. So we can do add cause origin. And what I want you to do here is this is usually the part which is a wildcard. So we can go ahead and do asterisk, right? So like so. And then you can actually go ahead and do, so it's actually, or that, you see there, e-commerce, YouTube, build, Vercel app. So I'm going to enable this one to protect all of my production preview URLs, let's call it. And also, by the way, guys, it should be https / allow credentials. And then we're also going to add a cause origin for this one, https. And now all my preview builds and the rest of them should be good. Allow credentials. Let's try it now. So I said it was that one. And then it was also going to be the webhook. So obviously the webhook will get hit from not these ones, but it would be on Stripe's end. So Stripe, now we need to set up the webhook. So here we say e-commerce / webhook. And then here, listen to this. You could just write a description there, events on your accounts, select accounts, and then we're going to do checkout. And I'm going to see select all checkout. Obviously we're only listening to completed, but you can feel free to modify as you wish. Add the endpoint. And now this is enabled, waiting for endpoints. Cool. Now, if I visit this URL, this is the moment of truth, guys. So let's see. Is it going to be, oh, yes, that's what I'm saying. All right. I love it when a plan goes to a well, right? So first, yes, sign in. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. We've got Passkey, which I've already demonstrated, but let's just go ahead and log in with my email. Let's see for ourselves. Continue right now. Oh my God. And I want to highlight to you guys, look how fast this website will be. Yeah. I click into it. Boom. Look at that. Caching so fast. So fast, right? Everything working blazing fast. Look at the cache. Look at that. This is what a website experience should be like. right? And it's revalidating 6 seconds in the background and everything, right? Thank you so much, Kip. I appreciate that. Thank you, Harshab, and thank you, Miles, and all of you guys. Aldo as well. Yo, what's up, guys? So in this case, let's go ahead and pop in that. Boom. Look how fast this is. Bit of dummy text. Da, da, da. Nice one, Jay, with the comments. Let's go and do this. Now we've got my orders as well in the back end. So we should be able to see the ones we placed on the dummy account. And then we've got this fully responsive. Absolutely great. Let's see if we can check out. Boom. Can check out the moment of truth, because this will be really where we determine if everything's done right. Let's do Black Friday. I remember we got a hat, basic V-neck and everything else. It shows the quantity breakdowns. Google Pay. Let's pay quickly for this order, and then we can see pay. And now it should hit their webhook on the back end. So this should hit the webhook on the back end. So let's see if I did it through the production URL, it should be correct. Oh, what have I done here? Oh, okay. Oh no, oh, sorry guys. I just completely made a stupid mistake there. Okay, 1 minute. Sorry, I done something stupid. Checkout session completed. No signatures found matching signature payload. Are you passing the request body received from Stripe? I forgot to get the signing secret. Yeah, sorry guys. So that was why. So here, you see how it was not verified? So what we do here is this: we need to click this signing secret, and we've got one more change on our deployment to make. And then I'm confident it's gonna work, right? So we need to go to Vercel here. Go to the e-commerce build, go to settings, go to environment variables, go to the webhook. Where is it? Which one was it? Stripe webhook secret. Stripe webhook secret. This one. Edit this. Boom. Change it. And now deployments. Boom. Redeploy. We could. No, do a fresh redeploy. Okay. Now, after this is the moment of truth. Okay. Wow, the bladder is on the edge. Okay, so at this point, let me go ahead and just get a few things ready. See, now it's to push into the production environment. All those things really take into account, like I said before, about, you know, making sure you go through all the settings individually. If you get stuck, remember, our community, Zero to Full Stack Hero, is a place to be for this kind of support. There's nowhere else I can give you that level of mentorship, right? And right now we have a Halloween sale on. It's the ultimate time to join. papareact.com/course. Weekly coaching calls. All of them are backed into the coaching call, the course every single week. So you literally can watch a backlog of hundreds of hours of content. And we're including module content, you know, success coaches every Friday. It's huge. It's the place to be. This is why our students just achieve success. I'm telling you, there's no doubt about it. If you want to see for yourself, watch this video. You can see for yourself. We've got loads of our student testimonials down below. The reason why I'm jumping around right now is the first time in a live stream that it's hard to hold it together, but I ain't going to talk about it, because the more I talk about it, the more I think about it, and the bladder's going to go. Let's go. I don't think I've ever talked about it, but we're literally there. We're at the end line, guys. And while this is happening, I'm confident. I know this is going to work. I'm going to give you a full demo of this afterwards. But in the meantime, I'm going to run through the entire supporters of today. Sanity, right? Like I mentioned before, guys, Sanity have absolutely backed this entire build. If you want to go ahead and use them in today's build, make sure you go through the link in the description. To reach this page, you're going to get 60-day free trial, which is double the original 30-day free trial. That's huge. I'm telling you, that is what you need to be doing when you join this right now. Go through that link, because it also gives the Papa Fam that credibility, so that way Sanity knows you guys are coming from the channel. Helps me keep on delivering this stuff. Honestly, that's the only reason why I can deliver this for free to you guys. So all I ask, go through there. You get the benefit of doubling your free trial as well per project. So that's huge. And also thank you to Clerk. Clerk have been an absolutely incredible sponsor for this channel. The guys over there, Alex, all of you guys, absolutely incredible team. And if you want to go ahead and, you know, implement, you know, the Passkeys like we did today, you know, I'm absolutely crushed it with the passkeys, then I highly recommend that you go ahead and you check out Clerk as well. You'll hit this screen through the link in the description, and then that's going to go ahead and get you set up for everything that you need to get started with what we've done. Look, nearly 792,000 people, over 792,000 people have literally jumped in as well with Clerk. So you know it's a powerful bit of tech, guys, honestly. Oh, look at this, guys. Let's go ahead and give it a try. Let's go ahead and give it a try. Come on, moment of truth. Look, I'm logged in already, got the basket ready because I already have my checker, my state and everything. Let's see. Right, so if it's gone through, we'll know, because one, it wouldn't go into the backend if it doesn't work. So maybe I can show you here as well. I'm going the extra mile for you guys. I'm not joking. So let's just go ahead and Google Pay right now. No, I'm good. All right, so Jay's coming out with all kinds of madness right now on the side. So let's go into this. Let's refresh. Let's do checkout. And then let's do Black Friday. Apply. Okay, for some reason that's not working. So 424242. You can also test Apple Pay like this, or, you know, all of this stuff. You can just get rid of that and do pay. And now, okay, so the annoying part was it sent me back here, which it shouldn't have done. However, that's not the end of the world, because if we go to my, so it's because of the bloody cached events. It's fine. It does work. I'm guaranteed for sure this works. Yeah, look, here it is. Look, I told you guys. I know this works, right? So if we go to the actual production build now, I've got too many things open, so it's just caching things left, right, and center. So let's go to the actual build. In my orders, I can assure you right now, it's going to be there. Boom, it's there. We did it. It works. That's what I'm talking about. There you go, guys. Boom, live stream complete. That was absolutely phenomenal, absolutely huge. I'm gonna wrap up right now because we've got so much to cover quickly. I'm gonna do it the only way we know how to, with the Papa Fam anthem, and I'm gonna go through all of the tech stack and today's build in one little snippet right now. Firstly, guys, absolutely incredible turnout. You guys have been incredible throughout the entire build. Wow, I don't understand how we're getting more viewers right now at the end of the build. Like, we got like over 300 people. So if you're watching this, rest assured, me and the team are going to go ahead and timestamp the entire video. We done a huge build today. This is a full production ready app. And one thing I want to stress here is you can even go ahead and see for yourself by going to the URL at the screen right now. Even going to Studio, you wouldn't be able to log in, but I will. But as you can see, like over here, this is the power of it. We made a full production build, guys, today. This is absolutely powerful, immense, crazy stuff. Like, look at this. I've got a full CMS backend live, by the way. So look, this is live right now on the front end, yeah? And I'm going to show you that even then it works. So for example, if I go to the Athletic Performance t-shirt and I change this to Athletic Super, right? Performance t-shirt, publish it. You're going to see in real time right now, this is going to change to Athletic Super. Look at that. Look at that. Crazy stuff. All of our functionality working flawlessly. We had Passkeys enabled as well. We did so many things going on, guys. Somebody goes, I just bought some cats. Amazing stuff, guys. Did you use real money? Absolutely not. But this has been your breakdown of, we done Next.js 15, the brand new caching mechanisms, super fast server components, and the new form component for the search functionality, React version 19. So much to look forward to, guys. And we had Sanity with live by default, TypeGen to enable type safe operations, right? It really truly came into its own today. We had the visual editor as well, which is absolutely game changer. You guys saw for yourself. I can even show you right now. We even had Clerk for the authentication. We're using version 6, which supports Next.js 15. I helped you get over all the different problems that you might experience with dependency management, with all of that. We have the visual editor working right here, guys. Look, amazing stuff. Look at this. This is live. This is a live website right now. Absolutely huge stuff. Kenji is coming back in an hour, otherwise I would have picked him up right now. We got Tailwind CSS, we got full stack backend routes, we got server actions, Shadcn, Zustand, Basel. deployments, the whole lot. I'm so proud of how this turned out because you guys have been absolutely incredible today. This has been one of our best turnouts ever. Thank you so much all. And thank you to Clerk and thank you to Sanity for the amazing sponsorships that they've been a part of, because it allows me to bring this to you guys for absolutely free. All I ask that you guys do is simply drop a like and subscribe on this channel. And if you want more energy just like this, you find it contagious, you want to learn just at this pace, then feel free to leverage what you can out of the last of the Halloween sale. We've got 48 hours, papareact.com/course. Go ahead and check it out. Weekly coaching calls. Your boy is going to be there every week. You know how we do it. And this is how we're going to be doing what we're doing at this level every single week. You guys know where I'm going to be inside the course, papareact.com/course. Until then, boys, ladies, and gentlemen, I will see you in the next one. Peace.